to you this model as the thing I would be comparing to.
Yeah, but you will take a flight now from Chile to Australia. Is that correct? Now you will use countries.
Wait, sorry, what? Where to where?
Like you started. Did you start with some flight?
What flight?
From South America to Australia.
Yeah, I was under. Yes.
Oh, you used now countries.
Sure, sure.
Why? Okay. If I tell you, let's take a flight from Bolivia to USA, what you will say then?
What do you mean? What will I say then?
Why we should to take that flight? Let's take flight from Bolivia to USA.
Yeah, what about it?
What about your flight?
Well, so again, my flight is attempting to test the edges of what I thought would be a flat Earth model. Your flight from Bolivia to the US doesn't test on the edges, so that has nothing to do with my question.
Do you know what my flight testing from Bolivia to USA? Almost nothing. My flight it's taking flight from Bolivia. That's correct. The passengers are taking flight. They have a travel, and the only experience is a travel. But down there, when they're flying over Bolivia, there is a flat surface.
Okay.
Yeah, so, the edges in a globe model are always the leading physical edge of the geometric curve. That's what you would be testing inside a globe. This leading physical edge.
Crit, you were looking something up, right? Did you find it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not sure where I got it. But I see what the problem with your question is that you're asking for some kind of edge. Because in your mind, you're visualizing disk in space. You see in your world, when you hear flat Earth, you've got a disk in space, like the third disk from the sun. You're ramming a flat Earth into a heliocentric worldview.
Okay, hold on. I'm sure you guys get a ton of shit. Okay, I'm sure most people. I would guess most people troll. Okay. Do you crit?
No, they don't troll because you can't troll a topic. You can't even say what it is. All they do is they dance.
No, you can.
How would they?
Trolls are going to be trolls.
How are you going to troll something you don't even know what you're talking about?
Just come in, spam the N-word, and leave.
Oh, but they do that. Okay, that's all channels then. What channel that doesn't happen then?
Yeah, the server is garbage.
Okay, so every single channel, people jump in there, yell the N-word, and leave. And you think that's specifically a flat Earth problem because...
Well, I'm guessing it's more prevalent here because it's a view that's less common.
Because the channel's the most popular channel on the server?
Yeah.
So the most popular channel on the server is to blame for why people jump into the channel and just yell the N-word.
No, I started the statement by trying to empathize with you, being like, I'm sure you guys get a lot of trolls.
Okay,
somehow you flip this as
there isn't any trolls here because they can't even tell you what it is. They come in here and say, "Hey, I want to troll flat Earth." Okay, how are you going to troll flat Earth? I'm just going to.
Do you think someone coming in here spamming the N-word and leaving? Do you think somebody coming in to say the N-word and leaving is trolling? Yes or no?
No, it's just being a dumbass.
Okay, we have different definitions, I guess.
To troll someone, you'd have to get inside their worldview. The best trolls, the victim doesn't even know they're being trolled.
Oliver, can I ask a question? Do you know the crit position?
I was trying to... hold on, 1 second.
Do you
think I'm...
You speak with Crit and me, but I want to know about Crit.
Yeah, go ahead, Sasha. You could. I take this one away.
Do you know the Crit position, Oliver?
Yes.
What is his position?
His position on
this topic.
Well, I'm assuming he's a flat earther.
Why?
Because this is the Flat Earth channel and he's been arguing on that side of the argument.
Why? Particularly?
Where are you getting at? I'm not sure.
Why? What is the Crit position? Why he think that Earth is not a globe?
I'm not sure which argument convinced him. Mathematical models, physics. I'm not sure.
what will every flat earther will speak about every time, every day, every second?
What?
What every flat earther will speak about every day, every second, what is important for him, what is the main thing he doesn't believe that Earth is a globe?
I don't know where you're getting at. I don't know.
When you will find out. When you will find out.
You want me to ask him which argument changed his mind, or what's the main motivator for him being here?
I want that you find out position of any people. For example, when you go to another place, when you ask questions, that means that you think that that person think like that. If you don't think that that person thinks like that, you need to first ask him question. What do you think? What is your position? I think the sky is green. I think that sun is triangle now. And then you will say, okay, Sasha thinks that sun is triangle. That is the main point.
I agree. And now,
now
you can try to go ahead.
Now would be this. What's this flat earther? What is their main point? Why they don't believe in globe? What's that?
Okay, so clarifying their position and asking them what brought them to change their mind are two different things. Do you acknowledge that?
I acknowledge. I know why they are thinking that Earth is not a globe. I want to know, did you acknowledge that?
That was not my... Sure.
Because if you acknowledge the position of some people, then you will know, okay, they think like this and they are thinking like this. Because when you're starting with the model, if you know, for example, you will, if you find out these people has no model, nobody of them.
Okay.
They're never claiming model. They're never complaining models.
Okay.
Now, now, for example, you will say, okay, I will not ask about models. I will ask about moon. Second wrong question, because they didn't claim anything about moon.
Right, you're impugning me for not clarifying his view, and now you're assuming my follow-up questions and trying to respond to them when I haven't even responded, correct? That's what you're doing right now to me.
Yeah, I wanted that you know the position of these people. If you know the position, then you will can argue with them. Okay, they think this, you know.
I think that's enough of this. Thank you for the chat, guys. I'll try again next time.
Yeah, take care. See you next time.
Take care.
Okay. My God,
that's tough.
What's that? I cannot believe this. Like, he's going and he needed to ask now, okay, great. I will ask Crit now. Crit, why you don't believe that is globe? Oh, this is because this is the main point. Okay, great. And then you will ask question about that. Why? Okay, you said because of curvature. What do you mean by that? And then you go. Because it's because of that. It's not because of models. But he wants to speak about models. And then you want to clarify. Okay, these people think this. Should we ask them about that then? No, let's ask them about Edge.
I think the problem was he was seeing a disk in space. Earth is a pizza or whatever planet, the third from the sun. And he wanted flat earthers to test the physical edge of that pizza planet. And if you don't do that, then he doesn't understand anything you're saying.
And I didn't want to speak now, Chris, for example. I wanted to lead him that he speak with somebody who wanted to answer him, okay, I am flat earther because of blah, blah, blah. And ask questions, you know. Find out why these people are here, you know. And then you will find out. And if you have a brain, you will realize, okay, this is retarded for me. This is so stupid. And you go away. Or you stay inside and say, okay, this is something interesting. I will ask this question. I want to know what they think about this. I want to know but not what you think about what you read something on internet. Ask them first, find out their position, and then you can ask all other questions.
No, you teach these people about models. If they don't know about models, you teach them. It's a learning moment. What they think, it don't matter.
Model, it's very easy. For example, you have a Porsche, and then you make a little small Porsche, you know. That's a model of the real Porsche. Then you go with the model and go to the near to the Porsche, and then you compare everything, and then you see that everything is the same. Then model it's working, the same like reality. In this case, we don't have that kind of thing that we can compare. We have a globe in the class, and we say, okay, this is the model, and this is the Earth, you know.
Yeah, I was looking for that GIF where it shows the globe and then flattens out to the AE projection. I'm not sure what I saved it as, but I just couldn't find it in time either.
Okay, he said that Google Maps is a globe map. Is that correct? And I'm opening now Google Map, and the Greenland it's the same size like Africa.
No, Google Earth. It's two different things.
Yeah, but we spoke about Google Maps, and I open now Google Maps, and the Google Maps Greenland is the same size like Africa. Greenland it's like 2 times bigger than Europe. We need 1 year to explore Greenland only, with all equipment. Why it's raining diamonds on Saturn? Can somebody answer? Of course that you don't know because you're a stupid flat earther, you know. If you know, you will study the astronomy, you will know that it's raining on Saturn and Jupiter diamonds. How you can have horizon on flat Earth? How you can have sunset on flat Earth? How you can have that flight on flat Earth? How you can have sea level on flat Earth? How you can have refraction on flat Earth?
I don't know why it's raining diamonds, but it is raining meatballs with or it's raining spaghetti with a slight chance of meatballs.
There
That's
you
not
go.
proven, but diamonds are proven.
That's a cartoon show from Pixar, Sasha.
Or make like this, find the 10 different documentaries about Mars, and you will find out that Mars has so different things, you know. Go on to Joe, how you can say, the different show, you know, different, who made different documentary, and you will find out that they are not the same things. They are not speaking about the same things. Every show has different things in, you know, they are exploring every day everything, you know. Different gases, different tornadoes, different storms in space, different, everything different. Ask people what is gravity. Every person and you will see that every person has different definition of gravity. Most of them, they don't have even. They start to explain. If you do this, then you. I don't understand these people because I came here, not here, but in of the topic flat earth. Let's see if this is so fucking retarded. Who the fucking this can think that earth is flat? That was my opinion. The same like this guy maybe. But I was wrong. I was listening. Okay, what the fuck? They are saying this is this. They are not saying nothing edge. Listen. If you are listening, not today, listen every day. You need to listen a lot of things, and then you will find out what is going on or not. You can still say, okay, fuck this. I knew it. It is retarded, and then you're okay, and go home and live your life, and everything is okay. There is some people think that is like, why you need to care even? Nothing dangerous there. Flat earthers for sure will not destroy this peace, harmony, and beautiful life in this moment.
The truth of flat Earth was revealed to me one morning when I was making pancakes. As I poured the batter over the skillet, I just realized, man, that looks like a flat Earth. I ate the pancakes and poured some syrup on it, and the revelation came true.
Amateur hour.
You cannot say flat if you didn't measure it.
Yeah, who's that? That was Wise. Who's that? Wise Ape.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't really work because Earth is, well, Kansas, which is on Earth, is flatter than a pancake. Here, there's the study right here. Simply put, our results show that Kansas is considerably flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, but it's not smooth.
That's not true. I've been to Kansas and I've shoveled the dirt. I've even called the government to get approval to because they didn't want me to shovel just anywhere. They said, "Oh, there could be a gas line in the middle of the field. You don't want to shovel there." So they thickened up the ground and let me shovel a few feet deep.
It's like 7 states that are flat.
Yeah, that's the best part. Kansas isn't even the flattest of the flat.
Right. It's like Florida is, right?
But it is thick. It's thicker than a pancake.
How many flat pieces of land does it take to make a ball?
There it is right there. Florida, the flattest state is Florida, Illinois, North Dakota, Louisiana, Minnesota, Delaware, then Kansas. So Kansas is already flatter than a pancake. Now compare Delaware, Minnesota, Louisiana, North Dakota, Illinois, and Florida. They're even flatter than that.
You cannot call that flat. It's not measured flat.
Like I love this article from Time Magazine where they talk about how the problems with the SLS. They said the SLS has stood towering over the flat landscape of Florida, like a monument to government failure. This 32 tall rocket just standing on Launch Pad 39B, towers over the flat Florida landscape. They must have. I guess the article writer here, Jeffrey Kluger, must have poured some pancakes that morning, and then maybe he stuck a fork in the pancake. He said, "You know what this looks like? This fork sticking out of my pancakes looks just like the SLS."
It was a special revelation. I know it to be true. I think everyone else is just suppressing the truth in their unrighteousness about the flatness of the world. I don't know why they like curves and stuff.
Well, it's not suppressed. Crit just told you. They know that several states in the US are flatter than a pancake. It's not suppressed. It's out there.
It's perverted.
No.
They start thinking about curves and stuff, and they get like start thinking about debauchery and all this stuff. You know, people who want a round Earth are just a bunch of fornicators. You know, that's my best guess.
Yeah, we got it, dude.
Interesting spiral.
And I know when you're flying out of Orlando, right? Like you can see clear across Florida from like coast to coast. It's like 360 miles wide, they say. But that's pretty wild. Like before you reach cruising altitude, you can see across the entire state.
Yeah. Yeah, you should listen to some of these globalists. Like the way they talk about women, like a woman will pass by or something, or even a guy, and they're like, "Man, look at that round." You know what they're about to say next, but they just suppress the truth in their unrighteousness about the flatness of this glorious plane that we live on.
I mean, these Globers have been going at it for years, and we get no headway whatsoever. They're absolutely paid off.
They just want to sin.
These Globers.
Like I can remember earliest childhood memories of like some authority figure was trying to tell me about the globe and the Earth being round, and I just thought, what? I mean, how old do they think I am?
Shit.
I felt really uncomfortable. I got out of there as quick as I could, but I had to wait for my mom to pick me up.
Damn, these authority figures. Yeah.
It stuck with me for my whole life. I was pretty traumatized by that.
Yeah. Probably got some kind of PTSD as well. Some anxiety. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I know. I couldn't let it go. That's why I'm back. I mean, that's why I'm here talking about it now.
Yeah. Makes sense, dude.
For me, it's Santa Claus. But that's a different story.
I mean, the way this instructor was showing me this round, I guess it was some sort of model. And she kept spinning it in her hands. I just wish I could forget.
Yeah. Serious stuff.
Yeah, it's a good thing you baked those pancakes and figured out the truth, eh? Why
And she would just like poke it and stuff and be like, "You are here," and I was like, I kind of felt upside down and flipped around, like the way she was just like handling the ball or the globe.
Balls.
Yes. Balls.
Come on, Globies. Take your mask off.
Yeah.
Stop pretending.
That's how that sounded. I wasn't going there, but yeah, it was an eye opener.
I bet.
It's an uncomfortable moment.
Do you have more pancakes to console yourself?
Pancakes are.
Imagine being a grown man on Discord and doing that.
Well, when I got a little older, I started playing billiards. So.
What? Billiards?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, how would pool?
Billiards.
I would those billiard balls across the flat plane of the table, and I would just be like, "Take that, take that, teacher," because they would just spin right over the flat plane, and I did that for a lot of years.
Without being able to pronounce that. Interesting.
Well, I played alone in my mom's basement.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't
hard to imagine.
Sounds like you've led a very sheltered existence.
Hey, Cyclone, do you remember that guy called was the pink pachyderm or the purple pachyderm? This is a couple years ago.
No, I don't know, sure.
Okay, he came from like another server, and we talked to him like in this VC check-in, and he just had all these questions for Flat Earth, and at one point he decided that we're all evolution denialists, and he's not going to be on any server that platforms evolution denialism. Does it sound familiar?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Was I in the chat?
What's that?
Was I in the chat?
Yeah, I think so. If I remember right, you were in there. Like he turned his camera on, and we were talking to him in VC check-in.
I can't place it. Oh, you think that's this guy?
Oh no, I was telling you a story. I ran into him again on another server. I haven't talked to this guy we haven't, like, it's been years. I mean, this is like 2000. I mean, way before 2020. Like I'm not sure exactly when, but it was a long time ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is like before, like I was just doing VC check-in. I had asked for help. I'm like, hey, I need a moderator here. This guy is just all over the place. He's not, I said, do you agree to follow the server rules? And he just would go on some random tangent. So I'd take the moderator, and so he came across another server. I totally forgot about this guy. It's a completely different server, nothing to do with Flat Earth or politics or anything. And he said, fuck. And I'm like, everyone's like, what? What's wrong? He's like, crits in this server? And then he just left. And he just left the server. I'm like, holy shit, dude. This is like 6 years ago. And you're like...
They're too funny, man.
I'm like trying to remember where... I was like, who is this guy? And finally I clicked on like our shared DMs. And I'm like, oh, okay. I remember this guy now.
A wounded Glober never forgets. That's what they say.
Which is funny too, because he called him, like, his handle's like the pink pachyderm. Which is like a type of elephant or whatever. Like the elephant never.
Oh, they're funny.
I bet the pure entertainment that globalists provide is just like, I mean, it's just a smile on my face. It's just like.
It is non-stop.
Like today, I wasn't even on. I was AFK, and I had just my DMs just flooded from dogs. Because I guess someone muted him. He thought it was me, like.
Yeah. The Globers get like one interaction. Some of the Globers only need one interaction with a Flat Earther online, and they spend the rest of their living days tiptoeing around the corridors of the internet, keeping an eye out at all times for Flat Earthers, no matter where they go. It's just like, oh, is there any Flat Earthers in here? Fuck, Crit's here. I'm leaving. I can't be in the same digital space. That's funny. And some of them just get so triggered, but they also realize, well, I can't make an argument for the globe. I don't know why I believe the Earth, the globe. I just believe the images and the videos and the stories. And then they come in and say things like, well, I made pancakes and it proved the Earth is the globe. I played Birds to prove the Earth is a globe. They come and say wild things like that. That's another form of a broken globie.
Well, it's getting worse because I think the globalists are trying to now they can distract us more than ever because they put out these videos and stuff of like maybe actual footage, right? But now they got the AI making like endless worlds and endless amounts of data for us flat earthers to have to comb through. And it's much simpler than that. You can just stop, make some pancakes, and feel the special revelation of the flatness of our shared reality.
So you're still a grown man believing in the space cartoons? Wow.
No, I'm saying that's a distraction that the globalists will keep pumping out, and I don't.
But you believe it. You believe it though.
They keep it keeps being ever so more convincing.
Yeah, you're convinced by every NASA cartoon that they present. You go, well, stupid flat earthers, here's the cartoons to prove it.
What, you think I'm trolling? I believe in the flat.
You're remedial, bro. You're remedial. I'm amazed that you've actually made it into adulthood.
Sounds personal.
Given that this is your level.
Well,
we can make pancakes.
Well,
you mean your mum made you pancakes and you decided that the earth was flat from your mum's pancake?
Is the distinction that important?
Shit, was that bit not real? Oh, he really fooled me.
I didn't actually pour it, okay? My mom poured it, but I was there. I saw the pancake flatten out.
Yeah.
You wouldn't let me touch the stove, you asshole.
Yeah.
What are they like, Jedi?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think we're stupid or something.
Wild.
Amusing. Not going to take it away. Very amusing.
Meanwhile, did Lockheed Martin just delay America's return to the moon?
Yep.
Until the problems are fixed, NASA will not be able to launch.
Who said that?
Motley Fool from Science.com.
Damn. There again. That's what happens when you've got a liberal government.
Or maybe when you put your defense. Oh, go ahead, Psycho.
I was going to say, well, that's what also happens when the Earth isn't actually a ball and you can't actually go to the moon. Sorry, carry on, Chris.
Yeah, or you have your defense contractor responsible for your peaceful endeavors. Like, hey, defense contractor, can you stop blowing shit up and build a peaceful rocket to explore the moon? What?
Which side did you say you want to bomb in?
Yeah, what side of the moon do you want bombing? We can bomb any side of the moon. Oh, we want you to put a capsule that'll carry people. Oh,
no,
what?
we just want to put down more seismologist bloody devices. We need to put more reflectors down. So you want 2 or 3 nukes?
We need to put more reflectors on the moon so we can see it better at night. It's brilliant.
Didn't they just delay it recently anyway? Didn't they say it was like, well, they pushed it back from 2024 to 2026 recently? Are you saying this is even further away?
This is further. Yeah, this is another kick.
Oh my God, Globies. Change your calendars. They had it all written down.
Well, there again, look at India. India and China. They landed one last week or the week before, didn't they?
Did they? How'd you know that?
It was on the news. India or China landing some on it. So yeah, looks like the space race is back.
Do you believe everything you hear on the news, my friend?
No, my friend. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal, unfortunately.
Okay, so why'd you believe that?
Because I saw it on the news.
Wow, sounds like a bit of a contradiction.
What news are you watching? Well, one sec, I'll get the proof. Unfortunately, you see what I say, I come back up with facts.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. It could be on the news, but I'm asking how do you know that means it's real?
Fair point. Why do you? Are you a flat earther?
I guess you can think of me as that if you like. Whatever that means to you. I annoy globe earthers, if that's what it means.
Okay. So don't you think we're a globe? What do you think we are then?
There is no globe.
What do I think I am?
No, the Earth is it not a globe?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what is it then?
Measurably stationary and horizontal, not curving, not ball, but measurably flat and stationary.
Yeah, it seems to be a topographical plane that isn't moving anywhere.
Right, okay, so if that's the case, how do planes go around?
What?
They fly over the top of them.
Yeah, how do planes circle around north? How do you think they circle around north?
No, I mean, if it's not a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we navigate going east to west around north, then you don't need the floor to be curving. You just need a central point to circle around. Do you know what a compass is?
Yeah.
Good. So you understand that the compass points to magnetic north, correct? Yes?
Yeah.
Good. And east to west is a circle around that magnetic point, correct? Yeah. No.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm just remembering my geography.
Okay, cool. So you know that east and west is a circle around a point. Now you can walk in a circle on a flat surface or a curved surface, correct?
Correct.
Good. So the Earth is flat and circumnavigation is a circle, east or west around north. Did your brain? You okay? And I'm mind blowing, right?
No, I'm trying to get your logic.
Cheers, buddy. I appreciate that.
Finally, somebody.
Welcome to Flat Earth, I guess.
No, I'm not. I'm not a flat earther. Let's get that straight.
It's all right, buddy.
Why are you not
flat earther? Get it straight, buddy. What's wrong with that? Are you saying there's something wrong with being a flat earther? Are you marginalizing me and my friends?
Oh no, that's TOS. You know that, right?
It's called freedom of speech.
Yeah, are you able to like marginalize people who you think are not straight if they're a flat earther?
No freedom of speech here, mate.
We're a protected minority. How dare you?
Yeah.
You're British, right? Because I'm American.
You're not American.
I'm so confused right now. What part of America do you hail from by Northern English?
You're about as American as a toad in the hole.
You sound like a Northern Frank Butcher. What are you talking about?
I've heard him before. I think he said he lived in America, but he definitely didn't come from America.
Fair enough. If you live in America, mate.
Yeah, correct. I live over here.
Awesome.
I'm in Florida.
Whoa, well, you're just in time. We just discussed that Florida is the flattest state in all of America. Did you know you were living in the flattest state in America?
How is my state the flattest state in Florida? Explain that.
How is your state the flattest state in Florida? What?
Crit, do you want to repeat it? You had it up earlier.
Florida is the state in America, not the state of the state.
Remember my theory yesterday about the more flat the terrain is, the more just fucking freaky they are. Like Florida, this is Florida man, and like the other guy who's from Denmark. Like a lot of Danish like anti-flat earthers. Like because I was saying that like Denmark or the Netherlands is like Florida Man for Europeans.
Yes.
The flattest place in England is Norfolk, and Norfolk is where they think everybody commits incest.
Oh, hey!
Oh, give me a break! Norfolk's the military base. RAF Norfolk.
Yeah, but those people are coming there like they're soldiers, you know, they're coming to the base, right? The people that the natives, the people that like live there, all fuck their siblings. Yeah. I used to live next to Norfolk and they were like strange people, I'll definitely say that.
They're very odd around here, I ain't gonna lie. They're fucking odd.
Oh, do you live in Norfolk?
Yeah, did you not hear me jump up and down saying I live in Norfolk, you fucking idiot?
Oh dear.
It's alright, I haven't always lived here. I lived in Kent for like 40 odd years of my life.
Oh, I see. So you live around the mutants.
Yeah, I came up here to see how flat it was and I couldn't get back. Yeah.
It's like that skit from was it the cartoon with the old guy and the young kid? Rick and Morty. Where like at one time he leveled something and says, "Do you want to experience true level?" You know?
Oh yeah. So Scott McHarris, are you still confused as to how Florida's the flattest state in America?
Well, one sec.
I think it's interesting that Florida's the flattest state in America because most of it's fucking water.
I see where you're going now, yeah.
So the water, Everglades swamps, makes Florida the flattest state in America because they measured the water, the swamps, and it's flat.
How high is Florida?
How high? Fucking high, probably. Marijuana laws. I don't know, but if you think about the Everglades, that's sea level.
I mean high as in from the ground.
Not very high.
About tree fitting? Scott, I just posted you the Atlantic article, Technology Science. Several US states led by Florida are flatter than a pancake. So where you are, Scott McHarris, is the flattest of the pancake states. And you still haven't figured out that the world's not a ball? Are you serious?
I just drove across South Florida and the highest point was 138 feet in elevation. That's it. I live at 0 and you go from 0 to 138 back to 0.
That's one flat state.
Well, you can have all entire state flat on the sphere.
Yeah, what do you think, Scott McHarris? Is it just a really flat bit of the sphere? Or what?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, why sphere doesn't curve in Florida?
They're saying the Earth's a ball, but Florida and all those other states are flatter than a pancake.
Man, you're a flat earther because your part doesn't curve.
No, I'm not a flat earther. We're a curve.
You are, man. Look, the science is telling that your land doesn't curve.
Yeah, you moved to the flattest place in America. You're a flat earther. You're a flat American.
Flat Floridian.
You're a flat Floridian at the very least. Yeah, exactly, Sasha. Can you at least admit that, Scott? You're a flat Floridian.
Well, no, not really, because I've got a dual nationality.
You what? Say that again.
Got dual nationality.
Well said.
Still, one more time.
One more time.
Dual nationality. British and American.
Dual nationality. Okay. So you're a dual national flat Floridian.
Whenever you need to get a translate for you. Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
This guy's kind of proven to me that maybe the Department of Defense should bomb the Crown.
Hey.
Well, Charles won't be on the throne for long. Our king, he'll be gone shortly. That's for sure.
Whoa. Easy, Scott. You trying to get us taken down or something?
No, it's got freedom of speech.
None of these Guy Fawkes schemes here, please. We're just here to discuss how flat Florida is.
Freedom of speech? What do you think this is, America?
Yeah, where do you think you are, bro? You come into the flat earth gulag. You left your rights at the door. Now, so come on, Scott, tell us really, why do you believe you live on a spinning ball?
He watched it on TV.
Why? When I look up through my telescope.
What?
You see balls?
How does he get on in America? I've got to know what his daily life is like.
Like him and the Deep Southers just not understanding each other.
Just poor man's going to start.
So you look up through your telescope, and then what?
Obviously, see stars.
You see balls.
Yep. I see stars.
If I take telescope, can I see stars?
No. See balls.
I like it when we ask people, how do you know the Earth is a ball? And the very first thing that they do is get an optical device and look away from the fucking thing we're asking them about. We're asking them about the Earth, not the furthest thing away from the Earth.
Yeah, not just the opposite direction, but as far in the opposite direction as they can reasonably achieve. That's what they go for.
What do you think about Manchester United? Look, Chelsea looks very good.
So, do you think if those researchers from the universities who said Florida's the flattest state in America, do you think if they'd started getting their telescopes out and looking at the stars, they would have reconsidered their position?
There are some flat earth scientists. They are not real
ones. No real.
Yeah.
Hey guys, this you measure Florida to be flat, but look at the balls up there, guys. Come on.
It was on the news, man. It was on the news. They said that Florida is most flat country in the U.S.
And then they looked at the sky. They saw the balls in the sky, and then they were like, "Yeah, it's not flat anymore."
It was on the news. They showed also the video, and it looks flat.
Yeah, but that was Croatia news that you saw.
No, man, I watched CNN. The same one where they show the Japanese going to space, to the moon.
You can't take it serious.
What the fuck? They showed that in school of my daughter live. My daughter came from the school and said, "Daddy, we watched the launch to the moon from Japan." Okay, great. How? Why would they lie?
Why? Because it's called gravity.
What's it
called? Gravity? What's that?
What's that?
Which is what we have in space.
We have gravity in space. What?
I think he said in spades. He has it in spades.
Oh, sorry, dude. Spades. Gotcha.
Well, I'm playing gin, so your spades don't count.
BRB, alright.
Yep, definitely.
Where's all our usual globe Earth fluffers gone?
Fluffers.
They're like the guys who hang out. They're like the guys who hang about in between the scenes to say, "Earth's a globe. Look at the triangle." They're the globe Earth fluffers.
Yeah, it's like they're not even throwing the life. Like, here's a guy who literally could use a life jacket, and they're just like, "I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing to say here."
It's like Troll Team 6. There's a glober going down. Send a fluffer in to get him back up. Fucking brilliant.
Florida is the easiest place to become a flat earther. You get to see how flat it is, and then you get to watch the rockets come back down right in the water. It's crazy.
There's something in the water in Florida.
Yep, stay out, okay? Everyone stay out, because there's a bunch of crazies down here. This place is disgusting. There's alligators everywhere, panthers. You don't want to be here, Florida, man.
It's like I saw this photo the other day where it's like some dude who was like nude fishing, like off a dock, and there's like police officers just surrounding him, and he's like, "No fucks given," you know. And the caption said, "Okay, there's no way of knowing for sure this is Florida, but you know it's Florida."
Well, you're not allowed to harass a fisherman in Florida, so that guy had his rights intact. Sometimes the nude beach, has the best fishing. I don't know, it's hard to deal with that.
Well, liberals.
What you said about liberals?
Who we got in there?
Not in Florida.
What's a liberal?
Well, a Democrat supporter or a British Labour supporter.
You don't support Labour?
UK, Labour, America, Conservative.
Yeah, so you don't support Labour?
Hell yeah.
Oh, you do support Labour?
Yeah. Sooner we get them back in office, sooner the better.
The Labourers are back in office? When did Labourers ever become a politician?
I wonder about Labour. Labour.
Oh, like giving birth. Okay.
So the Labour Party. The Labour Party.
Yeah, I know. Jesus. Like,
I feel like you're bullying him.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He does.
Come on, Scott. We need to get a globe proof out of you one of these days.
If no one's talking about anything, Cyclone.
Yes.
Okay.
No, shoot. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, so you had that conversation with Jackal the other day, right? About the because he sent me the proof for light being able to bend over an obstruction, an object, right? Meaning that that the mirage thing could be real. What argument did you have against that?
Hey, keep it family friendly.
Well, I asked him to tell us what the conditions were and if they were analogous to what could be given over the Earth's surface, like in the observation, and he couldn't tell me.
So who finds that out?
Well, it's his thing, so presumably him.
Yeah, no, but I'm asking, do you think that would be substantive enough to be globe proof?
No, absolutely not. Is there a curve in that?
Well, yeah, that would be a curve. That's the point.
Well, it's a plank of wood, wasn't it? Wasn't it a plank of wood? Wasn't it a plank of wood?
It was a curved piece of wood.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was the idea of the experiment.
Well, listen, think about it. Even if what they were saying was true, and you're extending back the geometric horizon, if there's an obstruction, if there's something behind that obstruction, then that should move in unison with it, right? So we should be seeing the horizon, say we're seeing it at 10 miles in the Black Swan, we should see the oil rigs have been optically moved back too, still behind the obstruction, but further away. But that's not what we're seeing. So why is it that the horizon's jumping way back, but the physical objects that it's supposed to be in front of are appearing in front of it? That would assume that the light from the oil rigs and the light from the horizon is traveling at different speeds. And somehow it's making optically look like the obstruction is behind the thing that it's actually obstructing.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'll ask him about it next time I see him. Is he here at the moment? I don't know. No, he's not here.
He is usually on fluffer duty, but he's been quite quiet. The Globies are getting limp.
He's I think the last conversation I had with him, he was telling me there was some person called Bev who had flat earth proof, and he's going to get another friend of ours to take it to university with him. Yeah.
Yeah, he loves Bev. He's always talking about Bev.
Who is Bev?
Some guy in England who doesn't believe in the ball, but he gets upset at the term flat. So he's kind of in this awkward in-between stage. Well, because he's saying we have topography. I won't go into his argument, but yeah, he disagrees with the term flat in terms of flat earther, and he thinks it's misleading to say.
The correct term from FE Jedi, the horizontal stationary topographical plane Earth.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a semantical argument. It's pretty much a semantical argument, but it does trigger the Globers a lot. So sometimes it's interesting to listen to when they get triggered, but then he starts going off on flat earthers and being like, "It's not flat though, is it?"
Yeah, like, we're trying to deceive people because we forgot about mountains. Yeah, that's the game.
I agree. However, Cyclone, would you agree with me that you should suffer from flat ardation?
Okay, we've got our latest fluffer. We've got our latest.
I remember
fluffer.
you. Okay. Where the fuck is that guy? Who just spoke? Who just spoke?
It's Peanut Butter.
The guy who cried to Doobie for an hour about this channel.
Oh yeah, there was like a town hall on this server where the server owner was taking questions, and this guy was crying for about an hour, saying that we should be shut down because we're misinformation. And Doobie basically told him, "Stop being a bitch. If you can't argue with them, if you can't beat their arguments and it's upsetting you, stop joining their channel." But he doesn't. He joins every day to fluff.
He used to
Would you agree you suffer from flat ardation?
You used to come to clown school all the time. Why do you care if people take the server seriously?
Exactly. Why do you fucking care? Like, go outside.
Why? Because we're right.
Yeah.
So guys, I just developed a vaccine for flat ardation. It's $20,000. It's available on all health insurance.
You can't talk about that. Do you remember? Medical stuff is not part of the server.
Scott.
Yeah, so he's upset that he says we're peddling misinformation, and that's what he's coming.
It's an educational vaccine. It's not a medical vaccine.
Okay, Peanut Butter. That's very funny.
We're trying to get the cost down, but we need some human trials.
Everyone's
we need some people for human trials.
Can you try another joke?
This
one was the best joke. Can you try another one?
Hold on. Everyone's impressed with your humor skills, Peanut. My sides are splitting. But let's hear your best globe proof. Just to make sure we are misinformation, like you said.
Just as one human being to another, if your sides are splitting, please visit the doctor quickly.
Come on, just try it. Just try it. One globe proof. Let's hear it. Because we're misinformation, right? So, one globe proof should be easy.
I like peanut butter and my flatbread.
Oh, wow. Be quiet now.
I think there's somebody in this house talking to him.
It's his mum saying, "Is that you on the computer again? The doctor said you're not allowed on the internet anymore."
You may be projecting, sir, but I have a vaccine. Don't worry about it.
Hey, peanut butter.
Do you have that one globe proof, though?
Peanut butter, please accept my friend request.
Everybody calm down. Just calm down.
Hey, calm down, Cyclone.
I just remember you from clown school, and I haven't seen you in ages, and I want to have you on my friend list so that I can see you again.
Which medicine is helping for realizing that water is curving or not?
Peanut butter.
Okay.
Peanut butter, please.
Because it goes in flat bread.
On the bread or with the bread? Okay.
It has to be flat. If it's not flat, it doesn't work.
With the gluten or without gluten?
Flat gluten.
Don't worry about it, guys. I've got the vaccine, guys. Don't worry about it.
Peanut butter, add me back, please.
Womp womp.
I haven't felt as amazing cyclone. This is so upsetting.
I was saying, if you eat butter with the bread without gluten, that you can realize if water curving or not.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, let's go to shop. I don't have it home.
Yes.
Do any of you guys like trivia?
Citizens of Flatardia, I have a cure.
It's peanut butter bread, flat bread.
You have a cure. Is it that any tip?
I have a cure for your flatardation.
Hey, you know what?
Don't say it again
anymore.
Don't say it again. No medical advice on this channel. Say it again, you're out.
That peanut butter guy sounds like a scammer. Sounds like one of scammer that calls me almost every day.
We don't
peanut butter. Just to confirm, peanut butter. If you don't have any globe proof, deflect immediately.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over your flatardation. Can you repeat it, please?
Okay, there we have it.
Peanut butter, please add me.
But I know how to pronounce retardation.
Why?
Because I'm clever.
Peanut butter, please add me.
Oh.
Thank you.
Peanut butter, can you be my friend too?
I think you guys doing like Indian accents and like making fun of him for being Indian isn't very kind, and you should stick to the flat Earth stuff, okay?
Yes.
Guys, let's act
we
our
tried.
age.
We didn't have anything.
Guys, let's act our age and stop trolling.
Guys, $10 an hour for the flatardation human trials. Just saying.
No peanut butter for you, my friend. You can only have the flat bread, no peanut butter.
Okay, Scott. Let's help us keep it on track. Can you bring up a topic for the globe? What makes you think you live on a?
Oh yeah, but what's it one? I've got a good one that I want you to try and debunk, but unfortunately I've got to go and eat my tea. BRB.
Okay. What tease?
But yeah, I've got a good one that I want you to try and debunk. BRB.
Can't wait. Enjoy.
But you see, the one that I've got, you won't be able to debunk it. So yeah.
I bet. Bulletproof, I'm sure.
What, are you a fly earther?
Oh, we already went through this, Scott. 5 minutes ago.
Are you a short memory earther, Scott?
I'm a globe evidence searcher.
I like that one.
I'm not very good because I haven't found any.
I'm globe evidence searcher. I like that one.
Short memory earther.
You're practically not interested in flat Earth. You're only researching the globe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You cannot question the globe if you're not flat earther.
Yes.
No, you cannot. You must first become flat earther, then you question the globe.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes, no.
Yes.
Is that all left for the globe darts? Just Florida guy?
Yes.
Flat peanut butter? Pizza?
Only yes left.
Is that it? And my. Peanut butter is flat?
Did I miss anything good?
Yeah, Vector's flipping out.
Leia. See, Leia's under the impression like somehow they're being trolled by Flat Earth. And you ask Leia, okay, inside your worldview, are you part of the conversation at all? And she's like, no. And like, well, how can it be a troll to you if it doesn't include you to begin with? Where is you and not you at the same time? And then she'll go on and on about Jesus and space and stuff and space travel in America. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake.
And there's the money shot.
Did you see Matt Nuclear did a name change?
Yeah, he's Santiago to Sydney. Right.
Oh, their account. They're no longer Matt Nuclear. It's just like Kennedy.
Oh, is that Matt Nuclear changed his name to?
Yeah, I guess he dropping the skit. See,
his PFP now is Professor Dave.
Yeah,
so he's all in.
I actually took a photo of that because I thought it was so funny. It was like,
I know.
Spot a Globetard account.
Leia, I've never blocked you. What are you talking about? Did you unblock me? What the hell are you talking about? Oh my god, that's so good. That's so good. It's so funny too, like the sus, like the Among Us, like sus figure. Like it just
yeah, all of it together is just a peach.
Yeah, it's just like this is just too good. Oh man, that's a great grab. That belongs in Golden Globies.
Yeah, that's true. I should post in the Globies.
Is this map that Matt Nuclear's dropped? His route from Santiago to Sydney. Is that what he thinks is like his golden goose? It's like, look at this, flat earthers, you can't get out of this shit. Is this it?
2 points in
that's
the
what
distance.
I assumed. I think when I looked at it.
The one time when I talked to him, he had said that he likes Professor Dave because Professor Dave debunks Flat Earth with science. And like the video he linked was debunking Flat Earth without science. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why? Why would you say you like him because he does it with science, and then the video you link is debunking Flat Earth without science? And when you click on the video, it's just a spurg about the moon.
How come Dr. Reverend Esquire is muted? Did someone mute him?
Yeah, that's Evans, right? Is that Rich Evans?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did something pretty cringe this morning. I can't remember what it was though.
What's up, Rev? You there? Dr. Reverend? I guess he's just another one who wants to see us remain at #1 server activity.
Guess so. Cheers, man. Thank you for your presence.
Yeah, well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, I'm going to have to ask the question again. Why is Vector muted?
Pretty funny how I've been suppressed since yesterday, but Crit says I said something today. That's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, you guys kind of blend in. It's all just like a big doll that you pull the string, and then you say something, and then it's like maybe it was in text chat where you type in text chat.
What am I going to say next?
You just go refraction and then gravity over and over again, or you can say you won something and be like, "What did you win?" And you won't be able to say what you won. And somehow getting muted is a win when this channel almost every second that we're broadcasting is accounted for. If you look at the numbers, there are literally people talking at the same time in this channel. So you talking here is like a privilege, meaning that you should take it seriously. And when you get a chance to talk, make it quick, concise, and to a point. But you don't really have anything to say, and you want to say something at the same time. This is a contradiction.
What I would like to say is it's hilarious how some flat earthers will use the term troll arbitrarily just to like disengage with a conversation.
All right, you're done.
Troll.
Yep. He loves it and he hates it at the same time.
Great.
Dude, it's like you give a chance. He's like, here's a platform. You can talk in the most popular channel on the server. What do you have to say? Flat Earth, I'll get off my lawn. Like, holy shit. Like, fuck. Oh, that's even better. He flipped it upside down.
Flat Earth seems to bring the Karen in out in the mall, really. That's all
yeah, which is odd. Because the globe model has baked in explanations on how not to Karen.
You want to give him another chance to stick to the server topic since there's no other Globers in?
Yeah, I suppose. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah,
do you have anything to say at all?
Oh, tons.
No.
That's about the topic or not the topic?
What's the topic?
Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, there's tons.
We're all ears. What you
did
got?
You want to hear them?
I guess that's what the silence was.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting. So you unmute someone, you say, here, you got a chance to talk, and he asks you. Okay, let's adjudicate that. Run this through
I
your
don't know what
worldview.
you mean by flat Earth. So, do you want to explain it?
Okay, so how are you going to talk about it if you don't know what it is?
Yeah, you're right. You should explain it.
Oh, good grief. Just say you won, and we'll put you on mute, and then we'll just move on.
Well, I mean,
usually when you win, you don't have to say that you won.
Do you have something that you want to disagree with us on? That you've got some evidence to the contrary for the globe or something? You got anything
No,
like
how
that?
could I have evidence for the contrary when I don't know what I'm being contrary to?
Well, we're saying the Earth's not a spinning ball in a vacuum.
And I'll say the Earth is not an ice cream cone.
Okay.
Do you agree with that one?
Well put.
Does that?
Did we find something we
Yes, I
agree
would
on?
say it's not. Yeah, I would say
Okay,
I don't think it's an ice cream cone.
See, baby steps, guys.
Well, is that really the level of steps we need to take? Can you not just tell us it's a globe because or whatever?
Oh, I could.
Okay, cool. Let's hear it.
Sorry, I can, but is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, sure.
What kind of evidence were you looking for?
What kind you got?
Fuck it, I don't want evidence anymore. I want proof.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a video by a quite talented young chap who made an entire video about the proof for the flat Earth. So we could just go through that. Or proof for the globe, rather. The proof for the globe.
Right. Okay. Sure. Okay. Pick his best point. Tell us what it is.
The fact that pilots utilize the what's the word I'm looking for? The
Great circle.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You.
Yeah, it comes right.
Right. Okay. So you guys believe the Earth is flat, right?
Yes. Well, belief would be maybe not the best word, but we'll go with it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So if the Earth's so, explain to me then how it is that when a boat sets off from a dock and goes out into the sea, you can't see it because under your assumption, okay, if the Earth's flat, and I've just checked it out on some of your Earth flat movement videos on YouTube about I want you to debunk how a boat goes out, can't be seen.
Disappears from the bottom up.
Okay. Jedi, you want to take the boats?
Right. Okay. So, why do you think that we can't see the bottom of the boat anymore?
Because it's not because it's that far out. It's because obviously the Earth's round.
Okay, so you think because the Earth is round, the roundness of the Earth, the curvature, is obstructing our view of the bottom of the boat and eventually the entire boat because the physical Earth curve is in the way, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. So this is a claim to geometry. The physical Earth obstructing our view of things at a distance over that curve. Now, to figure out where that curve is, it's a mathematical calculation away. For example, if we're a 6-foot observer standing at the beach, the geometric horizon should be 2.9 miles away, 3 miles, keep the numbers simple. This is based on the radius of the Earth and your altitude above that curved surface and the tangent line drawn from your eyes to intersect with that curved surface at distance. That calculation is 1.225 miles multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, for example, if you're a 1-foot observer, the square root of 1 is 1, and you times that by the distance 1.225, and you get a geometric horizon for a 1-foot observer at 1.225 miles away. Same with the 6-foot observer. Now, if we're told that you can't see the bottom of that boat, or we can't see it because of physical Earth curve, then the physical Earth curve must appear, if it's physical, in that geometric location. Do you see the image that I posted at 52 minutes past the hour in the side chat? If you don't, can you go to it, please?
Yeah, sure.
Let me know when you see it. Right at the top it says, "Where's your horizon?"
What time was it posted?
52 minutes past the hour. By Effie Jedi. I've posted 2 images, so I want you to look at the top one.
Alright, one sec. Yeah, got it, go ahead.
Cool. So we see the bottom of 6 wind turbines. They are at known distances from the observer, from left to right, spanning from 8 miles to 11.2. The observer's height, let me just look, I've got my glasses on. The camera was 3.25 feet above the surface of the water. That means we should have a geometric horizon at 2.21 miles from the observer. In this observation, can you tell me, please, where the horizon, where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky, appears to you in relevance to the distance markers, the wind turbines? For example, is the horizon in front of them? Is it in between one or two of them? Or is it beyond the wind turbines? Where's the horizon, mate? Are you looking closely? Are you dead? Blink twice if you need help.
When you say horizon, what do you mean by a horizon?
Where the surface of the Earth, in this case the water, appears to meet the sky.
Right, I think I see what you're saying. So, in other words, if I was stood at a dock, for example, looking at a boat going out, the horizon would be the point that boat leaves the horizon.
Yes.
So the horizon, in this instance, and can be demonstrated multiple times, is the limitation of your view. You will always see a horizon using an optic. For your eyes, for example, it's the limitation of your view. You get binoculars out, there's new horizon. P900, camera, zoom in, there's
You're
horizon.
Right, got you.
Yeah. So
with the telescope.
So when we're told that we can't see the bottom of that boat because of the Earth curve, the horizon that should be at that mathematical location is obstructing our view, then we just show you that the horizon is the limitation of your view. And the reason why a boat on the surface, or indeed a car on the surface of a road for that matter, or anything that merges with a surface with distance, you will not be able to resolve the bottom of that object. As I've displayed for you in the bottom 2 photographs looking down a corridor with 2 cameras at different altitudes above that flat surface. In the first image, I think it's on the left-hand side, where the camera is placed on the floor, you can't see down the entirety of the corridor. There's a light at the end. You can only see that light when you increase your angle of view above that surface and the light appears. The reason why you couldn't see that light is because it was close to the surface. It occupied the narrowest angle of view horizontally, right? So your eye can't resolve that angle. So when we're told that we can't see a boat, one reason is just perspective. A second reason would be because we're looking through the atmosphere at 5-10 miles, whatever it is. That's going to cause the light to deviate from a straight path slightly, especially across the thickest part of the atmosphere above the water as it's evaporating at temperature. So the reason why things appear to disappear from bottom up is optical. It's either because of perspective or some form of refraction, but not Earth curvature. I hope you understood that, man.
Yep.
See, Cyclone's posted another image as well, 57 minutes past the hour. Clearly, we see a horizon beyond the oil rigs. Using the mathematics, it's beyond the geometric location. You will always see a horizon when you use an optic across water. Always.
We cannot see infinite distances.
Because obviously, if we were, then someone from the UK would be able to see East Coast.
A distance of 3,000 miles. Do you think that we have an optic with an aperture that we can get from, I don't know, Amazon, for example?
I'm just saying in general. Just going off his last comment.
Yeah, he's saying we wouldn't be able to see because we can't see anything.
Yeah,
so you understand the point, Scott. So we're saying we see further than the globe model says we should, but that doesn't mean that we can see forever.
Yeah.
And why can't we see forever?
Why'd you think?
Yeah, think it out.
I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking.
Well, think. How about come to think it out? Why can't you see forever?
It's not my.
Start looking at.
It's because the Earth's curved on my position.
We can't see forever because the Earth is curved.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
Do you think
but
that
why is it under your model?
So test that. Test the idea.
Why do you think we invented things like binoculars?
To see further.
Cool. And then telescopes?
To see further.
High-powered zoom
space.
Well, yeah, but we can use them horizontally. High-powered zoom cameras?
To take photos from far away.
Yeah. So we understand.
Don't an answer to a dumbass question that you asked.
The limitation to our view is optical. Yeah, I'll say it again. The limitation to our view is optical. Every single time we build a new optical device, it has a limitation. The reason why we can't see far is because we have a limitation to optics. It's not because of physical Earth curvature, because we'd stop inventing stuff because shit, we can't see past that. So what's the point of building an optic?
So you're saying you could hypothetically make a camera that could see like across the entire Atlantic Ocean.
Where's the curve of the Earth that you're talking about? How about show that? Don't worry about cameras or seeing too far. So if
don't
I
worry
look
about the
out,
thing that he asked me. I have to now do what with the conversation? This is very confusing. You're not making much sense there, Crit.
Says man,
yeah, you just said that you can't see further because there's a curve of the Earth blocking your way. Is that a hump of Earth?
But that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense because in the image with the oil rigs, if it was the curvature, then that horizon would be in front of the oil rigs.
How were the oil rigs measured? The distance?
Google Maps, dude.
Those are known distances.
Google Maps.
They are known distances, and I would say we should address the old man because his time is short, and this guy can wait.
Ominous but true. Yeah, Scott. Sorry. Let's move back to you, Scott. Do you have any more? What were your thoughts? We're showing you that the horizon isn't where the globe model says it should be. So, what are your thoughts on that? He's tucking into some gator right now.
Yeah, he's getting chased by an alligator. Yeah.
Word of advice, man. Don't try and hide behind the curve. It's not there.
So with us, Scott?
Don't try to hide on the underside either.
Underside? My goodness me. It's an interesting story and he's going to build. Go on then. What? Underside?
The criminal underground.
He thinks people are rappelling down the sides of the Earth.
I mean, to be fair, that would be one interesting bungee ride if you could do that. But hey.
Yeah.
So you think it's a disc in space or something?
I don't know. He's refused to continue building his straw man.
I don't know what it is.
Oh wow.
No clue. Nothing at all.
He knows it's not an ice cream cone.
Oh yeah, he knows that.
I know it's not round because when I put a ball on the ground, it stays flat and it doesn't roll.
Wow. Do you live alone?
No, I live with my girlfriend.
And she hears you having these So does she hear you having
I
these
have
conversations?
I have a vacation day that I needed to use before the end of the first quarter, so I took a vacation day. She's actually at work.
What does your girlfriend think about these conversations that you're having when she hears you talking like that?
She usually laughs because she's a big fan of my voices.
Okay.
To be fair, I did like your last one. It made me laugh. I'm gonna lie, that was funny.
Well, thanks for being honest.
You're all right. Don't have
You need to try that. Be honest sometime.
She's a strong woman, obviously.
Are cakes honest? Are cakes honest, Radwin?
Are cakes honest? Wow.
Yes, they don't tell a lie.
What if I wrote the Earth is an oblate spheroid on a cake? Would you then believe it?
Is that what made you believe it?
It sounds like it. He doesn't like
sounds like it would convince
you. He doesn't like that cakes don't bake themselves, so
yeah, right.
So things have to blow up from nothing and turn into everything created that way.
So do you think God put like the entire universe into an oven?
This is deep. Look, I hope your girlfriend's really low, bro.
Is that Big Bang? That's the Big Bang theory? By the Catholic
I'm
Church?
asking Radwood what he thinks, because obviously if a cake needs a baker, then a universe needs a baker. So
wait,
yeah, that's what the Catholic Church said.
Wait. Are you saying the cake doesn't need a baker?
Well, no, cakes are recipes that require a person to make them, but the analogy is disanalogous in that we have no evidence that this entirety of existence is a creation.
Right. But just so we're clear, you agree cakes need to be baked by a baker?
As far as I know, yeah.
You sure about that?
Well, I'm sure someone who doesn't label themselves a baker could still make a cake, but they are in the act of making.
That'd be a verb.
That's more of a semantic dispute.
Is that baking something? Is that a verb or a noun?
Sorry, buddy. You gotta do your homework by yourself. I can't keep helping you.
Do you know what the ontological
primitives are? Sorry, go on, Dada.
Do you know what the ontological primitives are?
Ontological primitives, huh?
Yes.
What they are?
Ontological primitives are?
No, I don't know what they are. Please demonstrate them to me.
Okay, so when we're talking about creation and answering those questions, what we end up with is two choices. It's a dichotomy. When we're answering the question, how did everything get here then? Two choices. First choice, it was created intelligently. We can demonstrate all day long, even with the analogy of a cake, to have something there, it needs to be created. Second choice, cake baked itself. Nature sprang into existence for no apparent reason whatsoever and created everything, including sentient life, to then ask the question, how the fuck did we get here then? So you've only got two choices when answering this question. The problem is, you can only scientifically demonstrate that things spring into existence through intelligent means. For example, things like code, instructions to carry out, the language to carry out instructions and then perform those instructions. So you need intelligence for that. But the ontological primitive states, you've got two choices. If you ask the question how something was created, but we can only scientifically demonstrate that intelligence creates. No one's been able to observe something spring into existence for no apparent reason.
So you're mixing up ontology and epistemology, because what you had said was a dichotomy actually has a third answer, because you're talking about the claims of knowledge of an individual person, not the current state of affairs. It is a true dichotomy that either the universe was created or the universe was not created. But when we are talking about a position that we hold, there is the third position of not being sure.
Really?
Or
What is the antecedent of information?
That's weird.
Yeah, hold on, Sasha.
That's weird that you say that you've only got two choices, and then you turn around and say, well, I don't know which one of these two choices to pick, so I'll step out of this
from
debate.
an absolute certainty perspective, right? Like ontologically, it's either the case that everything was created or it was not created. That is a true dichotomy. But you had started this by saying, when we say that a cake has to have a baker, that it's like you can say the universe required a creator, or you could say that it doesn't require a creator, but you can also say I don't know if it requires a creator. All three of those are perfectly fine. But it's not ontologically the case, unsure. There is no third option ontologically, but epistemologically, as you're saying, in terms of we've never seen a demonstration of this, that's talking about epistemology, not ontology.
That's fair. I agree with that.
Could I quickly just ask? Sorry, Jedi. Can I quickly just get a quick question in? So, are you saying your position is that you agree that the cake needs to be created and baked, but you don't think that the universe did? Is that fair?
Absolutely. I don't have any evidence as to point me towards the universe having been created.
Okay. So cakes need to be created, but the universe didn't. What makes you separate those two things in principle? Why does
cakes are an item or piece of food that is created by humans? We have documentation of people showing how to create cakes. We understand that this is a human creation. There's nothing to indicate that cakes come from anywhere other than humans. So when we talk about the universe and everything, we don't have something to compare it to. Like, to take, for example, we have a cake, and then we have a rock that somewhat resembles a cake, right? We could say that's kind of cake-like, but it's not a cake, and that's because we are comparing it to what we know is a cake. So when we call the entirety of the universe created, we would need to look at something that was not created in order to compare them and contrast them.
Right. But I would say a cake is a lot more simple a thing than what the universe would be, however you want to conceive of that. So,
well, what's your definition of simplicity or complexity?
Well, hold on, I'll finish. So I don't see how you can get to the cake being a thing which is trivial by comparison to something like the universe and say, well, yes, the cake needs to be created and baked, but the universe itself doesn't. And then also, if you're going to talk about, well, we can compare it to other things that don't need to be created. What else are we looking at that doesn't come from something to make that assumption that that's even possible?
Well, I just ask again, how are you defining simplicity or complexity?
Just however they're defined in the dictionaries, you can look it up.
But right,
if you don't know the meaning of those words.
No, but in terms of biologically simple or complex is what I'm asking. What is the cutoff as to say something is simple or complex?
Well, we're talking about a cake. So you know how simple or complex making a cake is. The ingredients.
Like, I'll grant to you that a cake is not an organism. Like, that's fine.
Yeah,
I don't see why you draw the line at something not being an organism means it's not complex.
Well, it's more about how you draw the distinction between, well, yeah, the cake needs to be created, but I'm going to assume that the universe did not need to be. I just don't see where you've got a reference for that idea.
No, it's not even like it is my personal opinion that I don't have any evidence to point towards requiring a creator, so I don't assert that. But I'm not absolutely asserting that there was absolutely no creator. You know, in more well-defined terms, I could say that certain creator gods don't exist, but I can't absolutely rule out, say, a deist god from existing.
So you would be agnostic
by
to that
definition.
question, then?
I am agnostic to whether or not the universe requires a cause.
Fair enough.
It could be eternal. I don't know.
Yep, fair enough. That's a fair position. You don't know.
So information doesn't exist?
Where in the string of words that I've tied together in order to convey information to you do you think that I think information doesn't exist?
What is that recipe? When you were talking about the cake.
A recipe is a set order of instructions and materials required in order to complete a pre-thought out goal.
Well, sounds like language and information. Wow.
Language and information, right? Can you do the cake without the information? Without the recipe?
Hypothetically, sure.
Oh, yeah, right.
What's stopping someone from throwing flour, eggs, sugar, salt, and chocolate chips into a bowl, mixing it, and then putting it in the oven for a certain amount of time without knowing or having it written down? It's highly unlikely. It's highly unlikely, but there's nothing impossible about it.
There is no knowing about doing that.
By that logic, the first cake would have never come about.
Yeah, but you need information for the oven as well.
Yeah.
And putting everything together to
No, you can make a cake on a fire. You don't need an oven.
Yeah, you need to put the fire together.
There's nothing so as to say that couldn't all come about by chance, but I don't know where you're going with this point. Where are you going?
You cannot have the cake without specific instructions, order, in a certain order. You said it yourself. Flour, eggs, milk, sugar.
Yeah, because you have a goal. You have a goal to eat a sweet, cakey treat.
If you don't have this order, if you're not following these instructions on how to mix and what to mix, then you don't get the cake.
Yes, because you have the idea of the cake before you bake it and follow the instructions. Can you show me the thought of the universe prior to creation to show that it was created?
In nature, listen, can you show me in nature where cakes happen? Natural?
I never claim that they occur naturally.
Okay.
You are strawmanning right now, Get Beget.
Strawmanning?
Yes. Did I ever say that cakes occur naturally without human intervention?
Listen, you are strawmanning Professor Claude Shannon from MIT.
Can you explain that?
No, please don't.
That is. He's here.
Professor Claude Shannon is Nobel Prize laureate for inventing the theory of information.
Okay.
Good for him.
Scientific
I'm
theory.
I'm proud of him.
Listen. It's a scientific theory.
And what does it say?
What do you mean? What does it say?
What is the theory?
Yeah, the theory is that information, exists, and therefore intelligent agent, because there is no information without an intelligent agent, a knower, to establish a communication language, a code, instructions, specific instructions, definitions.
That would entail some kind of objective definition. Can you give me one of those?
Yeah. Well, this is found to the very core of reality in quantum mechanics, the unified field.
Sorry, could you answer my question, please?
I was answering your question.
You didn't start it with an objective definition is.
We were not talking about definitions.
Yet you brought up definitions.
Oh, so that's all you heard, the word definitions.
No, it's not all I heard, but it's a point that I'm contending on what you said.
Yeah, instructions and definitions. What are they?
They're man-made and arbitrary.
Code.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So let's put it like this: biological code is man-made.
Us interpreting it into the 4 letters that make up DNA is absolutely man-made because language is man-made.
Okay, but we observe the language. We observe the code.
Right. And if I went to a beach and I associated colors with letters and I looked at all the rocks on the beach, there's tons of information there. But it's only because of my labeling it as such.
No, because you have to understand that this code requires a language that it must understand and a receiver that understands that language and has the capability to carry out the instructions.
How is it not just a naturalistic process of self-replication?
It's self-replication, so always has been here then.
No, that doesn't entail it.
Self-replication, so what? Sprang into existence for no apparent reason and started self-replicating. A code.
Incredulity doesn't do anything for you here.
A code. Information sprang into existence.
Can you please answer why looking at a beach and associating colors with letters and looking at rocks doesn't give you information?
But we're talking about something that does give information.
Why?
Why are we talking about something that does give information? Because that's the fucking point.
Well, I'm proving that if I associate colors of rocks with letters, I can spell the word dog in rocks. How are the rocks not information?
We're talking about the genetic code, and this is a red herring.
I understand, and this is an analogy.
Okay.
No, it's not an analogy.
Yes, it is.
You understand the point of code inside biology. Yes?
Have humans put a code onto what we've observed within DNA in terms of patterns? Absolutely.
That's not the question. Now I'm starting to get antsy because it's not the question. The question is, how is code in your body and biology there in the first place? How is information
it there in the? You didn't ask that.
How is an intent come up, a language produced, and a receiver able to carry out instructions? All 3 things must exist.
Yeah.
So, as I was pointing out with the rock analogy, you can create a language and have information based on based on natural things. When we have the 4 different, I believe they're amino acids that make up DNA, right? We can test to see which of those is in what spot, determine that, and then we label it. It's just doing something. It's just replicating. It's just going about its business, and then we label it and call it information.
It is information.
Please show. Okay, so was it Francis Crick who took a photo of the first DNA helix structure? Do you want to get me a photo of DNA where it shows information?
There are 3 types of information. Random complexity, specific, and I need to get
get to the point.
Well, you are conflating the random order. No, not order. Like the waves on in a desert, on sand dunes, those waves, they look organized,
Absolutely.
but they are just random, and they are not
How do you know that?
containing information. It's what scientist says.
Where does a scientist say that dunes are random?
I will get home and I will get Professor Claude Shannon book, and
Cool.
I
Yeah,
will read
send me
it
over
to you.
whatever you want to. Whatever you.
I don't
Maybe
have
you
it
could
at
just
hand. I'm
take a.
in
That's
the
fine.
car park at the shop.
I gotcha.
So,
Well, I hope you drive safe. If you want to just you could DM me the excerpt and I can read it too. We don't necessarily have to devote the time in VC, but I appreciate you going for a source for me. I do appreciate that.
The way I understand it is you can't have anything random, and everything can be predicted if you have enough information. To say waves are random is crazy.
Listen,
if you're omniscient, then nothing's random.
Listen, a sand castle, that is not a random thing. That does not naturally occur.
Nothing happens without
because it has
please let me say something, okay?
walls, it has towers, it has windows, it has doors.
Can I please say something very quickly?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but everything in your view was created with intention.
Yes.
So nothing, sand dunes aren't even random.
Nothing is a coincidence. Yes.
Exactly. Okay. So, right? You agree that we can find, or we at least agree that we can find some kind of order within things that seem to be more disorder than other things. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't say it's no order in the sand dunes.
Hey, Yippee, it was specified sequence complexity you were looking for.
Yes. Thank you. And to understand that specified sequence complexity, all you need is to look at human DNA and web code. And a lot of internet web code is actually found in the human DNA. The exact algorithms, exact mathematical functions, equations, you name it. And there is nothing natural in the internet. The internet web code is created by man, humans, intelligence. It required a intelligent designer, agent. It does not occur naturally. Like you go to the beach, you look at the rocks or mountains and look at the rocks and start attributing colors and definitions to the colors. And then you say, oh, they tell a story. No, they don't tell a story. They will not give you any information that you can make use of. And we as human, yes, we can invent Actually, it's not inventing. We can hallucinate.
So, Scott, so DNA is made of protein, and the only source of protein is DNA, and that's a factual statement. Evolution's not a possibility even. It's not even a chance of it. Or matter coming from nowhere. No chance of that. Energy coming from nowhere. No chance of that. An ever existing universe, no chance for that. You're stuck. We have a creator, man. For sure. We know
Life
that.
comes from life only. It has never been observed life to appear from soup.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can mix all the amino acids you want in the world, anorganic matter, you will never achieve DNA and proteins.
Yeah, not even
The
one protein.
the chance to actually match to form a DNA chain because it's formed from 4 bits DNA. It's even more complex than quantum programming, where you have qubits, not binary systems. And yeah, we've seen that there are 4 kinds of bits, but and we attributed these letters, but we are not capable to crack the code, the language. We do find that there is code there with specific instructions. We observe those bio machines in the human cell or living cells, how they work and build everything with respect to that information, the specific information.
Okay, let me just quickly
We don't
jump
know how
in.
to read it.
I had to jump off for a call quickly there, but let's try and take it back to the Earth topic.
Yeah.
If we can. That was a nice little sidebar. Who've we got in here for the globe? Got any new people in who've got questions, concerns? Are we spreading too much truth in here? Let us know. Who've we got? Monser Engi. What's up, Monser Engi?
Yo.
Also got Scott still. Tomo, don't know who he is. Zenny, what's up, Zenny? Any of you guys got questions or comments? You want to ask something? Feel free. Who said, hey, Monster, you were here. What's up, bro?
What's up, dude?
How's things? You been in here before?
Yeah, I used to be in the server.
What, on 24/7?
Correct.
Sweet. What happened? What went wrong? Tell us about it.
I just stopped going in.
Oh, damn. So you went wrong. Okay, fair enough. What's your thoughts on...
It wasn't productive.
That's okay. That's okay. So, what's your thoughts on the Earth? What do you think you're living on?
What?
What's your thoughts on the Earth? What do you think you are living on?
I'm not available to conversate right now.
Okay, fair enough. Globe Believer confirmed. What about you, Zenny? Scott? Either you here? Who's that? Strange bunch. Alright, well, if any of you come across any evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball in a vacuum, let us know, yeah? We're interested. What happened to Rev? Did he spiral out over the cake? Dear me.
Feel free to talk amongst yourselves, guys.
Does that include talking to you?
What?
I said, does that include talking to yourself?
I can't exactly understand what you're saying.
Do you speak English?
Yeah, I just can't understand you.
You said, feel free to talk among yourselves. And my question was, does that include to feel free to talk to myself?
To touch yourself? What does that have to do with what I said?
I said to talk, not touch. Do you not understand?
It might be a language barrier.
Yeah, you don't need my permission for anything, dude. But I wouldn't be one to give you authority to touch yourself or talk to yourself.
Well, I'm just reading in the chat. Monster, you were like, move the topic on, let's get back to the Earth. And I move it back to the Earth, and you're like, I'm not talking about it. And yet here you are still talking.
I'm busy. I'm trying to get talking going so I can listen to
Why are
something.
you too busy? Come on, just tell us why you believe Earth's a spinning ball.
I didn't say I ever did.
What? You telling me you don't believe the Earth's a spinning ball?
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying I haven't told you what my beliefs are.
So you do believe the Earth's a spinning ball?
While he's touching his spinning.
Hey, Evans wants to get unmuted. I think I got a line of questions to see if he can follow along with or not.
Go for it.
Okay, so what's the point of the daily news? Rich, are you there?
Someone keeps muting me, obviously.
Oh, okay. I think they're just playing
He's
around.
he's got like a staff mute or something.
Okay, let's start.
Because I tried to unmute him as well, and he just went right back
Oh, I
to
think
muting.
maybe we double clicked it. Like I clicked on and okay, go ahead. You got it. My mouse is kind of fucking up too. Like I think I should need to replace it.
I think this is. Well, hold on. I'll try again, but I don't think it was that.
Yeah, the
I
chat
think
room says here that Crit
The
attempted
chat's-
to undo a staff mute on
Yeah,
user Rich Evans.
Well, yeah,
invalid.
that's why
Please do
we
not
can't get
undo
them.
Staff mute.
Yeah, sorry,
Oh.
Rev. This one's beyond our control. You've pissed off the server globies somehow.
Yeah, that's why we can't unmute, because I thought it was like I would click it and then it would. I was like,
mystery solved. Next thing.
Bummer. Oh well.
Wow.
Well, I think you can still type in chat. So just ram into chat. It's an open book question. You were given the answer already. What is the purpose of science and space news? The daily science and space news. You can't type either. He's sending me some messages DM. See, if that's the case, there's something helping server side. Now it's not. Join a different channel and come back. Sometimes that resets it. Or plus also if you go to a different channel and you're still suppressed, you know it's not on the flat Earth. They just troubleshoot it.
Yeah, try another channel or we'll DC you or something. They've straight jacketed him. Put on one of the Hannibal Lecter masks.
Yeah, I should have had chat. Sometimes I close chat because I'm like, it's just a bunch of dumb shit anyway.
Yeah.
And then there's the way I could know. I'm sitting there clicking, trying to unmute them, and there's like the bots telling me, "Don't do that."
Gears says, "Let's all pray God removes the mute." Well, we'll see. And you're right. Yes, it is like herding cats trying to keep the room on topic.
Yeah, it's like lowercase God. So which God is Gears talking about?
I guess some of the exec mods, maybe.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the Young Pope?
No, I saw the news popping up for it, but I haven't really followed it because it's not a topic I really care that much about. But there's also so much other news to filter through. It's just like it's so easy just to swipe those stories.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with all the delays to the moon landings going on. Seems to be drowning everything else out. Well, Rev, I mean, he's joined again. Let's see. Can we unmute? Nope, you've pissed someone off, Rev. I don't know what you've done.
He's server muted. Mystery solved. Get over it already. Next thing, guys. Come on.
Well, it says also he's suppressed in text. Like he can't type in text either.
Can we make that new guy a mod? He sounds. We need him to be a mod.
Monster, you're in a big hurry to keep telling us how you don't know that the Earth's a ball. I mean, what do you want to talk about? You don't know the Earth's a ball? You don't know it's flat? What do you know? What do you want us to talk about?
I just want us to close cases and not leave them open. Close it.
All right. Well, we're closing the globe case. You aware of that? The globe case is closed. There's no curve. You on board?
I'm on board Spaceship Earth.
Spaceship Earth. Wait a minute, Monster. Are you telling me you believe in outer space, like a vacuum beyond the sky? Is that what you're telling us?
I'm not trying to sell you anything.
Could have fooled me. I don't know, I guess there are no globies. They've given up.
So he likes to talk about everything else, how to run a room, what people are all about. But you talk to him about Earth, that's the end of the conversation.
My job as a moderator is not to take a side, it's to moderate.
Well, it's also to increase the level of conversation. So if you're in there gatekeeping, that's quite the opposite of a moderator.
Conversations are not productive and not entertaining. Next point.
Okay, the idea here is if you self-appoint yourself a mod, but no one cares what you have to say or do, then you're not really a mod. It's kind of like someone who comes into a room and says, "I'm the moderator," and people start laughing. You're kind of that skit where no king needs to tell his peasants that he's the king.
I don't hear any giggles or laughter, do I?
Dude, yeah, it's a running gag, dude. Like, you're literally getting laughed at right now.
Don't project your speech impediment bullying from your child onto me about you getting laughed at. Okay, buddy? Doesn't happen to me.
Are you laughing at your own jokes?
He can't even maintain the character.
I'm laughing at the joke that just approached me and said that.
Well, I'm laughing at Monster NG. That is a joke.
It's not funny.
Tragic.
So, can we just confirm again, Monster Energy? You don't believe that the Earth is a ball that spins, right?
Dude, I have no belief on that side of things. I really have no idea. I'm not here to be taking sides and things, dude.
Okay, so you don't know. You don't know.
You know why you're here?
That's the question we all ask ourselves.
No, in this channel. So you clicked the channel, and you joined it.
I was moved here.
You were what?
They said they needed my moderation skills in this chat. They moved me here.
Who said that?
They did.
Just says on your profile that you're a DJ.
Yeah, I moved him out. Let's see what happens next. If the powers that be, if they have the power to move him back in, then they will do it. Okay? Let's test the worldview here. Let's see what they do.
I think the Globe Earth chat needs some moderators. They've got a whole 2 people in there.
Yeah, Jerry and I sped run that chat the other day. It was literally like, I don't know, like how quick was it, Jerry? Like 3 minutes maybe? Not even?
Yeah, it was quick.
Are they actually discussing the globe in there?
No.
No.
Of course.
They're actually just freaking out over flat Earth. Then, like, the room owner said, "Hey, it's not my fault. The moderator, my moderator did that." I'm like, "Well, why'd you make that guy a moderator?" He's like, "I don't know. It's a good question. Shit."
Hey, Sean G's in the chat. Not seen Sean G in a long time. What's up, Sean G? Maybe he's busy. Good to see you, Sean. Gears, I agree. There should be a rule: no cat PFP mods. There is an uncanny, connection between cat profile pictures and being totally fucking retarded.
I wonder what's like up with that too. Like, where people who are cat and dog people, because it seems that a lot of cat people are like anti-flat earthers.
I'd say mainly the cat people. I'm not seeing it in the same amount in terms of dog profile pictures, but the cat profile picture is almost 2-1.
Yeah, like when I was used to be on that Science versus Pseudoscience, when you would catch them in some sort of good talking point, but they couldn't cry to a moderator because it wasn't against any rules or anything, they just started spamming cat videos or cat like GIFs and stuff. It was like their go-to way to kind of suppress the information.
At least all the kangaroo avatars are flattered.
Yeah, the kangaroos are usually pretty solid. Shout out Timbo Slice. But these cat profile pictures, you just know they're going to say some dumb shit. Super Monkey Ball, I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Man, on Dr. Rev's 1 day off, Discord politics server gives him the moot. He'll be raging.
Just bent him over a fence and make a funny voice, boy.
But he planned his whole day around this as well. His girlfriend's like, "Hey, can you do these chores while I'm at work and you're staying at home doing nothing?" He's like, "Nah, I'm gonna be arguing about that cake again."
Yeah, she's gonna come home. He's like, "What the fuck? You didn't empty the cat box. You didn't put the dishes away. You didn't change the bag in the vacuum cleaner." See, what happened was I was on a Discord call and I couldn't talk. I couldn't post, so I tried to troubleshoot it. She's like, "Okay, well, if you couldn't talk and couldn't post, that would have been a good excuse to kind of like take a break and like clean the cat box at least. I mean, it stinks in here. Holy fuck, you know?"
Yeah, she's like, why are all my cake ingredients sitting inert on the kitchen table? I'm waiting to check something.
She's like, "I wanted to use this baking soda to make a cake, but now it smells like the cat box. What the fuck?"
Oh dear.
All the baking soda in the whole house has now absorbed the cat box smell.
So that was from a couple of days ago. That sent him into a spiral that much that he had to ask me about it when all I said was cakes don't bake themselves, and he lost his mind.
Yes, because a really throwaway comment can completely destroy someone's worldview. That's when they have to think about it. You know, like what I said earlier, like they recognize it. They say, "I don't know," right? And recognize the contradiction. Because this is not even your talking point. Carl Sagan said that shit. Carl Sagan said, if you're going to make the universe, you have to first be able to bake an apple pie. And somehow they don't even know their own lore. It's like, look at what the people in the heliocentric model are saying, especially the theistic ones, and then square that with how you are using the heliocentric model to advocate for your atheism.
Oh, this is funny. I'm just reading in the guest mods chat. It's Rev's been in the chat. He's trying to get unmuted by an admin. He's saying, I'm only muted in the FE channel," and the moderator's saying, "Well, it seems like a server bug. The bot automatically mutes you for some reason." So somehow this bug has come along, I guess kind of serendipitously, and it just mutes him in this channel every time. And no one can figure it out. It's like the ghost of Discord just saying nope. That's funny. We got it? Oh, he's back. Rev, come on. Team effort. Let's all unmute Rev at the same time. Maybe if like all three of us do it. Boom.
I got evidence for the
So it unmuted him and remuted him right back. It's like,
oh, that was
the curvature. You can see the curvature. It's right there. Oh, am I okay?
Yeah, it looks like you're good now.
Oh man, we fixed it. Oh no.
No, there's
I got to prove with the globe.
Can you talk in text chat now too? Was that?
Oh yeah, no, the mod removed it.
Oh, the mod did. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
Turns out they don't care about gifs in that chat, eh, Amish Arthur?
I don't know. Maybe the inner working.
Oh, who's the text bitch now?
Look, it's so funny. It's like they tell you that for some reason the bot just hates your guts.
Oh, look, Amish Arthur's going to ban me again.
All right. Well, before we ban him, I think Crit was saying that he wanted to ask him a question.
Yeah, just in the framework, right, where you had asked me some questions in the past. So you're unsure of why I go through the space and science news every day. I open it up and I'm sitting here having a cup of coffee and I post what I think it was selected by my team. It's the most impactful story of the day. Like, what is the purpose behind that?
What do I think your purpose to bringing up science news is?
Yeah, I gave open book test. It is right there.
To open the door to having more conversations about these topics.
Yeah. Okay. So it's pretty close.
And you're nothing but entertainment, right? Yet the globalists have seen the same episode for years and years, so let's change it up and present Globe and what happens to their idea of entertainment.
Yeah, because a lot of times say I'm here to laugh at flat earthers, and flat earthers are funny. So let's switch it up. Let's talk about the globe, and is a globe still entertainment?
Well, I'm a glober and I'm funny, I would like to think.
Funny looking.
Like funny hee or funny haha?
Funny looking.
Funny ho ho.
Yeah, like a clown or whatever.
I wouldn't go so far. But maybe when I do my funny voices, that is kind of
do a voice.
Satire. Do a voice.
Yeah, that was pretty good. He got you, Dirk. Rip. All right. Crit, you want to follow up with that?
Yeah, I got a little image here to show, but I can't seem to find it right now.
All right. Well, it looks like a blind guy has entered the server. What's up, Dirk? You believe the Earth's a globe?
Yep.
Cool.
Why?
What makes you think that?
Looks like it to me.
What? You're blind.
Like in the TV?
Uh-oh.
What do you mean it looks like it to you?
In the TV.
Looks pretty round to me.
Where?
When I look at from up high.
From up high. So you're not blind, no?
Nope.
Oh. Just because you got those like blind guy glasses on or whatever. But okay, fair enough. So
you look colorblind, so
you're gonna see what exactly? What did you see?
The roundness.
The roundness. What did that look like?
You ever seen a Latino walking away?
Yes.
No, they're usually walking towards, but I can appreciate that you've probably seen quite a few walking/running away. So, what is it, like the horizon? You think the horizon, you see that to be curved?
Yeah, it looks pretty curved to me, man. Every time I look. It's like, yeah.
So not horizontal.
What do you mean?
Well, the horizon...
Is it vertical? No, it's horizontal, yeah.
Right. So not curved.
I'm having trouble with your communication style here.
Okay, no. Maybe you're having trouble with the meaning of the word horizontal? You can look that up if you want.
Maybe he's never.
It actually is vertical. It's a vertical curve now that I think about it.
Oh.
Wow. That's a new one.
Interesting. So come on, be serious. You got any evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball or what?
Yeah.
All right.
Satellites.
Okay.
All the companies and jobs and people who work for companies involving space, satellites, all that stuff.
Okay. Can you be a bit more specific, maybe?
I don't think I really need to be.
Okay, so what do you mean by satellites? What do you mean?
Satellites. Like a GPS satellite.
Okay. So what did you observe in reality?
That they exist and they work. And
Like
people
you
work
saw-
with them.
Like you saw a light moving across the sky?
No. But there's videos of that.
So what did you see?
I see my phone GPS working.
Okay, so you're just looking at your
Dude,
phone.
like, stop eating while you're talking, you pig.
If you don't like it, you can mute me.
You got it.
Oh dear.
This classifies as play a stupid game, win a stupid prize.
I like giving out those prizes.
Well, Dirk here sees the vertical curve and the satellite, so
ground positioning systems.
Yeah, so Dirk, you can we all have phones, they work. How does that make the Earth a spinning ball?
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, here we go.
No, I just said we all have phones and they work. How does that make Earth a spinning ball?
The technology to make it work works.
No. Globe didn't invent phones.
Come on.
What technology would that be, specifically?
Satellite GPS.
You think your phone's working off a satellite?
Aspects of the phone work off a satellite. Correct.
Which aspect would that be?
Coordinates. Mapping.
Coordinates and mapping. How do you know that's coming off
Sending
of a satellite?
and receiving of messages.
Oh.
Wow.
How'd you know
all
that?
these things come from satellites.
Phone calls
How'd
too?
you know?
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Some phone calls work on the satellite.
Some phone calls, like if you're calling your mum, that's a satellite. But if you're calling, I don't know, a
Using
coworker,
the satellite phone, yeah.
that just uses
You ever
the
heard of
cell
satellite
towers,
phones? Have you been in the outdoors like I have? I don't think you have. Satellite
Oh, you're
phones.
talking about. Oh, so you're not talking about your regular mobile.
Oh, he's been in the outdoors, so you've been to the ocean.
What are you eating there? Some Count Chocula?
I'm chewing on ice.
Guess we'll have to wait till he's done.
Get rid of that Cheetos and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, watch your hands.
Rich Evans decided to go do that housework because he logged out. He's probably like, "Oh shit, these flat earthers are right." Because you look at this metric here, the entertainment core value curve shows that entertainment value equals production value plus social value. And there's a curve there that shows where exactly the piece of media will be on. So I just wrote in there that Globe Earth is really zero social value and zero production value. If you talk to some of these guys who are really into the globe model, they kind of hate science and space globe like stuff. Like, ask them, what do you think about like Phase 4 Marvel? And they're all upset by it. They really hate it. I can't stand this shit. Yeah, Star Wars too. They're upset by Star Wars. Like Disney and Star Wars, like Disney, the top contractor for NASA, combines with Lucasfilms to give you entertainment, and you fucking hate it. It's like with the guy who played Obi-Wan Kenobi. If you rip on this content, you're no Star Wars fan in his worldview. Yeah, Evan McGregor calls out the racist trolls. You are no Star Wars fan in my mind. Evan McGregor calls out racist. Obi-Wan actor trolls the trolls. Gotcha.
Is that the guy from Fargo, the television series? Ewan McGregor?
I'm not sure. Could be. I mean, he's a pretty big actor, so I'm sure he's in a lot of things. I just remember him from the movie Trainspotting, where he plays a heroin addict.
Hey, Crit, you got the politics server link? I'm sending it to Music Guru.
Oh, yeah.
Can you send me it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he might even be able to make content off of this channel.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling him about it, trying to get him in.
Oh, right. 1 second. Okay, here comes. That'll be to the server. Do you want to just to this channel, or is that good?
No, I'll just send him the server. He'll find the channel.
Okay.
So I'll give him a big welcome when he arrives. Vladios. What's up, Vladios? Got that globe earth drip for us. He sent a TikTok or something. Look at this amazing rocket launch recently.
Is it exploded? Is that like debris field across the sky?
The guy's chatting in the video. Somebody Google what's going on.
Hello?
Hello?
What?
Hi, are we talking about the flat earth?
Wow. Is that Vector? That's Vector. Just put him on mute.
Oh, Vector. Wow.
I don't know how I feel about the flat earth. Like, not really.
It probably was your boyfriend that introduced you into it. What is the vector of gravity, Vector?
I don't know.
But you should know. Your name is Vector. Do you misspelled it? Is it Victor?
Mm-hmm.
Victor.
Well, the Globers are asking the deep questions in chat. Why does dark beat water and ground type Swampert? Getting the big questions in today.
What the fuck does that mean?
I think they're talking about a computer game. Some fantasy. Oh, Pokemon. Pokemon! Yeah, I remember liking Pokemon when I was, say, 10. But you're a grown-up now, guy. Let's discuss reality, though.
I heard this really funny video of this guy arguing, two guys, whatever, were arguing about who would win, all the lions or all the Pokemon.
Sounds about right.
It was really good because at some point they talked about a lion pyramid where lions will stand on each other's shoulders and stuff.
Yeah, silly. Hey, what's up, Music Guru? You made it.
Oh, how you doing, man? Yeah, that was a bit of a process.
Yeah. Well, you've missed it for the last however many months we've been here. So we Heretic started a VC over here. And we've just been kind of slowly coming over, and there's so many triggered globies. It's been unreal. So we've quickly became the most active channel in the server, like double the hours of all the other channels. Loads of them are going to the server admin, telling them to remove us because we're disinformation and all this stuff. And they're just like, nah, if you can't beat their arguments, just stay out of their channel. But they can't. They keep coming back every day. And so we just keep sitting at number one, and it's driving them all mad. It's amazing.
I love it. I love it. I've been listening. I listen all, between other content. I listen to the stream on YouTube a lot, and there's been many times where I've tried to join, and like I look at the Flat Earth 24/7 server that I'm used to going into, and there's like 2 people in there. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? It's like I could never connect, and I couldn't figure out why because I'm a bit of a technophobe when it comes to Discord.
We should be making that more clear. So a lot of the conversations that you're hearing on the YouTube are getting streamed from this channel.
And that's the thing. In the chat, the chat says join the stream and click the link. So I click the link and it always takes me to the wrong bloody server, or it just opens Discord and it's obviously because I'm not a part of this server, that server doesn't show up, and it was a bit confusing for me. But hey, I'm here now.
Good stuff. Yeah, we'll need to.
Can somebody fast track him into perms? Just copy his ID, give it to Aurora, and tell him to bump him up.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll get you perms.
VIP status as soon as I get in. I love it. Thanks.
You all right? How things been, Guru? You all good?
Yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, we're busy making music. It's kind of, that's what I do, really. If not for myself, then for other people, I get a lot of requests. Can you do this song? Can you do me an intro song? Can you do me a, song? So if I'm not making music for myself, I'm doing it for other people. But yeah, pretty much day by day studio, song after song after song. It's great. If not, it's a bit stressful, because there's a lot that goes into it, and I'm doing every aspect of it, every single aspect, every instrument, and the mixing and the mastering and the producing and designing my web page and distributing and all that. So it's quite a big ask for one bloke. So it can be, people think, making music all day must be really great, but it comes with its stresses, believe me. But yeah, I'm busy, man, and I'm very, very lucky boy, really. How about yourself?
Yeah, all good. Same, really. Just working away and listening to this conversation gradually evolve or devolve, whatever's happening with it. But yeah, no, well, we're all still tuning in when you're putting stuff out, and it's all appreciated. So
thanks, man. It does. It's frustrating because it does seem like I'm definitely a victim of the censorship now. My last 2 music videos on my YouTube channel, only like 20% or 25% of my subscribers actually saw that video. So that's a little bit telling, So I'm trying to do the Telegram thing and build up an audience over there. I've tried the BitChute thing, and it's just like a bloody graveyard over there. It's just no one getting my content over there, and Instagram is a flop for me. So it's really hard trying to get my music out there. I'm working full time, and I just get this. I feel like this big tyrannical boot is just squashing down on me, going, we won't let your music be heard, and it's really frustrating. Yeah, YouTube I'm definitely getting screwed over there for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Well,
the newest video that you have with the morphing technology is fantabulous. I just love that.
Thanks, man. That was Chris Vick. He's got a channel called True Earth University on YouTube. Only a little channel there, a really nice guy, and he does a bit of effects and that. And there was this particular music video where I really wanted to morph myself into a reptilian, sort of playing the part of Pindar, the so-called CEO of the world kind of thing. So, and I didn't know how to do that, so I contacted him. So he's actually responsible for all the reptilian effects in that video.
Your perms have been updated. You should now have Centurion, so you can type, text, voice, whatever in the server.
Sweet, man. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no doubt. You're going to be a victim of that censorship for sure. But yeah, drop some links if there's anything you want us to go and check out in the chat. And I'm sure a bunch of people will. And yeah, there's loads of people in this server. And this channel's usually always pretty busy. So you should stop by and catch up with us.
Yeah, now I know where to come. I'll definitely be stopping by a little bit more often. Oh no, it seems I can't type in the chat for whatever reason. Why can't I type in the chat? Why is it not letting me?
Nope. You need to. Are you clicking on the chat bubble next to the name?
No, I'm actually clicking in the. Hold on. Hold on. So is there not a voice? Oh, is there a voice?
No, it's like a built-in chat with the voice channel now, rather than a separate chat room. At least on the phone, I don't know.
Oh, I gotcha. This is different, bro. Yeah, no, I'm on a laptop. Yeah. My website there, I've just put in the chat, is probably the best place. I mean, I could send people to iTunes and Spotify and YouTube and blah blah. But ultimately, everything that I do and everything I'm all about is on that website there.
Nice one.
So this place, we allow Globers to, run around a little bit versus the other one where it's more structured. Here, that's why people go crazy in this one because they spiral out of control.
Dude, I've been listening quite a lot over the last few weeks, and like I say, I've tried to join it on a couple of occasions with no success, but it's been really entertaining on YouTube. I love it. Me and my wife are very different. I love listening to that heated stuff, but my wife's like putting her hands over her ears going, oh, it just sounds negative. And I'm like, no, this is a discussion. This is a very important discussion. Of course it's going to get heated. Of course it's going to sound like, there's anger there. So yeah, because my wife's she's just saying I'm a delicate little flower. But no, I've been really enjoying the content, man. It's great.
Yeah, both channels are going. This one just, we let the Globers run around with sometimes.
Give them enough rope to hang them.
Yeah, I watched that. What was that movie called on Netflix that Adams just posted the picture of with those two kids, and one has the T-shirt that says "Obey" and the other one has the one that says NASA. It's like, wow.
Leave the world behind.
That's the one. Barack Obama produced it or something like that.
Yeah.
There's subtle stuff.
It's interesting that you should mention that movie that Barack Obama posted. And Music Grew, I'm sure that you're probably aware of this too, but on films, when they go ahead and produce the films, you've got an audio track and you've got a video track, and there's also a second audio track in there. And what they do is they actually put out vibrations waves, frequencies to go ahead and stimulate you, whether they want you to be excited and feel like a love, to make it more emotional, or to feel hatred or angst. They can put those vibrations. You don't hear them, you don't see them, but they subconsciously affect you. And
no doubt. I'm convinced they're doing stuff like that because I know how to put. I mean, I released an album called True Solfeggio that has embedded solfeggio healing frequencies, so-called healing frequencies, and I must have sold a few thousand of those albums now. And it was like a scientific experiment. You can just about hear the frequencies at the beginning of the track, and then they slowly embed into the track, and the music kind of takes over. And the feedback that I've got from that album, people telling me that it cures their anxiety and they can sleep better. And some people say that their arthritis has cleared up and their kids are calm and their children and their pets are calm and all these kinds of things. So I've got a bunch of feedback that I put on my website that shows me that there's something to these solfeggio healing frequencies. Now, but that's done with the right intent, of course. Now, if you take frequencies that you want to deliver, bad intent. I mean, if you look at the Royal Rife frequency list, he's got like tons and tons of frequencies that can cure you from anything from herpes to insomnia. So, I would suggest that they may be, positive frequencies, but, in this dualistic world, we have a positive and a negative. So, you can absolutely flip that and conversely deliver frequencies that can invoke distress and stress and anxiety. So I absolutely no doubt that they're doing that in these movies.
And that one that Obama did, he actually had 4 audio tracks in there. So there was 2 audio tracks for stereo left and right, and 2 audio tracks that you could not detect any noticeable sound. But if you went ahead and hooked it up to a VU meter, you could see the pulses on the frequencies.
Wow. Yeah, so a lot of people. So these people that say, I can watch a movie, I can blue pill at the weekend because I'm aware of the programming. It has no effect on me. So really, they don't really know what's going on, in terms of sonic warfare.
Well, Nikola Tesla said that if you want to know the secrets of the universe, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. And I do believe that they're using all of that against us.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I believe it's all poison. Really, I always, I'm a big fan of the 432, and I refer to the 440 hertz as the fluoride of the music industry. That's how poisoned everything else is poison, right? So why wouldn't they poison the music? And I'm now at the point where I'm like, of course they've just utterly bastardized it from a frequency perspective. So why wouldn't they do that to the other things that we love as well, like movies? Of course they're doing that.
Oh,
absolutely. Are you familiar with the 396 hertz?
It's the police car siren, the ambulance, your dial tone.
Oh, dude, the dial.
Everywhere. You can't escape it.
Totally. I mean, the dial tone, that old fashioned where you used to pick up the rotary phone and you put that to your ear and there would be like a. That was made up of 2 frequencies. One was 350 hertz and the other one was 440 hertz. So that's interesting, why they're putting, as soon as you put that to your ear, 440 hertz. I mean, why would they choose that specific frequency? Exactly. Do you remember when the television, like back in the day when we only had sort of 4 TV channels and they would only broadcast till about midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, then they would stop their broadcasting. And at the end of the night, they would just play this frequency, like to show that they'd end their broadcasting, and they would put like a static image on the screen. So it'd be like this sine wave frequency. So imagine all the people that are falling asleep in front of their televisions and lying on their sofa asleep, and they're just being subjected to this sine wave frequency for hours and hours and hours. And God knows what that frequency is, but I bet the farm it was probably 440 hertz.
Are you familiar with the 396 hertz?
Yeah, I think I used that in one of my albums. Actually, it does ring a bell. 396. Yeah, let me just look that up.
Yeah, that's a love frequency, and you might want to try something. Go ahead and just hum the 396 frequency, and do that along with your wife. Put one hand, your right hand, have it touching your heart, and then have your left hand touching like your wife's shoulder, have her doing the same thing, and go ahead and do that in harmony, and you'll hear a resonance in there, and you'll feel it. And give it a try. Just see how it makes you feel.
396. I'm just looking at my Solfeggio frequency list for the album. 396 on there. 384 is on there. Maybe that's what I was. And 364. Maybe that's what I was getting confused with. But a lot of people say that 528 is the love frequency. I'm highly suspicious of that, because if you tuned a keyboard to 432, you start off your middle note with 432, and the rest of the notes kind of follow afterwards. You tune all the other notes to that. Well, if you was to tune that initial middle A to 432, you would never, in any of the other keys, up or down, find that frequency 528 hertz. In order to get that frequency 528 hertz, you'd have to tune the middle C to 444 hertz. So, and there's a couple of guys on YouTube that have gone into the psyop of 528 hertz. I'm not sure what I feel about it currently. I'd like to see it cymatically first before I can, start to make a decision on that.
Turning the negative into a positive. Music Guru or anyone else who wants to chime in, what do you guys think about binaural beats?
Well, the only thing I know about binaural beats is it's one frequency in one ear and another frequency in the other ear.
Right.
What those frequencies are, I mean, that's the thing that should be up for question. I know that iTunes recently, they actually emailed me, iTunes, and said they were going to prohibit people putting in the title of their releases 432 hertz. You weren't allowed to do it. And you also weren't allowed to release binaural or even put in the title of your release binaural beats. So it seems that iTunes were kind of cracking down on the whole binaural 432 hertz, healing frequency thing. So if there's censorship there, there's a there. But as far as I'm aware, binaural is two different frequencies. But what those two frequencies are, that would be the question mark for me, whether they're positive or negative, and how would we prove that?
Right. That's what I've been wondering myself.
I mean, I've got a list of I've got a PDF of the Royal Rife frequency list, and there must be thousands of frequencies on there, and it lists every kind of human ailment that you can think of. Like I said, from herpes to insomnia to everything you can think of. So I looked up insomnia. I have a problem sleeping, so I was looking up insomnia, and it lists 5 frequencies there. So if you were to take just 2 of those frequencies, play one through one ear and one through the other ear, that's something I definitely need to test. But that would be the definition of binaural for this specific ailment of insomnia or whatever. So maybe that's something I need to experiment when I get some time.
Sure. Yeah, bi meaning 2, right? But it's very important to use headphones or earphones so you have complete stereo separation. It doesn't work with speakers, right? Because then you have crosstalk.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good speakers as well, I would imagine. Really good. Well, mind you, if they're just sine waves, I'm assuming that binaural beats are sine. Well, I suppose binaural beats will be a combination of frequencies in one ear, frequencies in the other ear, combined with a beat and music to make it, kind of listenable.
There's Brainwave Generator, which is what I used in the 90s. And then there's iDozer. It's another program. And of course, there's already the audio people will upload on Spotify or whatever. There'll be a preset for sleep or to be more alert, say you're studying or something, or all different types of presets. You can even make your own and stuff.
Nice. Can I put a PDF in the chat?
Yeah, man. Of course you can.
Sweet. Cheers. How you doing, man?
Yeah, really well, thank you, my friend. Just jumped in. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be seen, mate. Where, are you still in? Are you still up north, or where was you the last time I spoke to you? Like some Norwich or somewhere, Norfolk or somewhere, weren't you?
Yeah. I'm still there, boss. I'm still there. Yeah.
How's it treating you?
Yeah, not too bad, man. I mean, this area of the country is flat as fuck, so it's all good. How's things for you, though? You keeping well, yeah? Keeping busy?
Yeah, always busy, mate. You know, I make music pretty much. That's what I do. If I'm not in the studio, I'm in the garden, and most of the time I'm making music for me. And if not, I'm making music for someone else. Where's that music?
Fuck. That's crazy.
Music. Anyone else hear music?
Yeah.
There's jockey music playing.
God. Yeah. That was bizarre.
Relaxing spa music. Oh, someone's put it in the chat. I see relaxing spa, soothing kind of. Yeah. Gotcha.
Oh, it's a bot. So how'd you put the bot on? I didn't even know you could do that.
Quite nice, man.
Who muted
relaxing
the
spa music?
I was kind of enjoying
worse.
that.
Yeah, no, it was relaxing spa music. Could have been worse. Could have been like, I don't know, an N-word compilation.
Could have been hip hop.
I recognize this right frequency list.
Yeah, I think I sent it to you before, didn't I?
I think I sent it to you.
Oh, you might have sent it to me. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we've talked about this before in frequencies. I've been using a biofeedback machine and binaural beats, and I've actually done some recordings of myself saying some affirmations, recorded at 44.1 K, and then I resampled it at 18.5, and it made it subliminal. You can't hear anything that I say, but you put it on a VU meter, and you can see the VU meter playing. And so what I did is I went ahead and mixed that with the soundtrack of like a babbling creek. And so I've got my affirmations going on in the background that I can't hear, and I've got the relaxing babbling creek music. And I put on a set of headphones and I listen to that all night long. So it's nice and peaceful and restful. And I get my positive affirmations as to how I'd like to go ahead and improve my life.
Beautiful use. That's great, man. That's sound alchemy, right? Literally, you're a wizard.
Well, go ahead and take a look at my avatar, and that's the alchemy symbol for Earth. And you know that Earth has the Schumann frequency of 7.83, and I believe in grounding. I have jewelry that has been frequency generated for over 12 hours with the Earth frequency of 7.83. And I wear that jewelry to help keep me grounded and to help absorb the EMFs going around and send them straight down to the ground, just like a grounding rod.
I'm with you, mate. I'm totally with you on that. Yeah, I know. I mean, I live about 5 minutes from the sea, and there's been many an anxious time in when me and my wife are feeling a little bit just, I don't know, just the stress gets on top of you. You feel tightness in your neck and your shoulders, and you're like, let's go and have a walk up the beach. And as soon as my feet hits the sand and I put it in the water, it's just I don't know, it just dissipates. It leaves you that stress. I don't know. There's something to it. So I'm a big fan of grounding. I rarely wear shoes, particularly living in Spain.
I prefer to go barefoot too. My wife calls me a hillbilly.
Nothing wrong with that, boy. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, I mean, we ground ourselves.
Some long hairs.
We ground ourselves by our feet, which is that way we don't have what's called a floating ground. Like if you have an insulator between you and the actual dirt, which we are.
Well, look, I mean,
we are electromagnetic beings, right?
Exactly.
So
exactly.
Why do you think they put rubber soles on shoes? That's to help insulate you from the ground, which we should be part of.
Right, and shoes is actually detrimental to our posture and our spine and everything, because when we run, it kind of forces us to land on our heels rather than our in, I forget the name of it, but like the front of your toe or your foot. Because we have like a spring built into our feet, and that helps absorb, landing on the ground, like our shock absorber. But if we land on our heel, what's up?
You're telling me I've got to sell my high heels now?
I'm saying that there's been studies that prove that people get injured all the time by running in shoes. Right? It's because of their shoes, right?
Yeah. I mean, throughout my life, I've seen a woman fall on her ass because she's wearing heels, and probably because she's had too much wine. But
oh yeah, I don't get the whole heel thing, but women will be women.
I mean, we're electrical beings, right? As you said, and if you've ever touched an electrical appliance that hasn't been earthed, you'll get that static, kind of excess charge off of it. It needs to go somewhere. I think we're the same when we're feeling irate and stressed and anxious, and that we're carrying that excess charge, and we have to, get rid of that somehow. I think grounding is the way to do that.
It's interesting how you mentioned how we're in an electric universe, so to speak. You ever take a look at lightning, and it comes down from the sky and it goes directly to the ground? So if anybody knows anything about electricity, you have to have a positive and a negative for the electricity to flow. So if the ground is a negative, where is that positive charge coming from? It just doesn't come from nowhere. You have to have a positive source for that to generate from.
Isn't that not coming from the what do they call it, a Gaussian plate above? Because you look at sprites and that, it's almost like there's a surface above us. Is that not coming from there?
That's what I see.
Some people would say that there is a container that's holding in the pressure. And if that container above us it has a positive charge and the ground below us has a negative charge, that would pretty much explain it, I would think.
Voila.
And then in between the invisible stuff that we don't see, which is called the ether, and that's where all of the electrical energy flows. And
yes,
right? I just started last night. I'm working with a new technology. A friend of mine who's turned me on to all this EMF protection and the biofeedback and stuff. It is using a new technology that you can actually focus frequencies from the ether directly to your location and generate specific healing frequencies. So whether you want something to have more energy or something to heal your body, I don't want to post anything up here in the main site, but if you're interested, Music Guru, I can go ahead and send you a link to that. You might find it very interesting.
This is my alter ego. Anita McSween.
What was that?
Anita McSween.
What is that?
That's the handbook.
No, I'm very interested in that. I mean, I've got a friend who's got one of these little devices. It's called a Healy, and that's supposed to be. I mean, how authentic it is, I don't know, but it's supposed to, send frequencies through the ether in like a distant healing kind of way. So if a friend of yours in Australia, the other side of the world, is suffering from X, Y, Z, there's a specific frequency that you can aim at that person. Do distance energy healing. I don't know how legitimate that is, but I know them things exist.
And that is exactly what I started working with last night. And you can actually pinpoint it where you want to direct that energy. You can either put in a person's specific address and it'll get like a 4,000 square foot radius of that area. Or if you put in somebody's telephone number, it doesn't transmit through the telephone, but it uses the GPS, the ground positioning system, to go ahead and find where you're at and focus those energies there.
So how can is there any way of, without a shadow of a doubt, of confirming that works for all the skeptics out there that say that's just, airy fairy woo woo new age bullshit?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to send you a link, and you can try this out for free. And you put it on for like 15 minutes and see if you can feel a difference. So you can judge.
No, I'm talking about in terms of projecting something from a device to the other side of the world and them feeling the effects of it to the point where we can measure it.
Okay. Well, last Friday night, I was with this friend of mine when he was demonstrating this. And one of his patients, subjects, he's not a doctor, so I can't really call him a patient, but he went ahead and put their information in. And he was here in the United States in California, and she was, I think, in Cairo or someplace around that area. And she confirmed that she could definitely feel the difference. But once again, that's hearsay. That's what I'm telling you. And I'm telling you what he told me, and he's telling me what she told him. So, but the best way is to find out for yourself.
Sure.
So I'm trying to find this information here. I'm going to get this to you.
I remember having an energy healing session, a distant energy healing session, like back in 2012, 2013, when I was going through a lot of stress in my life. And the guy told me to just go and lie down on your bed and I'll project this stuff. And I was very skeptical at the time, but I felt this really weird rumbling and like pulsing, almost like tiny little electrical pulses in my stomach. And the reason I went to see this guy is because I was stressed at the time. And they say you carry a lot of your stress in your gut. You get stressed belly, right? And he was working on me for half an hour, through the ether. And I was very skeptical at the time. But sure enough, I did feel like a popping sensation, like tiny, tiny little electrical pulses in my stomach at the time. And I'll never forget that.
Okay, I just sent you a message in here. So if you can check your messages, there's a link for you to check out.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for everything you've done.
Oh, man. Oh, it's all in, what's that, Korean? Yeah. It's not Chinese.
It's Chinese. But if you click on the link, it's in English where you can read it.
Share. Visit site.
Share, as in thank you in Chinese. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say
that
in
is.
Chinese.
Is there any merit in wearing a pendant, which I believe is a crystal in the middle, and then like around 75 feet of copper wrapped around that? And supposedly it's supposed to sync to our heartbeat or our aura or whatever, so that we're not as susceptible to EMF.
Good question. I do have a video of a guy that built, who was doing a presentation. He built a big wooden pyramid in his garden, and he put a crystal right at the top, and he wrapped that crystal in copper, and then he draped a bit of cotton from the apex of that pyramid to connect with the floor. And it wasn't quite long enough, and I think he grounded a bit of copper in the floor below the pyramid, and he was trying to connect the apex of the pyramid to the grounding rod beneath the pyramid. And as he connected, and as he grabbed both parts, he was essentially the ground at that point, and it threw him like 10 meters across the room. I've got the video of the guy doing the presentation. So pyramid, you've got the combination of the pyramid there, the pyramid shape, pyramid meaning pyramid, fire in the middle, energy in the middle, of some kind of vortex going on there. You've got the crystal that might be, I don't know, how would that act as the attractor of some kind, the copper, the coil around it might amplify that. I don't know. I can put that video in the chat, but it's all very fascinating to me. Whether there's any merit to these pendants and things, shungite, and I don't know. I would like to know more, though, for sure. let me put that in the chat.
Sorry I have to disappear like that, but I'm actually working right now and I get phone calls come in, so I got to mute up and disappear and come back in between calls.
So this is the guy. Here he is. Let's just put that in the chat. The guy with the pyramid. It's only like a 5-minute video, I think, but he had an experience with messing around with this stuff. So much so that it shot him across the room about 10 meters or 10 feet. I can't remember, but he got a shock from it.
Do you have any source, like his name or anything?
Oh God, no! This video is. I remember watching this video a good 10 years ago, and it just recently came on my radar on Facebook, I think. And I was like, oh, I remember that. What his name is, I couldn't tell you. I'm afraid.
Diablo, pero ¿qué es ese, cabrón?
But I think there's a there. I think there's something to be, to be gained from it.
That's right. That's right.
I think they call it piezoelectricity, right? When you're taking crystals and you're amplifying it with copper wire and that. I think they call that a piezoelectric charge. I'm not too up on it, but fascinating nonetheless. I'm sure if you did a bit of research and perhaps, can you drag videos into Google like you can images? If you drag an image into Google Images, it will tell you the other sources of that image. I don't know if you can do that with videos, but if you did it with this video, you'd be able to find the full presentation maybe and find out the name of this guy.
So crystals have been used for many years to control frequencies and energy. It used to be that radios were crystal controlled back in the day, but you can actually take a quartz crystal and you can wrap a copper wire around it, and then you put it into not a polycarbonate, it's like a resin. I forget what it's made out of, and then you have the coil that you have wrapped around that crystal. You have two wires coming out, and they put it, this one guy I know, and he's a regular here on the Flat Earth. But when the resin hardens, it squeezes that crystal, and it causes it to vibrate in energy, and you can actually point that up towards the sky, and it will break clouds apart. It's called the cloud buster.
Cloud Buster. Yeah, I've seen those. They're incredible, and they work.
Well, the gentleman that I was with last Friday that was showing me this technology I just sent you the link to, he actually has one, and he says that it makes a 60-mile radius above, busting the clouds and chemtrails. You can put a hole through the sky in the clouds.
Wow. Have you heard about that whole heating up of vinegar? You ever tried that to disperse chemtrails?
No, I haven't. Tell me.
It's one of them things that, one of these sort of urban myths that you hear that people have tried it and there's some kind of chemical process apparently that when you heat up vinegar with a hot plate or whatever, there's some kind of chemical process that happens, and I don't know, it seems to disperse chemtrails. I've tried it, Amanda Vollmer has tried it, and Crow 777 has tried it, and David Weiss has tried it. They're the 4 people I know that have done it. There's actually a group on Telegram called Vinegar Blue Skies, and we all had success with it. That's the really freaky thing. I don't understand it, but I sat on my terrace and boiled vinegar. It was a real heavy chemtrail day. They'd been spraying all night. As soon as I got up in the morning, it was like, oh my God, they've been at it. So it was like the perfect day for it. So I thought I'd try it. And I boiled vinegar for a good few hours. And even while I was boiling the vinegar, they were still relentless, flying over more chemtrails, more chemtrails, more chemtrails. Normally after that kind of abuse, you would have a complete whiteout, like we've had the last couple of days, actually. But at the end of the day, I had clear skies. Now, I'm not saying it was the vinegar that did it, but you can look it up. It's, I don't know whether you might be able to find some stuff on Telegram, probably not on Google. But yeah, this idea that boiling vinegar, like a slow simmer of vinegar, like a litre, you can like simmer it for over a couple of hours, and something happens. Apparently, I've tried it; it works. A bunch of people have tried it; it works. Don't know. I'm just saying I've tried it once, and it seemed to do something.
Did you have to boil this outside so the vapors were free to go up, or did you do this?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So I was right outside. I had a hot plate. I ran an extension lead from the house, and I just had a big bowl, like a massive wok kind of thing, and just filled that with a good maybe 3 or 4 liters of vinegar, white vinegar, cheap as chips. Just let it heat up slowly and watch the vapor, go into the heavens, and watch the sky slowly clear up.
Cool. Yeah, it's interesting you should mention David Weiss. We're going to be having a meetup out here next summer in June out at the beach. And we're actually bringing David Weiss. He lives back on the East Coast. He's currently down in Mexico for the cold weather to avoid the cold weather back east. But we've made plans. We're going to bring him out, and he's going to be joining us here. I believe the date's going to be on June the 22nd.
Great. Yeah,
I'm marching out a couple of times. We're bringing David Weiss out.
Great. There, I know David is going to be speaking at an Acapulco. He doesn't usually do presentations. He's more of an internet interview kind of guy, but he's doing a presentation at an Acapulco, and it's a lot of the speakers there are flat, which is great. I know it's like an anarchist kind of, and they speak on many different subjects. But this year there's going to be a lot of cosmology talk, which I love. And so yeah, big fan of David's. But when you see him, ask him about the Vinegar Blue Sky thing, and because he's tried it a couple of times and he's had success with it. So there's that. You say there's a conference you've got going on there, or just a meetup?
She probably had to jump back onto a work call. I've never heard that vinegar thing, though. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's a thing.
I wonder who and how they figured that out.
I don't know, but Crow.
The sky clears out. The sky clears out, bro. Eventually, without the vinegar, right? The sky clears out.
But sometimes not. I mean, recently we've had a massive chemtrail assault over the last few days, and the following day, I live in Spain where it's always hot. And the following day, there was fog, like a London fog from the 1800s, like this dark. You couldn't. It was just. I had no view out of my window anymore. It was this, and it's lasted for days. And now it's been cloudy for days and days and days. But there was a massive assault about a week ago. So the sky doesn't just clear up after a chemtrail assault. I suppose you could. I don't know. I'm just saying that Amanda Vollmer has done this, and she's videoed it and posted it online. Same with Crow. I've done it as well. Weiss has done it. I mean, you could say, yeah, the sky just clears up naturally after a chemtrail attack. I don't think it does. Normally, we're left with just this haze and a whiteout, right? And so I don't know.
I mean, how else are we supposed to curb global warming? Right?
Vinegar. That's the answer.
Just to get the normies to shut up. It's like, hey, it's getting cloudy when we spray. It's like, yeah, it's to block the sun because of global warming. Right? They're like, oh, they're saving the environment. They're saving the earth from overheating.
Next time there's a big, chemtrail assault in your area, just try the vinegar thing. Just try it and document it. Get a camera out and just, do sort of, half an hour. This is what's happening. Next half an hour, record. Oh, maybe the sky's clearing up a little bit or not, because the more people that do it, the more we can ascertain whether it's just fluke or not.
So what do you do with vinegar again?
You just get a hot plate, and put it outside, or a gas or electric, whatever, and you put a bowl on it, a metal bowl, and pour in vinegar, a few liters, and just let it simmer, and let the vapor go up to the skies, and then observe and document if you can.
Interesting.
I'll see if I can find a link to the Telegram channel and put it in the and make of it what you will,
I mean, I do have one of those single coil deals,
In essence, the vinegar allows you to remove the metal buffer, aluminium and barium. They spray, restoring natural weather. Vinegar evaporates and rises up, eating the metals. It rises in the same way as water molecules from the earth rise to make rain. So it says.
I mean, vinegar works really well at cleaning metals, that's for sure.
There must be something to it. Well, there you go. There's something to it. If it's evaporating up into the heavens or into the sky, at that sort of level, is it cleaning? Is it doing an aerial clean?
So nice allowing it to fall out of suspension faster, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can suggest is that everyone try it. The more people that try it and document it, the more we can go, no, this isn't just kind of placebo or just, what, I don't know, just the more the merrier.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah, I made a video about it and I put it on Facebook. I put it on some social media and stuff, but it's quite a long watch, but I won't bore you with it now. But yeah, I seem to have, considering it was relentless. They were all day and all night spraying. It's like, holy shit. And there's me with my pot of vinegar, me with my pot of vinegar against the New World Order. It was kind of laughable, really, when you watch the video. But at the end of the day, it was pretty clear. So, there's that. They must have been like, oh, Alex has got the vinegar out. Send more planes.
That's hilarious. Yeah, the resistance takes many forms.
Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of memes, memes do a pretty good job of fighting this stuff. So memes and vinegar, we're good.
That's right. Yeah, that is interesting because there's definitely the reaction between metals and vinegar. It will speed up a rust process, or the guy's saying you can use it to clean. So maybe only one way to find out.
Yeah, there is literally that. Suck it and see.
I guess what's more surprising for me is that such a small amount that has to be used versus, the amount of crap they spray in the air. Like if that does work, like that's surprising in and of itself, right? Just a few liters in this one location.
Yeah.
It'll be like blackout curtains during the Blitz, but we're all out there stirring pots of vinegar. Yeah, imagine you need a lot of vinegar.
Yeah, maybe if this catches on, you might want to consider buying shares in a vinegar company, maybe. It's cheap to buy as well. You can buy liters and liters of white vinegar and just try it just for it's not going to cost you anything, just maybe, a bit of electricity or gas to heat it up and that, but, try it, see what happens.
Hey, what's going on, Music Guru? I've definitely heard that one before too, but I've never tested it out, and I'd be interested if it kind of works at the beginning while they're being sprayed, or kind of a few hours later, it's everywhere. I'd be interested to kind of test it 2 different times too, but I'm gonna try it next time. I got plenty of white vinegar.
Yeah, do it, man. Do it. What's going on? Yeah, I've got I'm going to put some videos. Fuck it, I'm going to put them in. I don't know if the chat has a limit to what size video I can put in there. Here's Crow 777. You must have heard the name Crow 777. He's tried it, and yeah, there you go. That's his video going in right now. Is this my one? Yeah, I'm going to put my one in there as well.
Yeah, I wish I could find it, but there was this guy on Instagram too that was doing it kind of with vinegar and electronics, and I never could find the video again, but I need to ask him.
That's Weiss's meme there in the chat. I don't know if you got that meme there already, but as you see in the meme there, he says he's boiled 2 gallons of white vinegar. And that's the difference between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. Put another one in. Yeah, I've got a few on. Yeah, the Crow one is just uploading. It's quite a bit of a lengthy video, but
yeah, Crow 777, dude. He's got some decent content. The issue I have with him is he's acting like he's the first one who's documented the lunar wave, which is him recording the moon through a telescope. He's acting like he's the first one, right? He's got the flying black crows. That's satanic symbolism right there. Yeah, I'm getting bad vibes by that guy, but I still listen to people who are controlled off. They still sprinkle some truth in there. So no reason to really dismiss them, but just
no. I mean, I learned a shitload of stuff. I learned a shitload of stuff from David Icke. I don't believe David Icke is controlled off. I believe he's a gatekeeper because he never seems to broach to touch this subject of flat Earth. He never goes there. He just stops you at all the other stuff. So so I guess in that respect he's controlled. I don't see it with Crow though. Crow's put out some incredible content. Yeah, he's got his he's got his stuff. I mean, there's things about him that some people don't like. I don't know. I might be wrong. I like the guy. He's always been very professional, very kind to me, and he's always, asked me, if I've got something to promote or I want to get a message out there. He's always asked. No, he's been very nice to me. I mean, I don't see it personally.
Yeah, well, I guess the biggest issue is he's trying to sell. He's trying to put his content behind a paywall, like the monthly prescription. Like he'll tease you with like an hour of his podcast or whatever, but to get the full 2 hours, you got to pay some ridiculous amount of money.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
That's a conflict of interest. I mean,
but if you
really to believe that he's a 100% truther, but he's gonna tease us with information and put the rest behind a paywall.
Well, he can't give you it all for free. He can't give you it all for free, can he? Because that's his job. It's like an electrician. It's like, you pay an electrician, he comes and does a little bit for free. But it's like this is what Crow does for a living. I mean, how do you expect?
You get what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying, but you understand where I'm coming from, though, right?
Yeah, I do. But the notion that truth should be free, it kind of winds me up a little bit, because as far as I'm concerned, truth is the most valuable thing in the world. And people that dedicate their life to it should be rewarded. They should get an income from it.
Well, we obviously have different opinions, but that's
I mean,
right.
Blue Car, he works for free, right, Blue?
I don't charge for anything that I do. Not for content, not for ideas.
No, but do you have a main job? Do you have what do you do for a living?
That's irrelevant.
Okay, but you don't.
What's going on here, though?
Huh?
Anyway, we can move on from this.
I'm just saying that the people that put their heart and soul in their life, and they're working 9 to 5. Like, for instance, if I'm working 9 to 5 in a music studio,
it sounds personal. Like I said, we can just move on. Really?
Yeah, sure. No, it's not personal. It's just I don't understand that people that expect truthers that dedicate their life to it not to be rewarded in some way, because truthers have got bills as well,
Yeah, a couple of points on Crow.
What happened, Cyclone? You were saying a couple of points on Crow, then you just stopped.
Yeah, I was kind of letting it just simmer in the back of my head too, and you know, I would agree, truth should be free, but a service should never be free. You know, just because that person decides to become a service of the truth, you know, it doesn't mean they should be paid for it. Now, don't get me wrong. You know, to know the truth, you don't need anybody. You just go outside. You can see that it's flat. But if you want to, you know, see other people's content or things like that, I get that, like the exclusivity of things. And I mean, I don't listen to Crow 777, and to be honest, the only I know a lot of people listen to that name, but the only reason I know that name is because Eric Dubay made fun of him, you know, in his in his shill thing. But you know, that was a long time ago too. That was like in the beginning of Flat Earth. So I do understand some of these people, like these content creators, have also even changed the way that they produce content or make content. For instance, like Guru. You know, I would never expect for you to put your books out there and music for free. That's, you know, that's silly. You know, I'm actually more proud to pay for it and kind of help somebody who's really dedicating themselves to that truth, like you were saying. You know, and you know, it just brings a smile to my face when my daughters, you know, they sing your songs in the background. You know, and it's like, yeah, you know, I'd like to be paid for my services too. You know, as an architect, I can't tell you how many times I draw a sketch for somebody, they take my idea, they bring it to another architect, and it's like, come on, man. I was just being nice. But yeah, there's my 2 cents anyway. It changes over time.
It's nice to know that the music resonates with with a lot of people, and particularly children, and that. And there's a lot of work that goes into it. And you know, if I was in the studio every day making love songs and songs about breakups and all that, and you know, releasing album after album after album, no one would have a problem with it. But because I'm putting truth and information and empowering and paradigm shattering stuff in these lyrics, people for some reason think that should be free when the same amount of work goes into that than, you know, making a love song or whatever. So I just don't, as soon as you start saying, oh, truth should be free, then my book should be free, my music should be free, my website should be free, the hosting should be free. And it's just like, no, that's just not reality. This stuff costs money, you know, so why shouldn't I be, you know, paid a salary? And believe me, it's incredibly tough to be an independent musician, as it's because, you know, not having a label or anything, let alone being an independent musician that sings about truth. You know, then you have all the censorship to deal with as well. So it's not like I'm, you know, making bucks doing this. It's just like, it's incredibly hard. You know, if I was to, you know, make love songs and breakup songs, I'd probably be a lot more successful at it. But I've chosen this path. It's a harder path financially, but to say that I shouldn't be rewarded in any way, shape, or form, shouldn't have any, you know, kind of financial reward for it, is crazy, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I think some truthers, they forget the separation between truth and products or services, because the truth is free. It's, you know, just look outside.
Yeah.
Which actually, you know, it made me start thinking, I mean, nobody has a problem buying lies, you know, buying a textbook full of planets and solar systems, and man, they even regulate it. You have to buy them for the school every year. And, you know, it's just like, it's so crazy to me to think like, nah, but that should be free, right? If that's their truth, why are those not free? You know?
Yeah. It's upside down. It's so inverted, isn't it?
And I do. All of my stuff is free. At the end of the day, you can go on Spotify and you can listen to my tunes for free. You can go on YouTube and listen to all my stuff for free, or listen to all my music videos. I put months and years of work into all of that stuff. It's all free. But the option there is, if you really like the music, there is an album. You can buy a physical CD if you want, if you want to support. So, it's not like I'm hiding everything behind a paywall. There's the only way you can listen to this music is if you subscribe for $20 a month. No, it's all there for free. But I hope that people will have the humility to go, oh, this guy's doing good work. Let's support him and actually buy a physical CD for myself, or if not for someone else, or buy a bit of merch or something. You have to support that.
Exactly.
What you're saying is valid and sound. I'm Gregor, by the way. Pleased to meet you.
Hey, pleased to meet you.
I would have never expected that you would be in here. This is a very pleasant surprise. You've been very edifying to me as I'm scrolling through Instagram or watching other content uploaded on YouTube.
Are you talking about me?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, cheers, bro. Sorry, I didn't realize that was directed to. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Are you in the UK now? Obviously, you're British or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, originally I'm from the UK, but I've spent the last 10 years living in Spain. The weather in the UK just didn't resonate with me at all. I love the sun. I came to Spain on holiday, and I just fell in love with the landscape and the weather. And because I have an online business, and I just make digital content. That's what music is really ultimately, and I can do that with just a room and a studio and a couple of speakers and a bit of good intent and a bit of know-how. And so we just decided, well, why can't we live in Spain? Why can't we go to this beautiful place where the sun always shines? And I live in a microclimate where we get 300 to 320 days of sunshine a year. And if you contrast that with what we had in the UK, which is like 300 to 320 days of pissy, grey, just awful. So it was a no-brainer, really. And I've been here 10 years now, and I absolutely love the place. So, yeah, I'm currently residing in sunny Spain.
Very good.
Nice. I respect people that do that, like the move. That's very
it's not easy, but it's not easy to leave everything else behind. But being the black sheep of the family that I am, and everything that comes out of my mouth is just complete nonsense to any my mother, my father, my brother, and uncles and aunties, and they just although it's a tough decision to leave your whole entire family behind, it was actually a necessary one, and actually I'm very glad that I did that, really, because it's actually quite freeing, to free yourself from these people that, even though they are your family, they're holding you back and dragging you down and putting you down and showing you no recognition or no, nothing, no respect. Yeah, that's the word. So it was a good move for me. I'm free from that now, and I just I've now got being here 10 years. When I first got here, it was quite difficult because there was no friends, I had no social circle whatsoever. But now I've been here 10 years. I've found some people that are of my understanding. I've got about 10 really good friends, and like I would say 8 or 9 of them are flat, or at least globe skeptic, and it's nice to get them all together. In fact, I got together with them at the weekend. It was my birthday at the weekend, and I texted all of them and said, "Hey, you want to get together?" Not that I'm a fan of let's have a big me fest because it's my birthday. It was just like a good excuse to text a bunch of people. Let's get together and have a drink. And so yeah, I'm very grateful now that after 10 years of being in Spain, I now have a social circle and I have good people around me. And I never experienced that in the UK. I had my family around me, but they weren't good people. They just didn't resonate with my soul. So it was quite an easy decision to move away from that, and I'm glad I did.
Is it just because of your kin? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask: do your kin regard you as a black sheep primarily because of the cosmology controversy, or
no? That's literally what I was going to ask, actually.
Well, yeah, I mean, it started. Yeah, they always did, because I was very different. I had very different, and I was always asking the difficult questions. And why is this place all so messed up? And why can't they just print money when they print money? Why is there so much suffering in the world? And they would always say, well, it's not as easy as that, Alex. It's just like, I don't know. it's not because the cosmology thing came a bit later, but I was always very, different. Yeah, definitely ostracized. And, when it came to the flat earth thing, it was just, I guess that was the final nail in the coffin. I mean, they know of my music, whether they understand it on the level that it's intended, I don't know. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about my music. You can see it on a superficial level and just see it as a guy in a cowboy hat with sunglasses on, singing in a country voice or whatever, and just, and singing a catchy chorus. That's what you see on a superficial level. So they kind of looked at it and went, "Oh, that's nice. Alex is doing his thing. He's in music. That's good. That's very entertaining." But I don't think they really understand it on the level that it's intended. So that maybe they're all sort of having their little family get-togethers at Christmas and going, "Oh, have you seen Alex's latest video? He's fucking crazy. He thinks the Earth is flat. He thinks NASA's lying. He thinks the moon landed." I'm sure those conversations are going on, but I don't have any contact with them anymore, and it phases me not. I kind of like my freedom from it, really. But I've always been the black sheep, and my last album release, incidentally, was called Black Sheep, the title of that album, where that speaks volumes. If you go through that lyrically, you can kind of understand my stance on the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Are you so they were emotionally disturbed by your gravitas questions and such else?
Sorry, say that again? I didn't hear that.
They were emotionally disturbed by your gravitas questions and what sort of, other things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they would never dare to ask those kinds of questions. And somebody that does ask those kinds of questions are obviously clearly insane, right? To ask the bigger questions: who am I? What am I? Where am I? What happens next? These are obvious questions to me, but to my family, they're just like, what's on telly? What's on the TV next? It's like the daily grind, and then they're getting all their information from the news, and whilst they're eating their Domino's pizza and drinking their Coca-Cola, and wondering why I'm saying that's not right. You shouldn't be doing that, right? It's I don't know. I'm very unique when it comes to my family.
Are you guys capable? Persons that are more? I was just going to say, the kinds of persons that are more focused on self-destructive vanity. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad to watch, but what can you do when you've shouted for long enough, and you've tried to point out the thing, only to be just handwave dismissed or labelled as this, that, or the other. So I learned very quickly that there are those that see when they are shown, and those who do not see. So that realization came to me pretty early on. It's like you can't change this. So I just had to sort of leave all of that behind and be me.
Yeah. Someone else wanted to speak?
I mean, this goes for both of you guys. But I'm kind of curious because, are you guys capable of being friends or being friends with someone who disagrees with you? Because I mean, I feel like it's not the same, but for me, it's I'm not religious, but I have friends that are religious, and we're capable of not this is not what we talk about. We play games. We're friends. So, is it for you every conversation leads back to this specific topic, and that's why you're having trouble with or are you actually capable of being friends with someone that disagrees with you on this?
Oh no, I mean I'm completely capable because as you said, I've got a friend of mine who is a devout Christian, and we have really, and I'm not religious in any way. And we have a lot of conversations about this, but we're kind of on the same page when it comes to cosmology and virology and biology and geology. We know about the big lies in the world, but we disagree on some things. So I'm capable of. We have great conversations. He's a very good friend of mine. He's been in a couple of my videos actually, and so I'm very capable. Even though we disagree on certain subjects, I still love the guy. I respect that he has these opinions on religion, and he respects my stance as well. But with my family, they weren't open to anything. There was nothing we could connect with at all. At least with my buddy, there's so many other things I can connect with, but there's these couple of subjects that we're like, no, I think you're wrong, and he's like, no, I think you're wrong, and we respect each other that way. So but if he's not, at least in the same book, you don't have to be on the same page, but at least he's opened the same book as me, and we're inquisitive and we're asking the big questions. Whereas my family doesn't even know the book exists, let alone to open the first page. So
okay, but so I have it's very different from you, but for example, my family, the COVID vaccine was a huge everyone disagreed. I'm more on the side of that we should have been more cautious, and it was too early, all that shit, right? But every time this topic would be brought up, it would create problems. But otherwise, we get along very well. And so what we just ended up doing is just stop talking about the vaccine, because it's like we don't get along, and it's my family. So it's like I don't have to bring politics, and I don't have to bring, well, in your case, maybe cosmology in every, like, if I know it's gonna create problems. So were you ever, did you ever try that? Just like you're with your family. For me, it's important. Like if they don't agree, like I'm not gonna fucking just do it on purpose and start a fight. So I'll just, even though I would prefer if they agree with me, I'll just not bring it up. That way, we can just be a family, eat dinner, talk about, I have nephews and, the other important shit in life that should matter,
Your family were not like that. You didn't have a good family anyway.
No, I was going to say, yeah, they weren't good. My family are not good people anyway, in the first instance. So, and it boils down to passion as well. When you're passionate about this subject, you kind of feel when something comes up, you feel a duty to open. It's very hard for me to be silent with certain aspects, but as far as my buddy's concerned, we don't really talk about Christianity or religion anymore, because I know his stance, he knows mine, and when we bring this up, it kind of gets heated. So we've kind of agreed to disagree, and we don't bring it up. So I get what you're saying with that, but it goes beyond that with my family. It was like I was very disrespected right from the outset because I was different in some way. I don't know whether it's because of, I don't know, I just a different energy, maybe. I think there was a bit of jealousy there because I was, playing some good piano when I was 4 or 5 years old, and they probably thought like, who the fuck is this freak? We don't know how to do that. That's weird. So I was kind of ostracized right from the outset. I don't think it's because of my views necessarily. My views don't help, of course, but no.
They never had any respect for you.
Exactly. They've never had any respect for me. So it was. So I don't think I could ever be in that situation where we all just get around a table and sing Kumbaya and just forget our differences. It's deeper than that, I think.
Got it.
Mano, if you were also asking me, I think you said it was directed to both of us.
For you as well. Yeah, I mean, because you're both believers in this thing, so I assume it's probably the same for everyone. That I doubt there's a lot of people whose families are very open to this.
Well, given your question, my answer is it depends on what I'm disagreeing about. Of course, the more profound, the more severe the ethical issue is, the less likely I am to be friends with such a person that contradicts very, very important ethical issues, for instance. So it really depends on what is the point of disagreement. So
let's start very high. To like say, I don't believe the Earth is flat. So let's go like that's the highest that we can go in this specific conversation. Let's say you bring this up to your family, and like this is a majority of the population, right? So let's say that you say that they disagree. So where do you have that sort of where does it get deeper than that?
Flat.
Sorry.
Well, that's not the worst. That's not the worst in my
it's like, just
hierarchy of values. So I can be friends with someone who's a glober or doesn't believe the truth about the cosmos, for instance.
Okay. So where does it get personal for you in this? I mean, I'm sure it's maybe not the same for everyone, but
I mean, I can't be friends with someone who, is in favor and or practicing murder and theft and lying, and God hatred, just flagrant, anti-theistic, misotheistic, just this raging God hater, something like that, for instance.
Okay.
Misotheism, for anyone who doesn't recognize that word, hatred of God.
So you wouldn't consider agnostics to be in that category?
Well, they're
in principle, but when I say the term, I'm talking about someone who's conspicuously going out of the way out loud to express to me and or in public elsewhere this rage and indignation against the God and theism in general and theists. I'm talking about that kind of person.
Okay.
For instance.
Yeah, in my case, it's gotten better over the years, because honestly in 2013 I found out, the Earth is flat, and I was doing I unfortunately was just looking at the sky like everybody else, but I told my family. I was already kind of the black sheep, but they always had respect for me, I guess. But it changed, right? You know, when I was 16, I ditched them. I was like, I'm going to go to New York and be a musician. Didn't really work out. So they didn't really respect me around that time. But, you know, I still, you know, was talking about 9/11. I was still talking about, you know, the government and things like this. It wasn't until I got my architecture license that they were like, oh, wow, Chris, maybe we should respect what you have to say, right? And then so, you know, Flat Earth would come up, or, hey, do you still believe in Flat Earth? And I'd have to explain what is a belief versus, of course, knowing something. But it's changed over time. I would say my family definitely doesn't erupt the same way like they used to in 2013. And it definitely doesn't like end badly anymore. It's just kind of, well, that's the way Chris is, and that's fine, you know. And
yeah,
my
that's
dad
the
is the
way.
only one that's even close. But yeah.
Yeah, I like it. That's how it should be, right? Like, especially again, same shit with like religion. Like that should be the same. If you don't like, if you disagree, you don't have to bring it up at every dinner party, right? Like, I feel like that's what people get annoyed by. Because I can imagine some people like going to a dinner party and like they know no one wants to talk about this specific topic, and they just bring it up every time. And so that's like when you get disagreements. People are like, all right, we will let you have your opinion, we just don't want to talk about it. So same. I mean, I know people that do that with plenty of things, but the vaccine was one. I know you guys don't want to talk about that in here, but and then
say like Jibby Jab
politics.
or something.
People keep talking about Trump and all that. Like, I hate that. It's like, dude, okay, we disagree on who's the best candidate. Let's not talk about it. We're here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're here for dinner or something like that.
Well, of course, we need to be careful not to be simplistic, because we humans have a habit of persevering to just believe what we want to believe and do what we want to do instead of doing what is actually logically required or metaphysically required to attain the end that we want. Now, especially as it concerns religion, especially as it concerns theism, ideas have consequences, and especially these philosophical ideas. People are living in a particular way according to a theological idea, a philosophical idea. Theology and ethics, the way you ought to live, are historically very intimately connected and inseparable. So you have person A that believes this belief A, and they behave in that way, right? Pattern of behavior A. And then you have person B that believes belief B, and they have a pattern of belief B. And these patterns of behavior they don't comport with one another, right? They contradict one another. They perceive one another as being, at worst, an egregious, immoral, unjust, sinful act. So, of course, there isn't going to just be this hand wave dismissal and easy just neglect of the issue, because one of the most essential and most important aspects of their worldview and their way of behavior are in conflict with one another. So, and obviously persevering to neglecting this doesn't resolve the issue. The issue is still there. So
right.
There needs to be another approach. You need to do something else to resolve the conflict if you really want to resolve the conflict. That's why not to belabor the point, but that's why I persevered to give sound argumentation in my defense and critically consider the words that the other person has to say in their defense. And then if I do find something that I think I can refute, of course, I will persevere to give sound argumentation in refutation of that. I'm not going to persevere to just assault them, right? You know, any coercive measures. I'm not going to persevere to neglect them. I'm not going to persevere to destroy myself, right? I'm going to persevere to reason with them unto the truth. Now, of course, the worse their behavior is, then the more severe my response to that is going to be, of course, in self-defense. But I'm not going out and waging war with anyone.
What if they don't want to debate, for example? Would you just don't think that's a valuable? Like, I'm specifically talking about family here, which is like very. I mean, if I have friends that I just never want to talk about these topics, and then they're not, I would agree with you. Like, then I don't think we could be, because that's the kind of shit I want to talk with my friends, right? We want to talk about this, explore, as you said, like, but when it comes to family, I always feel like it's a little bit different.
It depends. I mean, sometimes your social circle, sometimes the kin is worse than the other folks in your social circle, and sometimes it's vice versa. Either way, you know.
Yeah.
But in the instance that the other person who you're in conflict with refuses to reason with you unto the truth, so that you accept, acknowledge, and adhere to that truth, so that the conflict actually, you know, vanishes, then of course the only options you have left is that something, you or something other than you, is going to cause you or them to stop existing or stop moving. Right? Stop existing, stop thinking, or stop moving. Right? Because the conflict, the source of the conflict, of course, is in the mind and the heart. You believe two different things in your mind, and you have different values. You intend different things in your heart. So unless the heart and mind changes, right? Unless something else causes one or more of the parties in the conflict to change their heart and mind so that everyone agrees, then you're going to continue at least thinking in contrary ways from one another and or behaving in contrary ways to one another.
Mm-hmm.
So either the conflict will end or it will perpetuate forevermore.
But you're also dealing in absolutes here, which I think is maybe the wrong approach. Because I mean, unless you're 100% always sure that you hold the truth, which I don't have that belief. I don't think I don't think I hold the truth like all the time. I believe what I'm saying is the truth, but I'm not going to claim that it's the absolute truth, right? Which is why I'm capable of having a disagreement and ending it on like, well, you know, like, I see your point, I understand why you believe it, and I'm still, you know, maybe you haven't changed my mind, but that doesn't mean that I think that you're living in some sort of, you know, untruth, or sorry, the words that you were saying were too smart for me, but
I can explain them.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, I'm not. I don't talk like in a very eloquent way. I'm more of a, just kind of straight to the point. But.
Well, thank you. What exactly is the error in speaking with absolutes, as you said? What exactly is that error?
Well, the problem, I think, for me there is that you're not allowing for, like, if you really believe you're absolutely true, then there's not even a point in debating, right? There's no point in debating because you just know that you hold the truth. So there's literally no purpose in hearing the other side out. Like, all you're doing is you're waiting for your turn, and then you're going to say what you think. So whenever I go into a debate, whether it's with my family or friends, or I believe I hold, you know, a good amount of truth, and I hope that I have a little bit of if I hold beliefs, I hope I've researched them and I have a reason for believing them. But then I'm also like, I'm not always open to the idea. Again, I can take God for example. Like, you know, all the debates on God, like, no one actually holds the absolute truth, in my opinion, because you just can't prove it either way. When we start talking about the Big Bang, or, you know, the things that we can't replicate or prove, that's when it starts getting into that, like, sort of shady, who knows, right? I'm even willing to admit that. So that's what I'm saying there, as like, I don't know, if you're going into a debate with absolute truth, then I don't see the point of the debate.
Well, that doesn't follow, does it? That doesn't follow. The other interlocutor is certain of their position, therefore debating them is vain, because history is full of persons who were certain about any given concluding premise that they sustained to be true, and then after the debate, they change their mind. Being certain doesn't, I mean, the irony is that you are saying an absolute, as you say, we shouldn't deal in absolutes, as it were. You are absolutely certain that if someone was certain about a given proposition, that they will not critically consider the other words and will not change their mind. But of course, that's a false absolute. And you just contradicted your own premise, your own ethical value of not dealing in absolutes.
Because I'm holding an opinion. So I'm not saying this opinion is absolute, by the way. So I don't think it is contradictory. I mean, I would, so I'm not saying it's contradictory in the sense, like, I would hope that when people go into debates, they are not believing that they have the absolute truth. Because otherwise, if I'm trying to debate with you, then I don't see the point. I get why you would go into it, because you're trying to convince me. But then, as someone that's debating you, if we can't even come to some potential, like, middle ground, or if there might be some progress made, then I don't see the point. Because for me, a debate is maybe not for the two people debating. It might actually be for the audience, because you might be locked into your belief. Fair enough, but at least there should be something productive out of it. So that's why I'm saying, like, there should be good faith coming into it, and so allowing to go off the point of the other. So I'm not saying this is this is absolutely true. I'm hoping this is how debates go, because otherwise I personally don't see value in them. But again, I'm not dealing in absolutes, because it's a belief. It's not like, I know this is my subjective belief. Like, if I'm watching debates where both people just, don't even respond to each other, they're just like saying what they believe, and they're not even addressing the other point, then I just don't like that. I like when debaters like start, bouncing off of each other, and then there are some concessions and all that. But it's a subjective, preference there.
In what sense are you saying the word absolute? Are you saying the word absolute in the sense of certain?
So absolute would mean that there's absolutely no way that you could be, you could have any of your opinions, any of your beliefs changed through the course of a debate. Like, you are 100% so that I don't think that's even, like, I'm trying to think, like, is that like, if someone actually came to you with actual evidence, I don't know, because that's what you used as a word. I'm not sure how you define it, honestly, but I think I define it in the way that you're locked in. There's no potential for moving on any aspect of any of your beliefs.
Okay, I think you used a misnomer. You're saying the word absolute, but you're referring to, given what you've described in detail, you're referring to an attitude being a bigoted attitude. Bigoted simply meaning, I refuse to critically consider the words from others, and I refuse to scrutinize myself.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you're getting at. And notice I said earlier that I persevered to critically consider the words from others and scrutinize myself. So that's why I also maintained. Okay, yeah. So that's why I maintained that I am certain about whatever I'm certain about, and I persevered to critically consider the words from others, and I persevered to scrutinize myself, and in spite of me being certain about a given position at a particular point in the past, I have then changed my mind. After the sound argumentation was presented to me, I didn't finish the sentence. I'm sorry.
Yep. No, that makes sense. I understand now. So it's not what I thought about in terms of absolute. So you were actually, when you're debating, you are open to like good, like, sound arguments that potentially could change your argument, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Now, to add this part, of course, there is no guarantee that I will concede, even after the other interlocutor says everything that could be said. But nevertheless, let the record show, and let other persons who witness me testify that I've done just that. I've completed debates, I've completed dialogues. I persevered to stay with specific, objective, true premises in a logically valid argument. Now, of course, when the dialogue begins, when the debate begins, either everything has been said by all parties involved, or it hasn't. Now, of course, if everything has not been said, then we haven't thoroughly debated. So either we're thoroughly doing the task of critical consideration of everything in defense of the opponent and scrutinizing ourselves thoroughly, or we haven't. And of course, if we haven't, then we've done a suboptimal job, and of course that is never good. That's only detrimental. Neglecting these issues solve the problem. Just attacking one another with coercive means don't resolve the problem. The only way the problem is resolved is when all parties involved change their heart and mind in agreeance and adherence and acknowledgement of the truth, and obey it. Here's a question. Why is there so much disagreement? What is the cause? What is the origin? It could have very well been the case that we all agree on everything and we never conflicted about anything at all ever.
Right.
It's logically possible.
I'll give one. Lies. There is incentive for lying in a lot of cases. So like so that would mean that I can't always trust what other people say because they might have some ulterior motives. And so if no one had any ulterior motives, then I don't think lying would be such a prevalent thing.
So lies caused the issue that we all agonize in. I would agree with that. The follow-up question would be this. Since you called it a lie, that necessarily implies, that rhymes, that it's immoral for them to do and they are worthy of punishment for committing this act, yes?
Yes. I mean, yes.
Now, the follow-up question to that is, what law? And from whom? According to what authority?
That's subjective, right? The punishment for a crime is different in every country. So I would say that's like it's up to debate or up to vote for what's the. I don't think there's an ultimate. In this case, very very much there's not an ultimate punishment for a crime, right? Because the same crime in different countries has wildly different punishments, and I like that because I think that punishment is a cultural thing as well, and I think that lying in actions and crimes are also cultural because, like, again, weed is legal in many countries, it's not in others. So I like the idea of the punishment being subjective based on your own, culture, and that you get to vote as a citizen on what you think we should happen to, in each of these scenarios.
If it is subjective, then you have no justification to call it lying.
No, you can. That's not true. I'm saying the punishment is subjective. Not. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not lying. For example, to so okay. Well, sorry. Let me rephrase that. For example, weed is legal. It's not like they're not lying when they're saying that weed is illegal in another country, right? That's just the law. But that's not a lying thing, right? I'm saying in terms of how you should punish for lying. Lying is, you could say lying is somewhat subjective because, again, we don't deal in absolute truth, so there's a problem there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know where I'm going with this, but I feel like, yeah, I mean, because I would, for example, if I were to say I think you're lying because you think the Earth is flat, I don't think there should be any punishment for that because we live in a free country or like that. For me, the lie would have to cause harm, like direct harm to others, and that's where, like, so for example, if you're holding a company stock and we actually do have laws against lying, right? If you're lying to your investors and that causes them to lose money or lose their investments and all that, that's actionable lie that can get you in trouble legally. Now, that's where I'm saying how far we can go with that should be the subject of each individual society. If a society feels like they want to punish someone based on like them lying about the color of a pen, I personally don't think that's the right thing to do, but that's their prerogative.
Everything you just told me so far, did you attempt to tell me what you know to be true?
No, because I would have trouble doing that, actually. I know that. I would have trouble doing that. Like, I don't know how I can give you an absolute truth, or like, because again, if we're trying like, truth has to be absolute, I guess, in its own definition, but I have trouble with dealing with that as a concept because I have a belief, for example, that like we could be in a simulation, which would mean like everything I'm seeing is not actually real. I'm not saying this is true, but I'm saying that it's a possibility, and therefore, like everything I put into question is arguably maybe a lie. So I don't deal in absolutes for that's one of the reasons.
Is that not a concession to not knowing what you're talking about, in spite of making many predications as though you do?
In what sense?
Well, in the very sense I just said it. You just conceded that you don't know what you're talking about, in spite of saying that many seemingly truth statements. You predicated this is the case.
I mean, which is why my belief is that the punishment for not telling the truth, for lies, should be subjective, because I don't think that I think that truth is somewhat subjective, almost on every level. But if you can prove that someone lying caused harm, then I think that you should be able to act. I mean, I don't know if that's the question you were asking, but I feel like it was. Like, that's how I believe it. Like, it should be actionable. I don't care about petty lies. Like, I mean, I don't think it should be punishable, but that's my belief. But I think the only lies that should be actionable are ones that are directly hurting people. Now, if you believe that people saying the earth is round is directly hurting people, then vote on that. And if people around you believe that, then you might be able to make it actionable.
But you're contradicting yourself.
How?
You've made many predications after saying you weren't even attempting to tell me what you know to be true.
But you never asked me that, though.
In the first breath, you predicated as though these propositions are known to be true. But then you then say you're not even attempting in the first place to tell knowledge. It's self-contradictory. If you predicate, then you are implicitly demonstrating that you believe you know what you're talking about. If you don't even attempt in the first instance to tell knowledge, then to then predicate is to contradict that.
Okay, so I'll attempt to do that then if you don't, because I just gave you an example of what I believe to be actionable lies, which would be like an investor or someone that holds a company that lies to their investors about either value, or they lie to them trying to sell them a product that doesn't actually have the characteristics that they. So that to me is it should be actionable, because the truth of it is I can observe that they said something was something that it is not, and then they sold it to someone, and then they essentially took money away from that person for something that they lied about. So that is, I guess, the most absolute truth that I can give you in that aspect. And so, yes, lies should be actionable and punishable in those instances. Now, I could give you some other ones, but if we're talking about shit like the earth is round or flat, that to me is irrelevant. It's like, it's not, I don't care about those lies or truth, because they're mostly irrelevant, I think, because they're not really actionable.
So wait a minute. I would disagree, because if everybody in the society is paying a fee or a tax to fund an organization or an agency, let's say NASA, for instance, to do research for in a place that doesn't exist, I would say that's actionable.
Yes, but we voted on that, so that goes back to my initial point, which is like,
no one voted on that. Who voted on NASA being a thing?
I mean, NASA's budget is voted on every year.
Yeah, did you vote on it?
No, I voted for someone who went to Congress. I don't live in the U.S., by the way, but let's just do a hypothetical. You vote for someone who goes into Congress, and that person is supposed to essentially hold your part of the bargain. That's how politics work. We don't vote on every single thing, otherwise we never get anything done. But yes, you indirectly voted for that. You indirectly voted for that.
Right. So they're taking your money and doing something with it that doesn't exist. So
that's your belief. That's your belief.
No, it's not a belief. It's verifiable. What are you talking about?
So we're going back to my initial point.
So if you don't believe in truth, then you don't believe in lies either, because there actually has to be, right? Like if there's real truth, then there's real lies. If you don't believe in either, there's no reason for us to have this conversation.
Okay, well, I'll respond to this with people that hold the different opinion than you, they believe they hold the truth, and so they also believe they're doing the right thing. They're not thinking they're voting for it in terms of lying. They think that the earth is round, and let's say that they have even evidence and pictures and all that that you deny to be true, then you would have to prove that all those fucking pictures are fake and all the videos are fake and all that is fake. So that's why I'm saying the only way you can get to absolute truth in your belief that the earth is flat, let's say in this instance, is you going on a spaceship and observing it with your own eyes. If you've not done that, then you haven't gone to the absolute truth of your belief.
I've already proven that the earth is flat. So now we can have an actionable offense, right? You think I believe this? I don't believe this. I've measured the earth. Everybody here has measured the earth.
Well, other people have as well.
So, all right, well, show me those measurements so I can go verify.
I'm not a scientist, but I would like to see you, if you believe I would like to see you go against someone who actually has the knowledge that. Yeah, but that's the only way you can get to
you probably don't know many things, and you believe that you're a brain in a jar because you have no knowledge whatsoever. You even think this is a scientific question. It's not a scientific question. You are totally ignorant.
I think it is a scientific question. Yeah, I mean there are some good.
What is the observed phenomenon that we're going to test in this? Whether or not the Earth is spherical or flat on
Time
the surface?
zones is one of them.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Hold on, let me go get a beer because just so if we're going to start debating this specifically, I'll be right back.
Metric. Did he run away?
He said
said,
his notes and then return.
Honey, hold my beer.
He's gone to get a beer.
That's going to help him.
Honey, hold my beer. I need to argue.
Yeah, this guy's been in before. He's pretty chill and he's young, so try and hold his hand a bit.
I'll let someone take over then, because I don't want to do brain in a jar, people. So I'll let somebody else go.
Mm-hmm. I can do the brain. I can do the brain in the jar, people. That's a tongue twister. Brain in the jar. Brain in the jar.
Is he gonna understand you, Gregory? Because you just speak word salads. Remember?
I was gonna say this. The person who predicates, that is to say, that there are no absolutes, is contradicting themselves in the very instance they say that phrase. Why? Because that is a predication. Presented as true. You see? So if it is true, then it's false. That is to say, it cannot be true. So you cannot, it is logically impossible to not know anything to be true. Because that very proposition is either true or false, and you either know it to be true or you don't. And in the instance that you predicate that, that is demonstrably conveying that you do know that.
I think we're trapped in pragmatism. I think the only way to go is pragmatism. I think that otherwise you have to resort to solipsism.
Well, you say pragmatism, I suppose, in the best sense of the word, saying that which is conducive to attain the end. Yeah, am I right?
Yeah, that's that which you can apply in the real world and get certain results. But when you start arguing for absolutes, you do get stuck in like saying like there are no absolutes.
Well, in the instance that you are advocating the approach of doing that which is practical, doing a course of action that is conducive to attaining a given end, that is an instance of saying an absolute statement. You see, there's no point in us emphasizing this word absolute. There's this word choice habit. I'm trying to say in the most simple sense possible. There's this word choice habit of saying, no, it's not absolute. Well, in contrast to what? Right? I mean, either it's true or it's false. There's no need to say absolute truth. It's just redundant. The proposition is a specific, objective, preferably true premise. That's it. It isn't as though you have a relatively true statement. I mean, that's also redundant. The true statement is relative to the object it corresponds to or its coherency. See, we're not thinking through thoroughly enough our word choice and these concepts that we're employing. So in the instance of attempting to be pragmatic, that is an instance of affirming an absolute premise, an absolute predication, which is just to say a true premise.
For what works for us in society, going at it with a pragmatic approach has worked the best thus far, right? Like we haven't seen any society with wholly absolutist approaches that have been as successful as societies that have taken pragmatic approaches, right?
What exactly is the distinction? Because pragmatic is just doing that which is conducive to an end. That's a plan.
Yeah. And then we've looked in history and seen what has worked, what approach has worked towards law, towards scientific applications, towards government. And we've looked in the past and said, okay, this maybe Leninism hasn't worked, so we'll stick with capitalism. I mean, democracy at this point. And then we just look in historical record and then see look at the consequence of an approach, and if it is has not fared well against another approach, we've continued with the other approach until we find a better approach. You know what I mean? So it's in a pragmatic way versus, just sticking with an absolutist way and going all the way until, the bitter end.
But your idea kicks the can down the road. That's the problem. You've emphasized the key term worked. Worked for what?
Yeah, if you want to look at societies, then you have to say none of them worked. Yeah, they're not here anymore.
Our idea, we still have suffering. Yeah, we still have suffering, and then we have people that vie for different approaches, and right now, for instance, in capitalism, we have problems where there's people that are arguing for a redistribution of wealth, but then there's an argument saying, well, if you redistribute wealth, the money's going to end up in the same hands anyway because of the poor financial management of others. But there's an authoritarian sense. If you look, there's authoritarian themes to all approaches that prevent rapid progression to another approach. So you got to kind of fight against the status quo or what I call the authoritarians in each ideology.
So this is the problem with pragmatism. John Dewey is a very famous pragmatist from the early 20th century. Perhaps you're familiar with that name since you mentioned the very term. Do you recognize the name John Dewey?
Is this the Dewey Decimal? Same person?
I don't think so. I'm not certain. Yeah, I don't think.
The name's familiar though, but I haven't studied anything to do with John Dewey.
Yeah, the only reason I say that is because relative to our contemporary time, John Dewey is one of the more famous pragmatic philosophers. And so pragmatism has been critiqued, and the critique of pragmatism is it begs the question, like I said, kicks the can down the road as to what problems are problems, how we know what a problem is, and also what problems should we prioritize and how should we approach them, or what is the most conducive way to approach them. You see, to simply say just do what works. So sorry, just to finish this, to simply say the idea, let's just do what works, again, kicks the can down the road and begs these questions. To talk about doing what works, to talk about solving problems presupposes that there is issues at all, and especially that there are different issues of various severities, and also begs the question as to which course of action is the one that we should do and is most conducive to attaining the end. So it's not sufficient.
I kind of view the pragmatist approach to the person, like let's say a group of people are experiencing analysis paralysis and arguing for what the best approach is, and the pragmatist approach is the person that comes in going, okay, we got to get some shit done, and so let's just put some things together here and make it work. Because I think that if you are get into the arguments over absolutist approaches, you do have a risk of getting into that analysis paralysis.
Well, there is that risk, but you also risk whistling past the truth in practice of something that ought not be done in error, that actually is nothing but detrimental.
Yeah, but
see, that's the critique that's been made against pragmatists. Just to finish this sentence. Yeah, that's the critique that's been made against the pragmatist. The pragmatist in history has simply said, I don't feel like being bothered with these questions, so we're just going to do this approach.
I'd say there's a gradient, right? I agree that there should be some debate for a certain amount of time over what the best approach is. But after a certain amount of time, if you do see the debate going into some kind of analysis paralysis state, somebody needs to step in and go, okay, well, now we need to produce something, actually put the rubber to the road. You know what I mean?
Yes, this is how they're doing with quantum physics, for example. They were making so many assumptions, and they were testing whether or not the maths would work at the end, and even so a lot of these theories they're working on off the premise that they might actually be wrong when they're testing it, but they're still doing it. It's like when you're doing math, right? And you're adding I don't know what X is, but I'll try to add numbers at random until I get the correct answer. it's kind of how they're doing a lot of these things, and like that's a way to do it. Like I don't understand the premise that like you have to always deal like again, I don't want to get back to that, but like the absolute truth thing that we kind of agree on.
Well, of course, like we just acknowledged, in the attempt to debate, you get to this so-called analysis process. And in the attempt to forsake debate and just do action without any prudence, no forethought, no forbearance, right? No self-scrutiny before undergoing the given course of action, you then walk into a ditch, as it were. You go on a course of action that is, at worst, fatal.
Oh, I totally agree with you. Like, which is why I don't think that's how we're doing science right now. Like, there's so much scrutiny happening, and like scientists like to fucking own each other so much that like that's one of their favorite things to do. And when two people disagree in the scientific field, it's like it's epic to watch, right? They both go on their sides, and they both, even some of the smartest one in the world, like Albert Einstein, and like he was not, a lot of people didn't believe in his theory at first, and so he was going off on his own, and even he didn't believe in his own theory at one point, and then after he died, he was proven correct. So these are all like, there's a lot of scrutiny happening there. Like I don't understand why are you claiming that like we're not being enough, like we're not scrutinizing our own presuppositions enough, like the way the world works? Because they're being tested over and over and over, and also they're very applicable. Like the way that we get rockets off the Earth, I don't know if you believe that or not, but the way we do that
part is what the problem is. Like,
well, I mean, I've observed it with my own eyes. I mean, we as humans, right? Like whenever I say we as humans, right? And I've observed
but
a
can
rocket.
You speak for all humans, or do you only speak for yourself?
Well, I'll speak for the achievements that we have done as humans, and that way
we again.
Well, so okay, me, I'm not put a rocket into space, but I've observed it. So when I'm saying we as humans, right? When we live in a collective, right? The knowledge.
No, thank you.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, thank you.
The knowledge that
that's
someone
where you can put flat Earth at. No, your collective. No, thank you.
So
it's
how
quite
come?
Simply okay, when Nixon said, right, we go to the moon for I can't remember I'm drawing a blank on the exact wording. Because we land on the moon for world peace. Did he think he included the Vietnamese in that we?
Vietnamese?
Yeah, people from Vietnam.
Yeah, Vietnamese.
The fuck is Vietnamese?
It's people from Vietnam.
Vietnamese, but I mean,
okay, hold on. Pump the brakes, okay?
Yeah, but that's not the way I'm using it myself. That's not how I'm using it.
Nixon placard on the Apollo 11. He signed Richard M. Nixon. Men from the planet Earth traveled to the moon. We came in peace for all mankind. So did his we include people from Vietnam, the Vietnamese?
Vietnamese. In this case, it would be their achievement, so it would be their country. So that's why they're saying we. In that case,
or just how about this? Does Richard Nixon's we include liberals?
I mean, yes.
No. He thought liberals were communist sympathizers trying to destroy America from the inside. He had a secret enemies list that he used the FBI to monitor people.
What the fuck is this guy yapping about, bro?
I don't know.
Well, let's focus on an even more major premise.
It's going a little bit more of a tangent there. So
no, that's we. Just say I. If you
no, I can't say I though, because the statement I made doesn't make sense if I say I. Because if I say I've put rockets into space. No, I have not. You have
not done that. Okay.
I have observed rockets going to space by going, to the Kennedy.
Okay, where did you
Florida?
Do that?
In Florida.
Let's focus on a more major premise, though.
Yeah,
that's really not the major premise. The major premise, I would say, given what you said when we digressed into that tangent, is yes, the scientists of scientism in academia are not thoroughly self-scrutinizing, even down to the most fundamental premise being the so-called scientific method. Why? Because they still have not solved the problem of induction. They've been refuted by David Hume more than 300 years ago. You see, the problem with the scientist's worldview, with this atheistic, materialistic empiricism, they cannot justify the inductive principle, which is necessarily presupposed when doing the scientific method. This empirical method of study, this causation inquiry. See, if you cannot justify the premise that there is causation, then you can't sustain that inductive reasoning is possible.
Hey, Gregory, can
They
I ask
haven't
you
solved that.
Hey, Gregory, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you just did, so teehee.
Did you used to go by the name J. Robin?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm certain.
Yeah, we're done here. If you really can't, if you brain fart the word no, that's sort of the end of the road. There isn't any reason for you to keep talking.
I mean, so that's what I would say is.
Darth Dawkins. You a Darth Dawkins fan?
Who are you talking to?
Are you a Darth Dawkins fan?
Not really, no. I don't despise him, but no.
I thought you were going to do the presuppositionalist thing, because usually they say we can't know because of the problem of induction, and therefore
yeah, it's not J. Robin. I know J. Robin.
Yeah, Darth Dawkins is not a fan of flat earthers. Okay, his take on flat Earth is that flat earthers are demonically possessed by demons, supernatural creatures from hell. So if you think like some flat earther is going to be, you know what, I'm a fan of that, you're kind of not really listening to the debate. You're not hearing anything. You're not really tracking what's being told to you. And I'm not sure how to fix that. That's kind of like an internal thing that you need to fix.
No, I think he could be taking Darth Dawkins' presuppositionalism. It comes from Van Hyck, who's a Catholic presuppositionalist. There's nothing Van Hyck said about flat Earth, I don't think.
Yeah, I've never heard of him.
Okay, are we done digressing into what you think might be behind my approach?
No, I just thought you were going to. Usually they say about the problem of induction and we can't know, and therefore we need to presuppose on God.
Well, I didn't get there yet.
Yeah, the
so
whole
obviously
thing
you're
is
familiar with
religious
this.
studies either. The topic is flat Earth.
Yeah, we didn't get there yet. So
induction.
We didn't get there yet.
Okay, keep speaking.
Okay. So I was completing the critique of thinking that scientists are in the habit of scrutinizing themselves so thoroughly. No, they're not. And then most humans aren't, even in academia. No, they're not. Because if they were, they wouldn't be atheistic and materialistic empiricists. If they really were trying to be logically consistent and trying to ascertain the truth about these things. So yes, at the very most basic level concerning scientists of scientism, they don't have a resolution to the problem of induction. And they obviously don't care.
So if you're going to bring that up, can you explain what that is, please?
Not to interrupt you, but just to finish this. This has been an enduring problem for the scientists, an enduring unresolved problem for the scientists for more than 300 years. There's been no release in the press from any academic institution to the public. There's been no public outcry in the same way that they are so quick to publish some historical revisionist book that undermines classical ancient Christian theology. Why aren't they just to publish out the news that scientists have yet to solve the problem of induction, so they cannot justify believing that causation is real?
So wait, where's
the public where's the hit piece on that?
What about the photo of a black hole? Isn't that induction? Like we literally prove on paper that was possible, and then we observe it way after.
You're missing the point.
I don't know what that means. I'm trying to read it online, but I thought that was what induction meant.
No, you're missing the point. That's an instance of presupposing.
Can you explain it to me?
I'm explaining it to you now.
But
that is an instance of.
Sorry, go ahead.
That is an instance of begging the question, right? That's an instance of not resolving the problem. That's just presupposing this metaphysical premise of causation. If they are the atheistic, materialistic empiricists, must empirically verify the proposition that causation is real. They also must empirically verify that they have empirical senses in order to get empirical data to interpret to then know. You see, this is the problem. Just like the pragmatist, right? Just like the so-called relativist or the subjectivist, they hand wave these issues. They don't want to pay attention to them. But too bad that the critique still stands regardless of refusing to pay attention to them. So this is an instance, a very profound instance, that exposes that they are not self-scrutinizing.
I mean, honestly, I'm trying to understand, but I'm just not smart enough. You're using a shit ton of words that I know. I'm French, by the way. I know some of the meaning of it, but I feel like what I told you was relevant, and I don't know how you've disproven that. Showing on paper, like observing or in math, that something is possible, and then afterwards observing it physically, like empirical data. I don't know how that's not
the last
induction.
time.
Can you not
For the
use
last
like
time, not to
just
belabor the
try
point,
to
I'll
use
say
layman
this.
terms with me, please? Please try to use layman's term. I know that's because
Yes,
I'm not trying to dumb you down, but
when you show me a picture in the attempt to prove the metaphysical premise that causation is real, right? That's an instance of appealing to the very thing in doubt. You see? You don't empirically observe causation itself. You see one instance, and then a subsequent instance, another instance after that. You see instance after instance after instance after. That's what you empirically detect. That's what you see. That's what you hear, etc., etc. You don't see causation itself. So that's not an instance of showing me causation. That's not an instance of showing me causation itself to my senses.
so if we observed, like, so the way that we assume that a black hole exists is because, like, a star, for example, implodes. So if we were to observe that, which is the causation, would that fix the issue or no?
No. You don't see causation. Nowhere at all, ever, anywhere in the world. At any time, ever at all. I can't be more emphatic than that.
So you're
Instead
saying
of
we
just
imply
being redundant.
causation based on what we observe afterwards. Is that what you're saying? Like, we observe something and then we retroactively imply, I guess, like the causation is no.
Yeah, not retroactively, but yes, we look at the empirical data before us, and then we, in our minds, make a rational inference at best. It's logically sound that this entity doing this action caused this subsequent entity to do this action.
I mean, I feel like you're playing with words there because, like, what if, like, before I do so, like, let's say I take a can or whatever, I'm going to throw this can, right? And then I throw it. Are you saying that I was not inducing the causation there? Is like,
No, that's not what I'm saying. Most people do not think about this. Be patient with yourself.
Yeah,
and because
I'm
people are
trying.
not patient when contemplating these things, that's why people don't understand these things. But at best, you're going to persevere, you're going to be patient, and then you'll understand.
You got it. I'll try to respond to some people in the chat as well. While you can, I'll try to not to take over this chat.
So, like the little ideal example you just said, when you throw the object, you throw the ball, and then it smashes the window, you cause the window to break into pieces. Okay? Now mom is hollering at you, running at you with a switch, right? You didn't see causation itself. When you say the sentence, the ball caused the window to break, I'm being very deliberate. There's multiple things, multiple nouns being mentioned here. The ball, one, cause, another noun, well, really a verb in this instance, caused. The window, another noun, to break, a verb. Okay? You didn't see cause. You saw an object cause some effect. So you think, so far. But you didn't see cause itself. You saw the ball, you saw the window, you saw your mom, you saw your hand. You empirically detected all these things. You never empirically detected in any way cause itself.
Isn't that semantics though? I mean, I'm just really, I know you're trying to, but I feel like it's a semantic argument you're making here, and not like an actual. Because how do we ever prove that then? If it's
Oh, there's the question. Number one, semantics. Semantics is the study of meaning. So either I'm saying meaningful things or I'm not. And if I'm not, then I can't be saying truth. It doesn't even rise to the dignity of an error if it's not even meaningful. Okay, so I have to play semantics. Everyone is playing semantics, as it were, quote unquote, when they attempt to convey knowledge, of course. And secondly, you just asked a very important question. How do we know then? Marinate on that.
Okay, I'm gonna read a little bit more on the problem of inductions, just so I'm trying to like really understand it, and I'll get back to you because I don't wanna. Again, you're trying to explain it to me very well, and I just still don't really get it, but I'll be back in like 10 minutes or something like that.
And that's perfectly appropriate to something that we don't understand. Every single one of us is locked in the state of learning, period. So there really is no point in pretending as though we know everything or nothing is enigmatic to us. We don't know? You know what? I don't know what you're talking about, Gregory. I'm gonna study this more. All right.
I'll be back.
They never want to defend their claim. As soon as we ask them to defend the globe, they just leave.
Sasha, shut up.
They.
They is the globe Earth. Fantasy believers.
So like you, Sasha.
Well, I used to be a globe earther, but now I have learned the truth.
Really? What's your favorite globe Earth or flat Earth proof?
Well, I just watched Quantum Eraser. Most of what I learned about flat Earth, I learned from him.
So Quantum Erasure is your favorite flat Earth proof?
Pretty much. I just like turn him on in the background. If I ever need to flat smack someone, I just like put him on.
Yeah. Your LARP is tired, bro. So
The only LARPer is you, actually.
oh, really?
You're just jealous of me.
Am I?
Aren't you an atheist, anyways? So you don't even know the truth because you're an atheist.
Who said I was an atheist? Are you just going to go ahead and Like straw man me with that? What are you doing?
Is that the same guy? Because I was right about being a presuppositionist then. You presuppose God to know the truth because of problem induction and problem of hard solipsism. It's Cornelius Van Hyck, or Van Chick, or whatever he's called.
Well, everyone needs a base assumption for their reality.
But like I said that before, and you were like, "Oh, wait till I finish," and it is. Why don't you just say it then?
No, I'm a different guy. I think you're. I
Okay.
think you're thinking of someone else.
Everyone's a pre-sup now. It's the way theology is moving. It's just the sort of academic institutions haven't caught up to it yet. But online, it's really popular. A lot of people are still stuck in the past with sort of theological arguments.
So what is that? Is that what
Well, you say stuck. Of course, you're conveying this idea that theology doesn't matter. Of course, the other person that you disagree with doesn't believe that. So now you have to argue.
I mean, a lot of the academic institutions are still basing their sort of stuff on the design argument and stuff like that. I don't mean that theology hasn't progressed or theology is stuck. I mean, sort of the academic institutions haven't made responses to presuppositionism yet, which is sort of popular online.
Yes, they have. What are you talking about? It's been responded to since the early 20th century with the debates between Cornelius Van Til and Gordon Clark, for instance.
I just mean that the sort of the way, you know, a lot of people are still sort of thinking it's Richard Dawkins sort of thing.
Okay, well, there is that. Yeah. They didn't begin with Dawkins. Yeah, they didn't begin with Darth Dawkins, of course.
Yeah,
they didn't begin with Van Til either. This is ancient.
I think presupposition was beforehand, yeah. But it's popularized.
It popularizes. To say that is relative. I mean, among circles who are really concerned about the subject, it isn't as though the majority of humans are familiar with even the term presuppositionalism.
Yeah, of course. It's specific circle. Most people aren't bothered about theology to this extent.
Are there any globalists in here that want to prove that they know that they live on a ball?
Yes.
is?
Yes, we can try to repeat the same conclusions multiple times using the same experiments.
That's not a scientific method.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a doozy here.
Okay, so you actually need first an observation. Then you need to create a hypothesis. Then you need to conduct an experiment to find a cause and effect relationship. This is not cause and effect. This is geometry. Does the Earth curve? Now, you're going to say that because there's time zones, because the sun has a zenith point over the Earth, which, by the way, necessitates a flat Earth, but we'll get to that later, all of a sudden now it's curved because there's different zones where the sun is zenith over the surface. That's ridiculous.
Okay. In this case, the observation would be, so this is the first time we discovered that we implied the Earth was round, is we observed the phenomenon happening with the stick in the sand and the shadow. That's an observation, right? Then you go from there and then you question, right? Yeah, go ahead.
The observation. This is a natural phenomenon. What's the observation?
So the observation was that the shadow was not in the same place at the same time in different regions. And so that's an observation. And then you can question why. And then try to come up with the hypothesis. Sorry.
I'm going to steel man your argument. You have length of shadows in different places that are different.
Yes, on an east to west base. I mean, it could be north and south, but on an east to west, yes, that's an observation. Yeah.
And that has what to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Well, if the Earth wasn't curving, then that would not happen. At least, or it wouldn't happen it wouldn't happen differently on a north to south basis to the east to west basis. So if I were to do the same experiment, call my friend who's in Florida right now, put a stick in the ground. I put a stick in the ground in Canada, and then he's going to be like, well, I see pretty much the exact same angle than you do. And then I call my girlfriend who's in France, and she sees a wildly different thing. Then that doesn't really make sense. If I do the distance calculation between me and Florida, that's a long distance. And the only way that's possible, if the answer is way different on the right side, is if there's some sort of curvature happening, if we're not living on the same plane, right? Otherwise,
we already discussed this because go
ahead.
Either the sun is an infinite distance and the Earth is round,
it's not infinite distance,
and the Earth is a plane. You get the same result.
There's a calculable distance
with Eratosthenes, which, by the way, has no primary source data. You may want to look that up. This is only a fairy tale. So this is only the sun.
So there's the speed of light that we can calculate on Earth as well, and then we can calculate how fast stuff gets to us. And there's we can shoot lasers. We can shoot lasers now.
Did you do that? When are you going to do that? Today? Tomorrow? A week from now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming into this debate, but not having the presuppositions that all scientists are trying to lie to me. And so if I believe enough people have done an experiment, then I believe that I trust their experiment, even without having the tools to do it myself.
That's cool, dude. At least you
because I don't have all the tools necessary. Like I don't have a rocket, for example.
What they're basically saying is you got to be your own man. Okay, you can't trust your doctor. You can't trust your dentist.
Incorrect. That is a retarded straw man.
I mean, this is what you're doing, kind of, right? Because if there are some things that I can't observe myself.
If you're going to include yourself into a we, have more than just a faith-based position.
Well, have you done that yourself as well? Like, have you used the methods that the scientists are saying are calculable? Have you done it yourself? Have you tried to replicate the things that you say are wrong? Not the ones that you say prove they're wrong.
Dude, like, calm down. This is okay.
I'm very calm, by the way. I'm very calm.
You're getting excited. Like, I mean, you're running your mouth fast. Calm down. The scientists didn't do this. This is not science. How do you not get that? This is measurement. Measurement is not science. This is not cause and effect relationship. This is measurement. No scientist did anything.
Clearly, if you're debating it, then it's science, right? Because you're not agreeing with their observation. So you would have to.
So science is debating now. You just argue about stuff and to figure out who's right. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, that's what science is, right? It's literally the experimentation, and if you can come to the same conclusion using different experimentations or the same ones, then that's how you prove that something is real. Like how else are you supposed to get to a conclusion that's somewhat believable on a general basis, like other than trying to experiment. Like if you
just kind of created your whole system of this, like this is your philosophy, this is a belief system, you don't actually know what empiricism is. You've just kind of created your own.
I do. I mean, I agree that it is a belief system. I'm not denying that. I've said it multiple times. That like, I mean, that's just. I think that's like literally the basis for science. You can't have 100% truth on anything.
That's why there's no point in talking to you, because you're going to make it whatever you want it to be.
That's not true.
Tale. You have a fairy tale, dude.
No, I think there is sufficient evidence with different experimentations.
Does your fairy tale
to
have
prove
a
my
happy
point.
or a bad, sad ending?
I mean, depending
What's the
on
ending look like for you?
I mean, it looks great. I mean, the ending
you end up going into space and you fly in a rocket.
The ending is all of us die because the sun eats us alive. That's what it is.
You meet Green Lantern and he flies you around, reveals to you the nature of creation.
What I mean, what is your ending? I gotta go pee. I'll be back.
Natrium and chloride. I will get 99% natrium chloride, or I will always get natrium chloride.
Yeah, I think he left to go to the bathroom.
He said if we mix, for example, natrium and chloride, that in 99% we will get the salt. But I know that we will get salt in 100% if we mix that two elements. That means science proves something. 100%.
This is why these conversations don't go anywhere, because if someone's just going to say, I believe, and I'm going to stick with consensus, I don't care about empiricism, it's over. It's unreasonable.
Exactly. And he's saying, you guys believe, or don't you guys believe? And never about belief. We left that behind a long time ago.
Here, I'm going to try something real quick here with Just Chillin'. Hey, Just Chillin', if you go to a doctor's office and you tell the doctor you do not consent to any medical procedures, what does the doctor do?
Oh, hey guys, how's it going? I'm just chilling.
Okay, what does a doctor do if you tell them you don't consent?
I actually don't know.
Okay, fuck off, dude.
Oh, come on, man. He's trying to help.
Dude, being that bricked is very hard to deal with, okay? Like you've never gone to the dentist and they hold
Yeah, sorry, I was peeing. What did you ask? So if you don't consent to them, what happens? They don't do it, I guess. You have to
so his retarded straw man that flat earthers do not trust their dentist. It almost rings to me like where I can't remember who the guy in earlier was talking about. God, who the hell? Not earlier, but like a while back when we first started on the server. That flat earthers, he can't find one flat earther with a full set of teeth. That was his proof of the globe.
I won't make that point, but I think I think what he was trying to say, and I'll try to say more eloquently, is that like cause you've said this multiple times to me, and I understand why. But the skepticism, where it's like, if I have to do so, we live in precept.
Dude, your world is built on the belief. As soon as you disbelieve something, you've said no, thank you. Also, what is so hard to understand? That is where you'll find this discussion for you. It's either a belief, or a lack of belief, or a disbelief.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, so for me, like the way that I can sort of, I don't know, believe, I guess, is the fact that we can like those systems that are presuppositions are working to be actionable everywhere in the world. Like there are things that we assume work based on our belief system, and then they work, and therefore we sort of induce that they are true. Now, they might not be 100% true, but they're practically true. So examples of that is like how we believe the gravity works and how we get rockets off the surface of the planet. It's like because we have a belief.
We believe.
And why these people then don't believe in a globe? These people here.
How old is this kid? He's in college, isn't he? I bet he's in college.
Yeah, if someone has a belief system, what the fuck do they care? Go join a belief server, a belief channel.
I have to say this. This is the essence of the magic trick, right? So if you see a rabbit come out of a hat, does that mean that all rabbits come out of hats? You create axioms because you see something and go, well, I guess the magician is correct that, rabbits only come out of hats. That works. It works that the rabbits come out of hats. So that's my new worldview.
And then you got people that are like, "Hey, I'm with you."
Yeah.
Well, the original design.
Maybe because we cannot question established facts.
Well, the fact is that rabbits come out of hats.
Yeah.
Always.
You cannot question now that. That's a fact now.
Yeah.
If you question now that how it's possible that you cannot. It's obvious. It's why are you questioning even? You are retarded if you're questioning it.
Yeah, seeing is believing, except for when it's the surface of the earth. Then you can't use seeing as believing now. Now you gotta go to space and look out at a galaxy or a black hole, and that black hole then divines you the information based on the belief system that somebody else told you they fired a rocket in gravity and volcanoes and stuff.
Is Get there? Get, you've unmuted either.
I'm here.
Would you like to know how you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
You can't have it, but go ahead, try.
Okay, right, let's go. So I'd say Get that at about 101.325 kilopascals, you are at sea level. Is that correct?
Incorrect. Yeah, that's incorrect.
Is that incorrect? What is it?
Yeah, it varies based on weather storms and high pressure and low pressure.
Yeah, average.
Yeah, that will be the variable there, not sea level. Sea level isn't the
average
starting
pressure
point.
at sea level is 101.32.
Yeah, just take an average, and that doesn't tell you what it is.
It doesn't matter. We're just talking about.
What you're going to look at is storm fronts.
Okay, we're just being pedantic now.
Yeah, well,
would you agree?
tell me in atmosphere. I don't work with kilopascals.
Tell you in atmosphere. Or PSI. Yeah. You want PSI?
No, atmospheres.
Oh, I don't know. Look. Just
you don't know?
Your head later on.
You don't know the air pressure in value in atmosphere?
I use pascals. I mean, if you use a different unit, that's fine. But we're gonna.
Have you heard? Listen. Have you ever heard of 1 atmosphere?
I've heard the term, but I use pascals.
Okay.
And that's what we're gonna use.
Do you know what? Do you want to know why you heard this term?
No, I want to just go on to the argument, if possible. So, 101.
Yeah, let me ask you this, and then you go on.
Yes.
Okay, because that is what you breathe.
Okay, brilliant. Now.
Okay, let's go.
101.325 kilopascals will be your standard atmospheric pressure at sea level. Would you agree?
A media.
Yeah, I mean, this is what 40.7 psi, something like that. Yeah.
Can we agree that it's on sea level, not on sea curve?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Whatever. We'll have a flat plane, whatever. It's relevant to the container. But then next, get, we reach the summit of Mount Everest, which is 34 kilopascals. Would you agree? About 9 kilometers up.
What's the electrostatic voltage potential increase?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's relevant to this.
It matters.
But, 34 kilopascals.
It matters.
Can you?
It's
Well,
about
you'll be able. I'll let you source that afterwards, right? Once we've gone through the argument, you can source.
Yeah, but you see, this gas. Listen, Britnat, this gas we are talking about. Where is it?
The gas, the air.
Yeah.
It's all around us.
I got something for you guys. It's actually kind of not
please let me do the argument. Please, I'm almost done.
This gas is
BrickNat.
What?
You're not going to get anywhere with BrickNat.
Well, that's just offensive and rude, Crit. That's very unnecessary.
Okay, how about this? I'll take a step back and see what happens. If I'm right, that's a weak break for you. If the conversation does get somewhere, I'll be like, damn.
No. So get.
Are you in? You buy in? Is this conversation going to go somewhere? Or are you just going to go round and around?
I'll finish him
if
quick.
you think at the end of this that I got no, I made no point and I got nowhere, I'll change my name to BrickNat or something, right? And you'll be right forever.
How about a week off? You come back a week later.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay.
Change your name. Change your name is saving people.
Oh no! Call me Bolivian salt plains or whatever it is. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is,
no, it doesn't matter. Can you tell me something? In your example, is it that surface in a movement or is it stationary?
I just want to get to the argument.
Yeah, but I want to know: is it in that container in movement or is it stationary?
I don't know. We'll find out, right?
Oh, we will find out because
I'm going to say I'm making the point that there is no container, right?
Okay, that means you are in an open system with the gradients.
No, that's not what. That doesn't follow from there. But we'll go.
No, it's follow from there because we are saying that we are in container, and you are saying that we are not in container, and that is heliocentric model. And in heliocentric model, you think that we have gradients without container. Is that correct?
I think you can have a containing effect, and you'll need a high kinetic energy to escape that place. So it would be virtually
in the vacuum.
Yes, we're going to go next to the vacuum. We're approaching the vacuum.
Not next. Can you say how big is atmosphere? This Earth atmosphere comparing.
I want to make the argument. Can you stop asking me questions?
But because you said next. You know what is next? Italia is next to Croatia. Right. You know, but America is not next to. But America is not. Brit, only to understand. You know, I'm a listener. I'm not to get big. I want to understand.
Down yet. I just wanted to show get big how you can have gas.
Do you understand that's something next?
Well,
that, for example, Italy is next to Croatia, but US.
All right, that's irrelevant. All right, anyway, get.
No, it's not irrelevant, man. Because if you have container, you have a vacuum of the space.
One of the flat earthers. Can you just tell him to be quiet just for a second?
Okay.
All right. 34 kilopascals at the summit of Mount Everest, about 9 kilometers up. Get. Would you agree? Well, you can say you'll tentatively agree until you check the numbers, but that's what my sources tell me.
It varies, and
the summit of Mount Everest
you are
vary a little bit,
listen.
Roughly
You are. Is there this gas? Is it inside? I mean, the Mount Everest is inside a electrostatic, and magnetic field.
Yeah, we'll get
right?
to that at the end. So I want.
Then the gas is too, and it conforms to those governing forces.
Yeah, I will get to that at the end, but I will preface this.
Yeah, well, you have to explain to me this gas pressure at the top of Mount Everest
not even approached the
in
argument.
regards to electricity and electrostatics and magnetism.
Yeah, I'm going to approach the argument very soon, but I will say, get with your electrostatics and altitude, I want you to demonstrate after I made my argument that the electrostatics at high altitude.
I already asked you what is the voltage?
Because I've been told
what is the voltage potential at that altitude?
I don't know, but it's not relevant right now. So we're going to keep going with the argument.
It is.
At 90 kilometers, you have a.
We're talking about forces and energy.
I want to die. Please get. Just wait until the argument's put down. At 90 kilometers, you have a medium vacuum. Would you agree?
No.
Okay, right. Let's. What do you think is the definition?
We
for
will not have a medium vacuum. We will have a low pressure.
What's the
That
definition
is
for
not
medium
vacuum. There is no such thing. The vacuum is an absolute. There is no little or more of vacuum. Listen, vacuum is an absolute. It does not fucking exist. No.
0.00013.
That is not a vacuum. That is not a vacuum.
I'll source it. I'll source it.
If it's not zero, it's not vacuum.
I will source it. 0.000133 kilopascals is approximately.
It is a very low pressure.
Is 89.
That's what it is.
Is 89.7.
Listen, Britnat, go back to 7th grade, yeah, because that's where you learn all this.
Right, I'm going to source that this is what a vacuum is, and then you can give me a counter source to say there's no such thing as a medium vacuum. Give me a second.
And where is that pressure? Yeah. You said 19 kilometers.
I've never heard of a medium vacuum where I work.
A medium vacuum is actually higher. It's actually higher than what you'll have in your vacuum.
Higher where, man?
So here we go. This is the graph we've been working.
1 hour you are 66,000 miles left,
right?
And there is no higher.
There are definitions of vacuum, and they are not all at an absolute zero of pressure. There is variation in pressure, and they're all sourced. All of these graphs have been sourced, and the earliest vacuum. Well, I'm not going to give you a low vacuum. I think I'm going to be fair today. I'm going to say medium vacuum at best. Is 90 kilometers up in altitude. So there's no container between you and a medium vacuum, and so that you've got in effect gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container, unless you think
that is not. Listen, Britnat.
Right.
Britnat. You have no vial with the particle amounts per volume, gas molecules per volume, which is at that high altitude, other than believing what you read.
Yeah.
Well, look, can you give me a counter source to say there's no such thing as a medium vacuum? You can't. Right? Let's be honest.
Britnat, your person, empirically, you don't have access to 90 kilometers high up into the air.
So there could be a container 90 kilometers up.
Listen, have you ever fly with an airplane?
There have been balloons that have gone further than 90 kilometers.
No, I'm asking you. Britnat, I asked you if you have ever fly in an airplane, commercial airplane.
I have. That's about 35.
Okay, good. Then it means you have been at about 10 kilometers high up into the air at the most. But anything above that, you have not been.
This sounds a bit weaselly, Get. This is a video made by a flat earther that goes.
No, listen.
I've got a V2 rocket video that goes at least 100 kilometers, and this video is by a flat earther. So I don't know if you think that he's a liar or something. Do you think he's a liar?
I have a question for you. Do you know what is the pressure in the space? What they are claiming?
They are claiming 10 to the minus 17 torr, and that's correct.
Can you tell me who measures that and which machine measures that pressure?
Well, I want those pressure gauges or pressure sensors. To my knowledge, not even if you make piezoelectric encoders and stuff like that, I don't think you could achieve such precision grade to measure such low pressures.
Yeah. I heard they send a rocket with the barometer on.
There was a rocket with a barometer on, but that.
Guys, wait. 10 to the minus 17 torr. I don't think everyone understands what that number is.
I use Pascals, but get.
Yeah, you use
here,
Pascals.
What's important
Do
here?
you know
What's
the
important here?
differential between those
Wait,
two
Get, if I
scales?
may, very quickly, between you and 500 kilometers up, there are at least 3 kinds of vacuum. There's a medium vacuum, a high vacuum,
How do you
and
know
ultra
that?
high vacuum.
How do you know that?
No.
You can
How
measure
do
it.
you
You
know
can send
that?
an app. You can send a
Britnat, I already
Me,
told
I
you.
cannot do
You
that.
are conflating. You are conflating the word vacuum.
No,
You are misusing it.
that's how it's
Yes.
defined as sourced. Can you give me a counter
Listen.
source?
The vacuum is an absolute in physics. It is not more or
Where,
less of
where,
it.
yeah,
It
where
doesn't
does
have a comparison.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Can you please
No,
source
I'm
that?
not wrong.
Source it. Source your claim. And I don't want you to explain it. I want you to source it, please, because I know for a fact that even if you go into the intergalactic void, they will say there is a certain level of pressure. There is no zero pressure.
Yeah, when I go to this Kundalini Guru,
put it this way,
listen,
Gabby,
when I go to the Kundalini Guru, he's telling me that the chakra Kama Sutra energy in my solar plexus energy aura bullshit is 100 million kilopascals volts bullshit. Yeah, so I have to believe that.
Yeah, that's just like
my guru is telling me.
Yeah, obviously you don't have a source.
What
right?
do you have to say against that?
If you're satisfied with the idea that so long as there is some kind of pressure there, and let's say you define a vacuum as zero pressure, fine. I'll agree with you. Let's say for the sake of argument, a vacuum is zero pressure, which we would say doesn't actually exist even in intergalactic void.
Here, Paul,
the purpose of the container, approach zero, because now we're going to concede that.
Okay, Britnat, I understood. But take a break. Okay, I understood. Now that you said that, let's assume, imagine that we have this zero absolute vacuum.
Let's not.
Yeah, we are in the imaginary now. So what we are talking now, it's the imaginary, not the reality. Okay. And things here function and work for each individual the way he wants in his mind.
I don't want any meta stuff.
Listen, Einstein or Newton or Professor Claude Shannon or you name it. These guys, they don't make the rules and laws of the world the way the world functions in your imagination.
Have you seen the source?
They have no word.
Have you seen the source I posted? So the average vacuum, so the one that Mr. Redwin will probably be able to produce, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but the average vacuum you'll have on the surface of Earth is about 1 kilopascal or something like that, right? So I think when you say you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum,
I'm looking at the source at the screen. When I'm looking at the screen, I can't hear you.
Yeah. So when you have
high altitude,
when you say you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum, if you're trying to raise that as a critique against, wait, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, when I try to look on the screen to verify what sources you post, I can't hear you because I'm on the phone here.
Right. I'm just going to say that when you say you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum, if I can show you that what people say is a vacuum, here on Earth, you can definitely have gas pressure next to it and overlapping with it without a container. Then, and you say, well, by vacuum we mean zero Pascal. If that's what you want to define a vacuum as, then the container still becomes a purposeless argument because we've shown gas pressure next to and overlapping a vacuum.
Excellent. So you're going to infer that once we get to this medium vacuum, that it will go all the way to 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Well, you'd have to demonstrate to me why that a medium, what has to be, for instance, an ultra high vacuum as opposed to a high vacuum or a medium vacuum or a low vacuum.
Britnat, remember that I told you that nobody makes the laws of the world the way you imagine it in your own mind. And now I'm getting with you exactly at this point where I was struggling to tell you not to make a mixture between the models that we imagine or speculate with reality. You started from reality, observing a gas pressure gradient with increase in altitude. I give you that. Yes, gas pressure gradient is in all gas pressure containers.
Yeah.
But in a vacuum, there is no gas pressure, therefore no gradient.
Can you show me a vacuum without
Now, you are saying that because this gradient, the higher you go, the gradient, the gas pressure decreases. You observe like a rate.
That's not my
Yeah?
point, Get. It's not my point.
Yeah, but you are actually now implying that if we could actually go beyond where we can go, then we get into a medium which is zero or very, very close to zero. What NASA is saying. Yes, you are conflating.
So I think you're misunderstanding the argument, because at no stage at any point of as far as I'm aware, right, would anyone say that even in interstellar space there is zero pressure? In fact, you can look at the graph there; it explains perfectly fine. With sourced and sourced and sourced and sourced, it is sourced that is the pressure that they claim is in interstellar space. Now, absolute zero is not what's being claimed.
Okay.
As far as the atmosphere requires, as far as gas pressure requires a container with relation to the atmosphere, because we can't show you, you can't show me and I can't show you such a place exists, we can only infer that there's probably pressure just about anywhere you go, even if it's very, very small. That is what a vacuum is, by the way, just not a lot of pressure, right? That's all it means.
Britnat, when did you first time heard about the vacuum of space?
I've heard about the vacuum of space since I was a kid.
Who's the first person that you remember that told you, and your mind got absorbed and fascinated?
What's relevant to the argument, Get, is that
it is.
Is that
because I want to know the year. I want to know the year in your lifetime when that happened.
The Kármán line, for instance, is obviously a line put there by man.
Listen.
And there's a reason why it's put there, is to say that because pressure beyond that point is so volatile, that they're going to say that that's where you assume no pressure, but they know following that point there is pressure. There's pressure right up until the moon. There's pressure right up until the interstellar space. So there's no point where. So there's no point where a globe earther does not say there is zero pressure. They say that the pressure is so small it is effectively a near vacuum.
I mean, you are talking alone now.
So nearly zero.
Are you talking alone? Are you monologuing?
Well, look, if you want to say that, like, because someone else said something about 10 to the negative torr, which I want to say
17.
like
10 to the negative 17.
Exactly. Yeah, I told you that.
If you look at the graph here, 1 second, I'll post it. I want to know what's so unique about that number next to an extreme ultra high vacuum, or that between an ultra high vacuum, and then, by the way, the vacuum you're produced here on Earth is usually a low vacuum, a rough vacuum, right?
10 to the negative 6 is the highest ever produced.
Yeah, well, I mean, the one you're usually produce on Earth. There is very advanced.
No, the highest one with 4-foot concrete walls at the NASA. I can't remember where it is. I think it might be Goddard.
I agree with
got
you.
down to negative. Only got down to -6, and so 10 to the -6 Torr, and then oxygen started coming through the concrete walls. They actually have a steel plate in the middle of the concrete walls, so they couldn't get any lower than that.
Yeah, I'm not saying what the highest vacuum we can produce here on Earth. I'm saying what you'll usually have in the average vacuum, like someone might have in their garage, for instance, right?
That's not the same thing.
Quite
That's
a low
a
vacuum.
stuck. The other one's a pressure differential. The other one's a stuck.
That kind 10 to the -6 will make gas particles, and especially tralfium. But I'm pretty sure you have no shit clue what that is.
May I ask you what what the special nature is of 10 to the negative? Is it 17? You said, because I think that's Pascal.
Yeah, 10 to the -17 Torr.
10 to the power of negative 17 is in pascals.
Yeah, that must
Torr.
be.
And that's for interstellar space, right? That source, by the way, in the image. And I want to know what's unique about that number, and then obviously comparing it between 1 times 10 to the power of -8, which would
Who
be
cares? It's all theory anyway.
Vacuum. Well, the point is to say that the whole argument.
Who cares? Has anyone ever experienced a -17 Torr?
I'm
No.
trying to tell you who cares, right?
That doesn't matter.
The argument is
Breathe not. 10 to the -6 makes oxygen flow through steel.
Yeah, exactly.
That's relevant to my point. What has that got to do with anything?
Yeah, it is, because that 10 to the -8, which you claim now instead of 17 Torr,
no,
would actually
bro, we don't care.
You're not paying attention.
Suck the core of the Earth
10 to
outside.
the -17 Pascal is interstellar space, right? 10 to listen, Gabby.
How do you know that?
Well, it doesn't matter because it's about the argument. The point is
to say it does matter because you're bringing up a theoretical number that no one's ever experienced before, and saying that is interstellar space, and no one's ever experienced.
Interstellar space is anything.
Yeah, bro.
Listen, moral. Interstellar space is anything between the sun and any other star. That's interstellar
I'm being nice to you,
including your. Yeah, but interstellar.
I'm being nice to you, but you haven't sourced anything yet.
You have been. Yeah, you keep speaking on and on.
Because I'm replying to other people, and you're not paying attention to me.
We don't care.
There's more than just you in the conversation who's talking to me, Get Beget. Don't be upset that you're not paying attention and listening to me respond to someone like T-Dub.
Timbo.
Okay, then go
the same thing. They're the same people.
I'm here as well. Do I count?
Where is Sasha? Sasha, come on.
All right.
Come back.
Hey, can I just make a quick statement about the vacuum chamber, Timbo? Or T-Dub? I missed it. Did you know that the oxygen migrates through that steel even if there's not a vacuum there? It's the vacuum is not causing the oxygen to migrate. The oxygen goes through it just because it's got enough kinetic energy. It's just that you can detect it.
No, not because kinetic energy.
Awesome. So if it does that, right? Then why would a craft that they supposedly took to the moon, why would that not treat gas molecules out into the vacuum of space?
It probably does. What would the rate of diffusion of gas through steel be with a pressure differential of 14 psi?
Who cares?
It's low, right? It's almost zero.
Who cares?
Vacuum,
it doesn't matter.
That vacuum that was created, the leakage rate was extremely low.
So it still came through, and they couldn't get any lower. They couldn't get any lower than 10 to the -6. Because it kept on filling the vacuum chamber with gas particles.
Yeah, and their ability to extract it becomes very ineffective at that speed.
It was physically impossible to do it.
with the pumps that they had.
Actually, helium is one of the gases which
Cube.
infiltrates
1 second, guys.
into a vacuum
Can
chamber.
Cube stop doing that while you guys are talking? He's like chiming in and making weird noises, like saying poop and stuff.
Yeah, can you stop that, mate? If you want to say something, you can say something, but don't make weird noises in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, Cube, just make sure you shut the fuck up from here on out.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, just stop acting like a child if you could, please.
Thanks. Sorry, guys. Go on.
Thank you, Clay.
As I was saying.
Yeah, Britnut has no argument.
My argument, you're not paying attention, Get. You keep saying that vacuum is defined as zero pressure.
Okay, let's go. What's your argument then, Britnut?
All right, I'll explain it. I'll explain it to TW since Get Bigger.
Who?
Timbo.
Right, Timbo TW. 101.3. Just want to meet that guy, please, in the background.
Who?
What's his name?
I don't know.
It's Cube.
So
that was Cube's final hurrah. Carry on.
Oh, you got him.
So 101.325 kilopascals is the standard atmospheric pressure at sea level. Do you agree?
Fair enough.
And then 34 kilopascals, summit of Mount Everest, about 9 kilometers up, and then you get to a point where you get to about a medium vacuum, which is 0.0008113 something kilopascals, right? And that's
has that been recorded, or that's just an estimation based on height?
Yeah.
What?
90. That's recorded by what they call the I don't know what the word is, but the balloon things.
Who went up 90 kilometers?
A lot of people do. Flat Earthers do. I posted a video of it. 1 sec, I'll post it again.
90 kilometers?
Yeah, 90 kilometers is below the Kármán line.
Yeah, but, okay, what's that height in feet? 90 kilometers?
1 second.
It's about 60 miles. It's supposed to be the height that Jeff Bezos goes to in his flying cock. So that height has been achieved. I mean, like Britnut, you could just go ahead and say, I won the technicality because of how a medium vacuum is defined. Therefore, I win. You could just do that.
Well, if there's going to be two parts to this, right? Because I'm sure that someone might say, for instance, well, it has to be a higher vacuum than that. So different because different variations is high.
You mean lower vacuum?
And you're breathing lower vacuum, right?
So the issue with Get and the issue with his argument is that he thinks
that's why I never.
Get has two issues here, right? Get has two issues here. The first thing is that he thinks, right, for some reason, that people would say that there is no pressure, like no gas, even between you and the moon, right? He thinks this is a flat and zero.
Vacuum
Nobody
is not gas pressure.
No one says a vacuum is that, right?
Absence of matter is not gas pressure.
I've sourced my claim.
Let's just let him get it out, so then we can. And then we can shut him up after that.
So aside from his misdefinition, the other part of his critique was that it's not the right kind of vacuum. Someone said it has to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now, I would say what's special about that vacuum than a vacuum that has slightly more air pressure, because at some point the differences between, I think the difference between air pressure on the surface of Earth to 100 kilometers up is about 1 billionth of it. The pressure 100 kilometers up is 1 billionth of the pressure.
Is it time to call it yet? Is this going anywhere?
Yes.
Yeah, you can get rid of it for about 5 days, I would say.
Get your point.
Yeah, so the point is that gas pressure can exist next to and overlap with a vacuum without a container. There's no such pressure defined as zero that a globe earther would say. What? 90 kilometers up. There's no container there, is there? Anyone seen one? I know I haven't.
Are you calling this a pressure gradient or a vacuum gradient? Which one is it?
Is there gas pressure?
Is there gas pressure?
Yeah.
Well, do you think a vacuum is defined as zero?
Is there gas pressure at 90 kilometers up?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, but gas pressure is
pressure.
defined as a vacuum,
Not
medium
vacuum.
vacuum. Unless you
Said
think
vacuum.
is
Who's
defined
talking?
as
The only people that talk about vacuums are you guys.
yeah, we say
You claim
near
there's a
perfect.
vacuum up there, yeah, next to a pressurized system.
Of course, it's a medium vacuum.
Prove it.
A medium vacuum is defined as a range between 0. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll get the range again. I don't know if I'm going to say the numbers.
Sorry.
So medium vacuum. Does a medium vacuum have pressure?
An ultra high vacuum has pressure. An interstellar
Does
vacuum
a medium
vacuum
have pressure?
Yes, and so does an ultra high vacuum.
Okay, there you go. Pressure gradient, not vacuum gradient.
Yeah, I was going to wait till all the way to the very end. I was going to wait till the very, very end today and say to have all those numbers you produce, you still need a container.
Yeah. Well, where? At what point? Which vacuum?
All the numbers that you put on the paper still need a container.
So if you want to be like bigger and say that,
Brittnat, you said yourself that there's no vacuum, so we're not talking about a vacuum. We're talking about pressure gradients now because you yourself said there's no vacuum.
There's a double-edged sword here, right? So if there is no vacuum, then there is no need for a container. If you're defining a vacuum, if you're defining a vacuum as zero pressure, because we don't claim this anywhere that we can't say that has like any location that has.
I know you don't claim it, but you claim
so there's no
10
need for
to
a
the
container.
minus 6, 10 to the minus 8, and 10 to the minus 17 torr. 10 to the minus 6 has never been demonstrated to be high up into the
But then we don't need a container either way.
In altitude.
So if I'm right, and
didn't you hear what I said?
Yeah, but you're just saying it's not been demonstrated.
There is no
container.
Listen, can you let me finish a phrase, an idea once, please? So, no matter how high you go into the air, altitude, you never get 10 to the minus 6 torr. That has never been empirically demonstrated, measured.
That's fine, but you don't need a container then. If you think as long as you can define pressure in that location, you don't need a container, then no container is necessary even in interstellar space. It's perfect.
Yeah.
No container required, not here.
Listen.
Prove it.
What I'm
You've
saying,
just debunked the container
obviously,
like, you
no,
realize that,
you
like
didn't,
yourself, without my help. I was going in a different direction. I thought
you didn't understand what I just said.
I thought you were going to say, right, and this is why I went my angle, because I thought you were going to say,
What did I say?
oh,
What
no,
did
here
I
on
say?
Earth, just a second, I just want to say that here on Earth, when we talk about a vacuum, it's always going to be not quite as good a vacuum as you might get 100 kilometers up. So, I thought you were going to go down the route of, look, the vacuums that we produce here on Earth, you can't put them next to gas, but then I could show you in altitude that they can exist next to each other. But you've got an extra mile. You've defined vacuum in such a way that even a glober doesn't think it's there. So therefore, no containers required. You've debunked the container. Well done, Gabby Get. What a remarkable showing today. A flat earther.
That was a good move.
Who debunks
actually,
the container himself.
Yeah, it's obvious. You haven't listened to what I said, and
all right,
you
change your
didn't
name.
understand anything.
Change your name to Bricknat.
All right, okay, whatever you say, great. I'll do it.
What I said was actually that no matter how high in altitude you go, you're probably never gonna have air pressure close to 1% of the atmosphere.
So now,
well, no, it's not
where's
enough
this
because
coming from? Where's this new
that
take?
is air pressure. We achieve that with commercial vacuum pumps. We can achieve that, but that is gas. There's still air in those chambers.
So So you don't. So it's not just about you. You don't think like it's not really a question
And
of
listen,
you can't have gas.
What I was telling you is that at 100 kilometers high, it is not empirically proven that we have an air pressure of 1% of one atmosphere. It's probably
Can you source for me?
most likely
Can you source
a
for that?
lot more. It's like 10%.
Yeah, I agree. Can you source that for me, please? Because I would say that when you get to 100 kilometers up, kilometers up, you're a billionth of the air pressure here on the surface, right? It's such a small air pressure gradient, right? I'll repost the image again if anyone needs to look at it. But I'd say that if you're going to say that there's a specific random number, which you're going to say is one atmosphere, right? Then I'd say that you'd have to source that for me and see if that's ever been shown in the scientific paper before.
Yeah, provide those measurements. Someone who launched a probe at that altitude, a rocket or whatever, and actually measured the air pressure at that altitude. And
wait, you want me to provide a
something
source
that we can verify. Yeah,
I've just asked you for a source, Gabby. You can't just say nah. You provide one instead. Because I've sourced everything. Look at the graph.
I just told you I'm skeptical about this. That anyone has
look
ever
at the sources.
So,
in a second, it's all sources linked to what all graphs say. We come recently. In fact, this just a few hours ago. There's a counter to this idea of no gas next to a vacuum. I thought people agreed that vacuum didn't literally mean zero pressure. I'm astounded, really, because I guess the globe survived.
Yeah, that's what it means. Vacuum is an absolute. It doesn't have a degree of more or less.
Say that because we don't say that. Yeah,
well,
we don't say there's zero.
I suggest you read the definition of vacuum, and the word in physics.
Vacuums are defined there.
In physics.
Yeah. In physics, there's a low vacuum, a medium vacuum, a high vacuum, an ultra high vacuum, an extreme vacuum, and then interstellar space. Defined in the sourced as well. If you want to source yours, I mean, get me the source, get. I beg you.
Get him the sauce.
He needs the lamb sauce.
More of a barbecue sauce, I would say.
I'm not sure, but probably Alfred Kassler was also speaking about this in his book, This Strange Matter. I don't know if you know the guy, but yeah.
Unfortunately, there's a Wikipedia you can look at, right, as well, if you're feeling lazy.
Not Wikipedia.
And the Wikipedia. Well, my sources aren't Wikipedia. My sources aren't Wikipedia, but I'm going to say that there's positive pressure throughout, all the way up to the moon. If you believe that we can get that far, I don't know. Obviously, you don't believe in a container, but if you believe we can get to the moon, there's positive pressure, and further beyond, there's positive pressure. It's just so small. What is pressure if not gas defined as being very spread apart in a certain area, right? So I'd say that as far as I'm concerned, that if you take a vacuum to be zero pressure, like no gas in any area of like interstellar space and no gas anywhere between us and the moon or whatever, then you're not arguing with the globe.
Vacuum means
well then there's no point of the container, then, is there? Because we're talking about how there's a gradient up until that point, and there is no zero pressure at any stage.
Well, you'd need to show that, wouldn't you?
How will you have matter?
Or how are you going to show that? How are you going to show? How do you know what's up there? How do you know what's up there?
So this is good question, right? Let's say, right, that I don't know what the pressure is in interstellar space.
Well, no one does. No one's got
suppose
any
it wouldn't be
fucking
zero,
idea because
right?
no one knows what interstellar space is.
Yeah, I'd suppose it wouldn't be zero, right? The important thing here is that
Why do you suppose
for the container,
that?
the purpose of the purpose of the container, right, is to say that you have to, like for you guys now, this is the new container. It has to be next to. You can have gas pressure so long as it's not next to a vacuum, meaning zero pressure. Zero is like a hard zero. Now,
yeah, Britt, I think you're not up on the current rhetoric. Yeah, once they supposedly said once Voyager left heliopause, it experienced extreme pressures that destroyed it. So it's like somehow the sun creates like a bubble in water, and that's where everything is inside. And when you leave the heliopause, the pressure in the vacuum is like exponentially so powerful that Voyager just lost contact. It just as soon as it broke the heliopause, it was destroyed.
Have you got a source for that, Chris?
Well, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, just check it out. Look at the lore for Voyager. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. Really good reads on the lore for that.
Either way, right? What I'm trying to say is that if it is the case and you're saying, look, the globe model says you have zero pressure anywhere, even between us and the moon, right? Then we don't say that. We've never said that. And so the container can go in the bin along with all of that nonsense then. But I thought vacuum meant something that would be close to a vacuum where high pressure goes to low pressure, right? I thought that's what you meant by vacuum.
You are very butthurt of this container.
Yeah.
No, it's just like, you debunked it yourself.
It's like your issues with God. You've found a new enemy in
containers.
New enemy in a container. Now you've left the enemy of God, and now you've become a container zealot. Weird.
Yeah, I'm an anti-containers, hate all of them. But like, this is the point.
But
again.
The thing you got to look at is that everything you said was an if.
Well,
if this,
we know the altitude.
Then that, and you've got no concrete anything.
There's two avenues you can go with this, right? There's really two options. One, you think a vacuum is just zero pressure, and then you can have as air pressure, much of a gradient as you like, right? It could go so close to zero, as long as it's not zero, perfectly fine, right? And then there's no container, right? That's perfectly fine, because the Globers would say, there is no, zero, right, per se. And so the other alternative is to say that you get to such a low pressure that you effectively get a near perfect vacuum. Now, if that's the case, then we can talk about which vacuum that is and where you're expecting to suddenly draw a line and say, aha, now the container must be here.
Where's the readings?
Then we can locate the container.
Where's all the readings for all your claimed gas pressures? Sources?
It's
where did they
get
their measurements
in the image.
From? Where'd they get the measurements from?
I'd invite you to read the sources.
I'm driving. Just read it
barometric readings, by the way, just so you know. Barometric readings.
Britnat, I tell you what.
Yes.
I can't wait to pass another 50 years when you get, I don't know, 70, 80 years old and see you, hear you.
When I get to 80,
after you climb 10 steps to the first floor.
Right, okay. Either way, either way, I am looking forward to when you demonstrate this container argument, because Globers don't say there's zero pressure. I mean, they say the Kármán line represents zero pressure, but we know there's pressure beyond that point, right?
Kármán line's an arbitrary line. It's just a made up line.
It represents, it's a human. Exactly, it's made up based on some mathematical calculations, but basically, we here in this room will say zero pressure, right? Past that point, but obviously it's not zero pressure past that point.
What do you mean?
Can go further
obviously,
and get pressure.
Where are you getting this information?
To measure it.
only 100 kilometers up. We've been past 100 kilometers. You and I know that.
He makes it up on the go. That's great. Now, come on. Why are you taking him seriously? He's making it up on the go.
I posted a video of
I like this.
someone going past 100 kilometers. And there's flat earthers that have done it.
No
Flat earthers have done it.
footage. There is no real footage, video footage of anything going.
You're not telling me flat earthers are lying.
100 kilometers altitude.
So is pressure a vacuum now?
Yeah, I know. It's silly.
I'd say any vacuum you produce here on Earth, on the ground, will have pressure in it, right? It's a near vacuum. It's not a perfect vacuum.
So no vacuum.
And as you go up in altitude, as you go up in altitude, you will still have pressure all the way up to the moon and possibly beyond.
I heard this now. Actually, what we breathe is low vacuum, according to BritNet.
So if this was the ultimate proof number 7, you guys lost. You still need a container. So sorry.
Well, I haven't heard a counter argument really. I've just heard incredibly.
Well, I already gave it to you. These guys have been playing around with you the whole time, but you're not going to get away without doing that without a container.
Maybe.
You needed to produce the pressure in the first place.
But Redwood, you've got a vacuum chamber, haven't you?
Of course.
What's the pressure in that vacuum chamber?
I would have to go out and turn it on and do something.
What's the best you could do? What do you reckon? Like on an average day, what do you reckon you'd get?
Yeah, it's never 0.
It's sitting at 0 right now.
No, never.
Zero pressure.
The one that has a container?
Yeah, it only goes negative.
Right. You've cracked it. You've made a bigger vacuum than anyone else has been able to do.
I'm telling you how my gauge works.
Right. Okay. Maybe it's like 0 relative to the equipment you have.
Calibrated so that we're standing in the air. It just says 0, and then you pull on it, and then it starts going down, 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 down. It doesn't start at 14.7 psi.
Okay. I got you.
Can you go higher? Like make it more pressurized in there?
Yeah, you just blow it.
Yeah, but my gauge won't read it.
Is it a container?
Within pounds. Sorry.
So at no point, pressure or vacuum or low pressure, there's always a container every time?
So I have an air compressor that stores air, you know what I mean? But I can just go ahead and put my hose from my vacuum pump onto the air compressor and disconnect the other crap so it's just that and start sucking all that and creating a vacuum in that container too.
Yeah, I'd say if he calls that a vacuum chamber, then I'm entitled to say that at 90 kilometers up, you have got the same pressure as would be in Redwin's vacuum chamber. And if you think there has to be a container between you and 90 kilometers up, then I'm afraid it doesn't exist.
No one's making that argument. That's actually not the argument. That's a straw man.
Yeah, they always just straw man and red herring away from the point, right?
You needed a container to use my vacuum chamber. It is the container. It has a lid on it.
So, Bricksnap, have you got an example of a any kind of pressure gradient that doesn't have a container maintaining it?
Oh yes, the one. So, I'd say a vacuum. Right, it's perfect. Right, a vacuum. A vacuum is defined as 0. We're not going to play with that game because if we say there's no such thing,
let him misanswer my question so I can then.
If we say there's no 0 vacuum, 0 pressure, in a vacuum, that kind of vacuum, then as far as we're concerned, the container is irrelevant. If you say that there is a certain small bit of pressure that requires then a container to be separated between you and the air, from high pressure to low pressure, then I'd like to know what that figure is so we can work with it.
You're not answering the question. The question is this. Well, yeah, you didn't answer it even close. Do you have an example of a pressure gradient being maintained without a container?
Well, no, but we don't say. Fantastic. We wouldn't say. Okay, so we wouldn't say. Right. Again, like I just repeat, I give you the answer, but I guess it wasn't a yes or no, so it didn't really fit your script. There's no 0 pressure, right? So it's always a near perfect vacuum. So if you're just saying as long as it's not 0, then the globe is perfectly fine. Then fine, we'll throw away the container right now. But if you're saying that there has to be,
I'm going to sue you of plagiarism.
if you're saying that there's a point where the pressure is so small that we now need a container, tell me what that figure is.
Again, nothing to do with what I asked, and no, I don't have a script. The point is that you guys rail against this point that every single example we have of a pressure gradient requires a container. We can only point to those. We can't point to a pressure gradient maintained without a container. You need that, and you don't have an example of it. That's an issue for you.
No, it isn't, because we don't say there's zero. No, because the whole point of the whole point of the container is to separate you from a vacuum, right? If I say there is no need to separate us because you're defining a vacuum as zero, and so we can go on ad infinitum because
Globus said that wrong.
It's a red herring, right? So the initial argument is always you need the barrier to separate vacuum from no vacuum, right? And then you guys say, well, actually, you can have a pressure gradient, yada, 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 and therefore the individual parts of that gradient would need to be separated by barriers. And then the evolution of that argument is to say, well, we have a pressure gradients within containment and not without containment.
Right.
So now what you're doing is you're avoiding my point by addressing the previous part of the debate, which I didn't bring up.
Let me address this with you then. What is a vacuum? This will be your point. What do you think a vacuum is?
Well, there's multiple different definitions. Some people define it.
What's the one that you're trying to use for the container? What can't air pressure be next to?
I didn't say vacuum.
So it's just a gradient. The gradient must exist with
I was talking about a gradient. When I said gradient, do you think I was talking about a gradient when I used the word gradient?
Yes, but you're saying that there must be a container, right?
Why are we talking about vacuums?
If you're okay, well, this is the point, right? Either you're going to take the position that there's zero pressure vacuum and that can't exist next to a high pressure place, right? I'd say if the gradient can persist throughout the universe and just get incredibly small as time goes on, and you're just quite happy as long as we can say that there's pressure, that there's some container billions of light years away, well, that's fine. I mean, if you say so.
Your whole universe is contained.
You're just invoking your own worldview as a backing for your own worldview. There's
that's not what just happened.
That's exactly what you just did.
What's just happened is that you're trying to avoid this idea of the vacuum, because the vacuum is really what the point of the container is, right?
This is desperate stuff, man.
No, you're trying to avoid the vacuum because you know that
a very specific thing, which is
a gradient.
Pressure gradient being maintained without a container to do so.
In the globe model, think about what globers say.
You're invoking your worldview.
Yeah, and I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you figure out why this container thing is stupid. So in the globe model, you're so the globe cosmology. Let's say you can go millions of light years and still find air pressure or gas pressure.
You believe that, but your belief isn't sufficient for evidence.
So the point is that the container becomes the point of that container argument is nil because you can go into space and not be anywhere near the container.
I understand that you believe that.
Right? Yeah, but
that doesn't matter. I could believe in unicorns, and it wouldn't be evidence either.
You're not following. You're not tracking.
No,
unicorns are real.
As long as there is a gradient,
is correct. Unicorns are real. No, I'm very much tracking, and you're not tracking.
No,
you believing things isn't physical evidence.
It's not. That's irrelevant. You're completely misunderstanding. If you're saying the container just needs to be there to facilitate a gradient, and you're saying that gradient could start as small as possible, then space can exist now because you can throw the container billions of light years away, and the space will still exist. Does it matter now? Does it? The container becomes pointless. You've allowed for space to exist. You've allowed for space to exist.
Because then, seeing as you don't seem to understand that invoking your worldview isn't physical evidence, I can address the argument on its face, even though it's stupid. You would then need some kind of physical container around your universe.
That's fine, but you've allowed space to exist.
Brilliant. So you're going to have a physical container around your universe,
it cannot expand.
You know why I will? You know why I will? Right? Because the point of the container, the point of it, which obviously you haven't been paying attention, is to say that we can't go into outer space. Now you're
I don't give a shit about that argument.
Now you're saying that we can. And it could be at the edge of the universe.
You're just handing me arguments and going, oh, here's a bad argument you didn't make, but now you have to defend it. No, I don't.
This is exactly what you said.
I did not say that.
It has to facilitate a gradient. That's what you said. That's the point of the container, right?
That's now different to what you just said. I said. Why are you lying like this? This is fucking.
I could crop out you saying it and screen record it and put it in the chat.
You said the container is there. Hold the fuck on. When did I say
facilitate a gradient?
No, shut up a second. When did I say? Shut up a second. When did I say that the point of the container was that we?
Is it not?
If you talk over me again, you're muted. When did I say?
You out.
Just stop talking, bro. You have lied about what I've said, and that really irritates me. At no point did I say that the point of a container was to stop people going into outer space. You need to apologise for lying about this, because I can't have a dishonest conversation. Who just said that?
No, I will. You know what we'll do to straighten this out, because I don't like being called a liar. I will get a screen recording of you talking about how the container exists to facilitate a pressure gradient. Nothing to do with the vacuum. I went with the vacuum because I thought that's the point, right? You're trying to get rid of space, so the vacuum would have to have something to do with it. And if you're saying it's nothing to do with the vacuum and everything to do with the gradient, then push that gradient as far back as you want, and you've allowed for space, right? You've given me space.
Something very specific that I didn't say.
No, I'm saying you could do that.
That you've taken an implication from something and then gone somewhere else with it.
Yeah, when you say, okay, this is why I asked you this important question. What figure of air pressure would be so small for you that you'd then say the container must be here?
This is all a red herring from the point. This is why I regret even giving you the bad argument in the first place, because now you've compiled a bunch of lies on top of it, which really irritates me. But we can continue. The point is very simple and very specific. You need to have an example of a pressure gradient without containment. If you can't provide that, that's a big issue for you. It really is that simple.
Okay, what's the issue? Because as far as I'm concerned, if I say, right, I agree with you, it's the case that we have to have a container somewhere on the edges of the universe to facilitate that very fine gradient all the way to Earth. And you've given me space. What is the point of me even bothering? You've given me space already.
But then you need a physical container around your universe.
You can't because not every you don't agree that different materials and different sizes obey different laws of nature. Like, for example, I can't fly even if I put wings on myself.
Is this even close to what we were just talking about? Or
it is. No, I'm not trying to waste your time. There's literally laws of nature that adhere differently depending on your size. So we can't prove that because the thing that makes it so that you can have a container is gravity. Gravity is only capable with a very large amount of mass. So how are we? So wait, how is it a red herring?
It's a red herring because we weren't talking about
just throw logical fallacies and say it's good.
We're talking specifically about the necessity to demonstrate what you are asserting is happening, right? You have invoked that there is we both agree actually there's a pressure gradient, right? Now Britnat is saying, well, what if we had a physical barrier at the edge of the universe, right? And that would have a pressure gradient. Well, that's not your model, so that's a problem. But even if it was the case, how is a physically contained universe going to even work?
Right, so this is the point. When you say to me that for a gradient to exist without any further qualification, for a gradient to exist, it could be the finest, smallest gradient you could ever imagine, right? For a gradient to exist, you need a container. Perfectly fine, right? If I grant you that, and we just say it's to the edge of the universe, then the whole point of what your argument is nil. The usefulness of that container approaches zero, first of all. And the second thing is you've given me space again. The whole point of your container argument is to say that there is no space. You've granted it to me.
No, because the problem you have is that you're having to invoke something you don't believe in order to then save your worldview.
Well, no, I'm saying that the container that far out.
That's one system.
That's
one system.
I'm actually
saying that the Earth is the universe. That's
all right. Perfectly fine. We'll get to
problem for you there.
We'll get to the counterpoint on that.
That's actually a good point.
Because that's a different argument to what the other Crypto is saying. He's saying it's just a gradient, right? He's not qualifying it any further.
No, I have actually qualified it further, and you've ignored that.
Well, here's the qualification then to both of you. At what point, at what pressure level would the container have to exist?
What?
Well, because you can get pressure, at least for the Globers, all the way to the edge of the solar system, right? Right, to the edge of, to the moon, right? Certainly. So I want to know what pressure point would you say? Like, okay, this is the gradient where it says, okay, now we're at such a vacuum where it's like, okay, let's put the container here.
We're not putting it anywhere. Like, what are you talking about?
You say it has to exist, right?
I'm saying that you don't have an example.
The gradient. You're saying it has to be not so you can have air pressure beyond
the amount of
gas pressure beyond the container.
The amount of sophistry to just dodge the issue you have is incredible. You don't have an example. You don't have.
You just keep saying the argument's bad.
You don't have an example of a thing you are invoking as a necessity for your model. So when I've pointed this out, you've said something that you don't believe as a savior for that model. It's pretty desperate.
No. Yes, it's not really desperate. It's just because what actually happens, Crypto, is that the further away you put that container, the utility of that container approaches zero. Right, so I'll happily throw the container to the edge of the universe because there's no point in it at that point, right?
That.
I'll happily throw it. I'll happily throw it behind the moon. No point in it there either because the pressure is so small, right? That the utility of that container having any effect on our air pressure is nothing. There's no utility in it.
So you don't. So do you believe that there's a physical barrier around us and the moon?
No, obviously not.
Well, then shut up. What are you talking about?
Well, because it's just because when you say, oh yeah, okay, the container's obviously not 100 kilometers up. If you say that, right, well, I'll take it, right? You say that it's nothing to do with the vacuum. It's just to do with the slightest bit of air pressure where it becomes necessary to have it. If I throw it behind the moon and say, what's the point of having it there? Like, what interaction does it do with that small, tiny gradient of air pressure that you might find between us and the moon? There is none. There is no utility. The air wouldn't even interact with that container.
There's the moon.
I'm amazed how you're missing this, right? We both agree that... Okay, do you believe that an air pressure gradient can exist within a container? Yes or no?
You can't.
Do you believe that an air pressure gradient can exist within a container?
Is he cut out just for me or is everyone else?
Am I coming through, guys?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Do you believe that an air pressure gradient can exist within a container?
It can exist within one, yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. So when you say, oh, by the way, there's a pressure differential between us and the moon, and therefore we need a barrier there, you understand that that's a straw man.
How?
Because no one's making that argument. We all understand that an air pressure gradient can exist within a container.
You've got to remember why you're putting the container there. If you're forgetting what the point of that container is, I'll remind you, right? It's to deal with the problem, the alleged problem, that you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum where high pressure will go to low pressure. Now,
again, you're going to the first argument I didn't make. This is. I told you were doing this before, and you're doing it.
So if you're just saying there has to be one, but you don't know why you think that. If you're saying there has to be one, but you don't know why,
I'm making an argument that you're dodging again.
Yeah, if you're saying there has to be, if you're saying there has to be a container, but you don't know why flat earthers say there has to be one, then you're just going to say the container must be there. It must be, right? Like, but why do you think it has to be there? Why could you put it behind the moon and it have no effect on air pressure because the gradient's so small at that point? It's like a trillionth, right, of what you're going to get on the surface of the Earth, and that's being generous. It's already a billionth by the time you get to the 100 kilometers up, right? Once you've gone behind the moon, what's the point of the container? It's approaching zero.
Yeah, this is all irrelevant. Do you have an example?
The effect it'll have.
Do you have an example of this in reality without a container?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's just your script you're trying to go back to, but obviously it's a problem where you can't. Well, I can show you gas pressure or air pressure next to a vacuum, and you're just going to go, well, that's not what I mean by vacuum. to a higher vacuum.
That's not my argument.
That's my vacuum.
If that was my argument, here's the clue. Here's the clue for the brain dead. If that was my argument, I'd have made it.
True.
I'm not saying that's your argument. I'm saying that that's the best possible interpretation I can give of your argument. And it still fails.
Look,
if you're saying you have to show it to
argument, and I'm going to talk
I can
about
show
it
you gas pressure.
Your question. Well
approaching
done.
medium vacuum, high vacuum, and ultra high vacuum. Yeah, I can show you approaching different variations of vacuums, and there seems to be no problem with not having a container there. It's just at some random point you've decided, no, it has to be somewhere, but you can't tell me where or why or how.
Bro,
this is all irrelevant. It's all irrelevant just because you're dodging my question. That's cool.
You just can't tell me. The point of the container is
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question to Tantrum? Completely.
My question, my guy.
You're just saying, can you show it to me? But it doesn't need to be shown. You've not even told me why you need one.
You say so.
Yeah, but you don't tell me why you need one. If it's nothing to do with a vacuum,
you're invoking
nothing to do with a gradient, or
you're invoking something, and then you're saying, "Well, why do I need an example of a thing that I'm invoking and is necessary to my model?"
Yeah, it would be your. First of all,
that's how, bro. That's how logic works. If you want something to be true and is a necessary part of your argument, it needs to exist.
No. So this is
yes.
This is the case, right?
What the fuck?
If you can explain to me where it needs to be, why it needs to be there, right? Then yes, we could work with it. We have something to falsify. Remember, you're
something that's necessary to your worldview doesn't
gas
need to
pressure. You're saying gas pressure requires a container even relative to the atmosphere. You couldn't source that for me because no such source exists. It's your feelings you're telling me. That's what you're telling me. And I'm saying that why would it be there? Would it have anything to do with a vacuum? And you're saying no. Would it have anything to do with a pressure gradient? You're saying no. Right? So what's it there for? What's the utility of this container? What's the point of it? That you're trying to tell me has to be there?
Well, you can't demonstrate an air pressure gradient without
Not a response to my question, is it?
Well,
it's a deflection from my question.
The original question that you dodged. So
why does this container need to be there? Where would it be? Do you know?
We have
because it has nothing to do with vacuum.
Air
it has
pressure
nothing to do with a gradient
within containers. We do not have examples of air pressure gradients without containers. It's very simple.
Yeah, that's begging the question because you're assuming that just because you can't produce that, you can produce this here on Earth, and you can't produce otherwise here on Earth. Yeah, begging the question is assuming the premise in your conclusion, right?
Right. So where about
and I'm about to tell you. So when you say, for instance, that look, right here on Earth, you can't produce that effect where you have gas pressure without a container, even though some cases it's a hypothetical container. I can source that for you. And then I say to you, let's go as high as possible. I've quoted you verbatim.
Bro, no, you didn't.
Yes, I did. You said that. You said show me again. You said I can't show you gas pressure without a container. You said that. Am I lying? That's what I said. You said
the entire time. You've dodged 6 times now. Is that you need a container to show me a gas pressure gradient?
Yeah,
that is what I've said every time.
And I'm telling you why it's begging the question.
You dodged it every time. I show you, and then when I point out that you're straw manning me and you're lying, you cry about it.
Yeah, if I show
you, is if you didn't straw man me and you didn't lie, then you wouldn't have to cry about being.
And if I show you a gradient. If I show you a gradient that goes, possibly all the way to the moon or whatever, and we still see no container, what stage are you going to say that you might just say, well, it has to be the edge of the solar system. It's the edge of the universe container, right? Of course it's there. It has to be somewhere, right?
Do it.
It's question begging.
No,
because you're assuming that it has to be there, so you're pushing as far back as you can possibly will it to be, even though you don't know where it should be. You're just saying it has to be there somewhere.
At no point have I assumed anything. What I've asked you for is an example of the thing that you require, and you have dodged that every time.
I'd say the mechanical forces of the atmosphere are not directly related to, it's not an equivalence to what you can do here on the ground on Earth.
So you dodged the question again. Do you have an example of a gas pressure gradient without a container?
It's a shame he's broken up again.
It's the same question.
Is it me who's broken up? Everyone's quiet.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, you sounded fine. I don't know what he's talking about, man.
I can't hear him. It might be me.
Well, maybe he's back. Look, man, whatever. It's probably bad connection. Who cares? The point is, bro, is that you've got an issue and you're not accepting it.
Look, if I suggest the physical mechanisms that might require a container here on the ground on Earth are not the same as up there in the sky in altitude, you'd have to explain why they would be exactly one-to-one identical. And two, we'd have to be able to locate a container based on pure mathematics, based on what we know pressure to be and where we would expect to find it. But nobody's shown me, right? They're just saying it's there somewhere. It could be at the edges of the universe, right? It's a curious thing.
Yeah, it's
I always
almost
thought it had
as if
something
you
to do with the
can't
vacuum, but apparently
provide.
not.
It's almost as if you can't provide evidence of the thing that you are invoking as a necessity of your model, then people are under no obligation to just believe you.
No, it's that the point of the container is to say that there is no space, as in we can't go there because the container stops us. And so
I didn't make that argument.
No, that's not your point. That's the general point that I hear. And if you don't want to agree with that point, then you're allowing for space to exist. Then
it's not my argument.
Huh?
So again, you're desperately dodging my argument.
You're not making an argument. You're telling me to show you something here on Earth, and I'm showing how it's not. It's a equivocation problem there.
No, it's not. You're really trying very desperately, like you're throwing fallacy. Maybe this fallacy will stick. Maybe this fallacy will stick.
I'm not even saying you're doing a fallacy. I'm saying you're equivocating between the two things, right?
It's an equivocation fallacy.
Equivocation fallacy is slightly different.
Well, the reason it's a fallacy is because it's not consistent logically. That's why it's called an equivocation fallacy.
Yeah, I'm saying
regardless, not what I'm doing. Regardless, it's not what I'm doing. What you seem to be doing is throwing fallacies out and hoping one of them sticks. I'm actually doing, you are. So all I'm actually doing is saying, you have a claim, evidence please, and you aren't providing it. That's fine, but I know that's what's going on. Everyone else listening knows that's what's going on.
That's not what's happening. By the way, you are now doing an equivocation fallacy because you're equivocating me saying you're equivocating as a fallacy when I wasn't meaning it to say that. I was saying that there could be some other physical forces that separate what's going on in altitude versus what happens here on the ground. You're denying it. And then I could say, well, look, right, you could get very close to, you can get past vacuums that you can produce here on Earth, and you can still have pressure.
He's not denying it.
Next to it without a container.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's just trying to gaslight me. So the issue is, of course, is that you have this very foundational claim. Gas pressure gradient without container must exist. Now, you've tried to solve that by saying, what if the universe is surrounded by a physical barrier, which you don't believe? So
doesn't matter. You've thrown away the container. You've thrown away the container, and you've thrown away space. The idea that space doesn't exist. You've allowed for space to exist if this is the reason you think there must be a container. Right? And I'm perfectly happy to agree with you. If you're going to concede space,
you're now saying that you've agreed with something I didn't say.
Yeah, if you're going to say that the container,
well done for agreeing with something I didn't say. Fantastic.
Yeah, but you can't tell me where this container has to be. You're just saying that it just has to facilitate a gradient. You're allowing for the idea that the gradient, that this container could be on the edges of space just to facilitate that gradient. Then you've allowed for space to exist. I don't care if I have to accept it or not. Space exists now.
It's like if I've got a steak on my plate, right? This is a logical statement. If I have a steak on my plate, there must have been a cow to produce the steak. I don't need to know if the cow was brown, white, grey, mottled blue and pink. I don't need to know that. These are the details you're asking about, which don't matter.
That's a strange analogy. As far as I'm concerned, right? If you can't tell me why that container has to be there, where it is, and how it is there, and you're allowing for the idea of it being at the edge of the universe, then space exists, and you can't. That's done. The container's basically done.
Did you crypto?
Yeah. Again, he's agreeing with stuff I never said. Right. This is one of his tactics.
So where would the container have to be?
You said something. He pretends you said something you didn't say, and then agrees with that. Yeah. That's just a tactic of his.
The point of the This is the point of the container is to say,
stupid, isn't it? Because you can't agree with something that someone didn't say.
You're changing the container argument to suit my actual argument, right?
Because any argument, you've dodged it and pretended that I said a bunch of stuff I didn't say.
If I say to you,
has been the same the whole time, and you've dodged it 8, 10, 12 times.
You haven't made an argument. You just said, "Show it to me here on Earth."
I've made a very specific argument.
But I don't think I need to now because you. Yeah. I don't think I need to.
Do you want to hear it again?
Yeah. If you say, "Show it to me here,"
you have to shut up. Then, if I'm making an argument, you need to shut up and listen.
Right. Go on, make your argument.
Fantastic. So we both agree that you can have a gas pressure gradient within a container. You've said that earlier. Can you show me an example of a stable gas pressure gradient without a container?
That's not an argument. That's a question. So
it's a question.
The issue here, the reason why people say you need gas pressure.
I'll make an argument then. How about this? I'll make an argument. I bet you that you can't provide that.
It's not an argument. It's a statement. Right. Listen.
It doesn't matter.
Listen,
the point is that you're not going to answer this.
The point of the container is to say that the space isn't real, right? I'm trying to let me work up the argument. The point of it, I mean, you might disagree with it, whatever. You might not say that's the point of the argument, but
I can prove it for you.
As far as I've heard, that's the point of the argument. To say space isn't real, you need a container, you can't access space. That's fine, right? Now, the reason why that's put forward is because you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum, right? And you're saying it has nothing to do with the vacuum. That's fine. But if you're just saying it has everything to do with the gradient and nothing to do with the vacuum, I could throw that container as far back as I want and still have space. You're allowing me to do that. You've opened that door for me. Do you understand?
So you agree that it requires a container then?
I'm saying the utility of it's disappeared. The
You
utility of that
agree
entire
it
argument.
requires a container then?
No, I'm saying the utility of the argument's disappeared.
No. So what's the point of your... That's not a rebuttal then?
Yeah, but I don't know why do I have to... If I'm trying to say I can get into space and you're saying...
Become an anti-flat earther.
No, if I'm saying you can get into space and you're saying you can't...
You have become an anti-flat earther.
You
have to deny your own rhetoric, which you're trying to support. The acentric model of the universe, right? Trying to support that now by claiming the claims of that model.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you why I think you don't need it, but it's because if you throw that container as far back as you want, the utility of that container approaches zero.
That's the extent to which anti-flat earthers go, that they will deny the own model that they're trying to support. The very model they're trying to support, they will now deny to counter an argument.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
okay, then shut up. Like Crypto
I'm
said.
telling you why there is no container,
then.
right?
Shut up then. You don't have an argument.
I have one.
You don't have an argument.
I have one.
It's it.
Why do helium balloons? Why do helium balloons go up then? Like if there's no gradient, then how does that work? If that's a gas going up, right? No, I'm curious. I'm honestly curious.
Bro,
is that not a proof of gradient pressure?
No one's arguing about the gradient. Jeez.
For a second.
Okay, I got it.
No one said there wasn't a gradient. You're making an argument, like a non-argument that no one's talking about.
He's green. He's new.
May I just say, Tim? May I say, Timbo? The reason why I think the container doesn't exist if this is you're changing
to you.
Oh, first it was Timbo, and now it's you. It's like, oh my, you know what? Anyway, right, Timbo.
Yuri, bro, this isn't
Tim,
you. What's happening,
T-Dub. All right, T-Dub this time. Okay, listen. If you throw the container,
have to do a swearing-in ceremony when you became anti-flat earther. Do you guys have a swearing-in?
All right, hold on. If you throw the container far back, the utility of that container approaches zero.
I throw the container, or you throw the container.
Well, you're not going to tell me where it should be, so let's throw it far away to the edge of the universe.
You're going to do
create the effect, same effect.
You're going to do it.
The utility of that, we could put it behind the moon. It doesn't really matter where you want to put it.
Yeah, so
the
you
utility
agree
of that
there's
container approaches zero. No, because I'm saying why there would be no why you could have it without a container.
You agree there's a container?
I'm saying that if you throw it, if you want to throw it far back and say there's nothing to do with the vacuum, then I could say it could just be some other thing creating a containing effect, which would be more relevant to Earth than if you were throwing your container far away and saying it just has to be there.
Has something changed in the last week or something, Yui?
I'm just trying to explain what is no container.
It's funny. It's like, this is how I would have expected you to be in like the first week, but you've done it in like reverse. You went for like 6 months of having fun, and now it sounds like you're just mad.
I'm not mad. I think there's some things, some arguments I get irritated by, and this is one of them. This is one of those arguments that irritates me because I keep hearing it, and no one's really explaining to me why. No, this one's like why? Because I mean, usually if I ask Jedi, he'll say it has something to do with a vacuum. I'm being told right now it has nothing to do with a vacuum. It has everything to do with a gradient. And so I could move this container here, there, and anywhere because no one's telling me where about at the gradient it should be. Then if you move it far back enough, it just becomes a useless container. Right? It's like it has no purpose. Won't interact with any other matter.
Except to contain the gas, right? Except to contain the gas. It has no purpose except to contain the gas.
Once you get to 100 kilometers up, it's 1/1000th of the pressure that you have on the surface of Earth, right? So at that point, it's already like becoming like a kind of a useless container because the gas pressure is already doing quite nicely all the way to 100 kilometers up.
How dare you speak of our container like that?
Brett, let's since you've thrown the heliocentric model under the bus now, I'm just curious. Do you know why this argument exists? The one that's bothered you so much?
To say there's no space.
No.
That's why
you don't even know what it exists for. No, I know why it exists, but you don't.
Space. What do you think?
You don't have no idea. Well, I mean, there's supposed to be photographs from space. Oh, you're gonna like it.
It's the reason why we have air pressure.
If you're allowing for space to exist, I mean,
is the space a vacuum chamber now? So is space a vacuum chamber or is it a pressurized chamber? Which one is it?
Has pressure. All vacuum chambers have pressure.
So all vacuum chambers have pressure. How do they gain this pressure?
It's just hard to secure a perfect vacuum.
So where's the pressure coming from?
Gas molecules, energetic gas molecules.
Gas molecules are being held down by their own weight, hitting surfaces, whatever you want to say, right? Whatever creates gas pressure, right? Gas and surfaces, or gas and weight, whatever you want. It can all create gas.
But where's it coming from? Now, I'm not asking what they're doing. I'm asking where it's coming from.
Oh, on Earth, here on Earth, and other places, like other planets.
And other places. So just more assertions.
Possibly other planets.
So now you have a whole nother set of problems for your big pressurized system.
Like all the other places.
Earth is the only place creating gas now.
Well, just for the sake of argument, we'll just focus on Earth, right? There's gas being produced on the surface of Earth, right? Or being, well, not produced, being released, let's say, on the surface of Earth, right? And that forms a gradient up to 100 kilometers up. At about, I think it's about 90 kilometers, you approach medium vacuum gradient, right? So it's like so small. It would be.
I didn't ask you any of that. So the Earth is producing all of the pressure in space now.
It's irrelevant. Where do you want to go with this?
I don't know. You changed the entire model. I'm asking you about your model now, your new model. How does it work?
If you're trying to force me into a claim,
You've already made a claim. You said that the container is at the edge of the universe, wherever that is. You can't show that to me. But now you have a pressurized system. So I'm asking you how it works.
No, I said they're allowing for the container to be that far back. If that's their argument,
who's they?
People are saying it has only the flat. I'm about to tell you the flat Earth.
Yeah, sure. If there's enough gas to fill it, but then you get rid of the vacuum anyway.
No flat earthers are making this claim. This is your claim.
So there's two kinds of flat earthers I'm suspecting now. There's ones that say it has
different types of flat earthers. So
it's nothing to do with the vacuum.
So you're not making this argument then that there's a container at the edge of the universe?
Well,
I'm saying if they
that it's ever expanding too.
And what is it expanding into?
If they say
it doesn't sound like the kind of volume they're claiming is caused by gravity.
Yeah, because if it wasn't if it's not ever expanding, then we'll have constant pressure here and in outer space, and everything will be fine. If it is ever expanding, our atmosphere should be sucked away.
But it does
if you have that kind of pressure and what they're calling, if you have that kind of pressure and what they're calling outer space, then you can't have the distances that they're claiming in their cosmology anyway, because all the light from those things would be attenuated before it got anywhere near here. So if you want to say it's that big of a volume, you fucked outer space anyway.
No. I'm perfectly fine with saying that the atmosphere wants to stay close to this ball, right? Or surface. I'm not even talking about curvature yet.
All right, so the volume is
the surface of. Yeah, could be like so.
Right, so the volume isn't at the edge of the expanding universe. You can just get rid of that then, because you're fine with saying it's got to be close. Okay, so the mechanism is either gravity, which can't be demonstrated, or just the same mechanism it always is, a container.
Wait, how can gravity not be demonstrated?
Hold the argument. I'll hold that argument to one side for a second, because it's very relevant, very important. First thing is to say there is pressure like past our atmosphere, right? And there's going to be pressure all the way into interstellar space. But most of it, the dense part of it, is all staying close to the surface, right? Now, when you say it could be one of two things, I mean, for the sake of argument, yes, but it could be more things, right? That cause gas to want to stay close to this surface, right? Now, I would be interested to say, if it has to be the container, at what stage or what pressure gradient would you say the container must exist here?
I don't know. It's your claim. Now you have a pressure gradient into a container at the edge of the universe. Where is that? That's your claim.
Well, as per you just said, if I throw the container to the edge of the universe, the air is just going to fill up the vacuum of space, and it's going to equalize whatever. So where would you say the pressure?
It's going to equalize.
Should now nicely put the container.
I don't know, man. It's your claim.
Know that the gases are just spreading. We know that like it gets smaller and smaller as you get all the way to the moon or whatever. We all agree there's a gradient. But where is the point where you say, okay, like it's obvious now the container's here?
I'm sorry. What's the moon?
Give me a range.
How far is it to the? No, you're making all the claims. I'm just letting you. I'm trying to get this model together now that you've changed it completely. So, how far is the moon? What is it? And where's that Kármán line at? Like the things that you guys are talking about, because you changed that now.
The Kármán.
I just want to get a grasp on the new model. The new model.
Yeah, the Kármán line is just an arbitrary line based on mathematics to say where things start to fly in ballistic trajectories. Irrelevant, right?
Where's that at?
As for
where is it?
The container, it's about 100 kilometers up.
The Kármán is 100 kilometers.
So I'm interested. I'm interested into where you say, and this is what my argument really came down to earlier. This was the whole point of it. I could show you a series of vacuums, series of very tiny pressure gradients, and I would be very interested to know when you guys think, aha, the container is here. Otherwise, it would
no one said that.
Be more pressure.
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
If I move the container, I'll tell you. I'll tell you who said it. If you move the container far away, rendering it useless, someone said, and one of you guys said, well, then space would be a lot more pressurized, right? So I thrown away space.
No.
Now I'm saying.
No, you said the space would be pressurized. You said the space is pressurized everywhere because there's no zero pressure, right? There's no zero gas,
back to Earth.
Right?
Now,
are you just going to yammer? You're not going to address the things that I'm talking to you about. These are your claims. You've changed the entire model.
I'm trying to ask you a question. When you have these like little tiny pressure gradients at this point, and you get into about 100 kilometers, you've already passed a medium vacuum. Where should the container be?
What container? The one that you're invoking?
Well, it sounds like you're avoiding the question.
No, I'm not avoiding the question. You said that the container is at the edge of the universe. Can you show me where that is?
No, I said if you just depend it upon a gradient existing and no further qualification, you can throw it as far back as you like.
Depend on a gradient existing. This is now your new model. You have a huge gradient all the way to the edge of the universe, a pressure gradient. I asked you. It's not a vacuum gradient. It's a pressure gradient that you have, right?
I said if you're just saying you need a container to facilitate a gradient, even if it's at the tiniest gradient,
do you agree?
We can throw it to the edge of the universe, right?
Sorry, do you not agree that a pressure gradient requires a container?
Oh, I'd say no, right? I'd say.
Oh, okay.
You can get to such small pressure between us and 100 kilometers, and even worse, far you can get to an ultra vacuum, right? And there's still.
Great. Can you demonstrate that for us? Can you demonstrate that for us? Are you going to demonstrate that, or are you just going to keep talking? Can you demonstrate that, or are you just going to make the claim?
I can show you. I've demonstrated it already, but I'll demonstrate it again. There's flat earthers and globe earthers who've gone past the Kármán line, definitely gone past the medium vacuum.
Have they?
Second. Yeah.
Okay.
This was provided to me by Bacon earlier yesterday.
Okay, and you have a gradient, right? So you need a container. Where's the container at?
So, you know the V2 rocket, that's the Glober example, but this is the flat earther that he showed me that went over 100 kilometers. That's in the side chat, by the way.
Where is the container? Are you just going to blow past that? You're going to stutter, and then you're going to blow past that. Where's the container at?
That's the point.
There's no container now. Now there's no container. I just asked you if a pressure gradient requires a container. You said no. Now it's not at the edge of the universe. There's no container, period.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I'm going to make this very clear to you because you're not understanding what I said earlier. If you say the only reason the container has to exist is to facilitate pressure gradients, and you say it has nothing to do with, how small this pressure gradient is, or has nothing to do with being next to a vacuum or anything like that, then I can throw it as far back as I want, and you've given me space.
Right.
Now, obviously,
great. So what is it?
Just a moment ago. But I'm saying
you keep saying this like
earlier.
I'm asking you. Can you find the same question remains, Brett? Now, so can you demonstrate a pressure gradient without a container? You can't.
I said if you throw it back to the edge of the. I said if you throw it back to the edge of the universe.
Bro, I just need you to show me a pressure gradient without a container. Go ahead.
Okay, can I try to answer this? I know you didn't want to hear me.
No, I don't want to hear you.
Fair enough.
I think the vagaries of this is concerning, because if I say to you, you have 100 kilometers up, 200 kilometers up, and there's still no container, but you have these very small pascals of pressure, right? Very small. We're talking about nanopascals that past 100 kilometers, by the way.
No one's arguing this. Why do you keep going back to it? This is pathetic. Dude, this is pathetic. Brett.
Yeah.
This is pathetic.
If you have nanopascals of pressure,
Brett, this is pathetic.
Your container's still not there.
Brett,
listen, if you have nanopascals,
Brett, you're embarrassing yourself now,
Brett. If you have nanopascals,
are you just going to repeat yourself in chant? This is sad. This is ridiculous.
Nanopascals of pressure.
So you've now gone into brick mode. Are you not going to engage with me? I've heard this already. You're in brick mode.
Yeah.
Right? You went to brick mode.
No, I'm saying that.
No. We've already talked about this.
Here's the image. Here's the image from earlier. 1 second. This is what we made.
Okay.
I'm confused about how do you guys explain the pressure differential between the surface of the Earth and the high altitudes if the Earth is not a container?
Bro, with all due respect, you're very green in this, and so when we're done here with TrollNet,
I've been trying to listen.
We'll talk to you.
Fair enough.
But I don't want to hear your argument all over again. I just need you to demonstrate to me that you can have either a gas pressure or a vacuum gradient, right? Pressure gradient or vacuum gradient without a container. So, please, enlighten me.
Yeah, perfect. That's a perfect question. In fact, just what I wanted. Medium vacuum is at about 90 kilometers up. You can go past that point, and there's still there's no container. So there's a vacuum next to air pressure and no container.
QED.
So your pressure gradient only goes to about 100 kilometers up, and then it just doesn't. We don't know anything after that.
Well, it can go further than that, but that's where you approach a medium vacuum. What kind of vacuum would you like to go to? Would you like to go to a high vacuum, which is 100?
I don't know. This is your claim. I'm asking you to demonstrate it for me.
Yeah. So
how high is it going to go?
100 nanopascals to 100 millipascals. You get a high vacuum. You get a ultra high vacuum, 100 nanopascals. Which vacuum do you think the container should be at?
I don't know. This is your claim. Where do you think it should be?
You're the ones who say you have to have a container. I don't.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just asking you to demonstrate it. If you're just going to say to this point there's no container, we're good, then you don't have space, right?
What?
Maybe it's at 120 kilometers.
Right. So you're talking about a high vacuum sort of altitude?
Say that again?
So you think, you think you can have air pressure next to a medium vacuum, that's fine. But you think when it comes to a high vacuum, now the container has to be there. Is that correct?
No, I'm just asking you. So you can demonstrate this gradient only to 100 kilometers.
Well,
in order to have the gas pressure, the vacuum, all of it, you need a container.
Well, perfect. I mean, look at the graph. Medium vacuum, no container.
Yep. So then you don't have space, or you do? Where is space?
Oh, well, do you think space has no pressure in it?
I don't know. I don't make a space claim. You do.
Well, we Globers don't say it's zero pressure. We say
I don't say that either.
Vacuum.
Where is it? Where is it at? How high does it go?
I think you could say past 100 kilometers, you've basically reached space.
No, I mean, how high does the vacuum go, or the pressure system? Now everything's either pressure or vacuum. I can't tell. Is it a pressure system or is it a vacuum system?
There's magnitudes of this gradient, right? You can Google that. And also, by the way,
it's all pressure. It's all pressure.
All has pressure.
It's all pressure, or is it all vacuum? Is it both?
There's no negative pressure. And yes, there is. You can have pressure in a vacuum, as shown in that graph. There's a medium vacuum, which is about 1.33 times 10 negative 1 to 1.33 times 10 to the negative 3 pascals.
Mm-hmm.
That's a medium vacuum. An ultra high vacuum, an extremely ultra high vacuum is between 1 times 10 to the negative 10 pascals. That's still pressure.
So 100 kilometers up is how far you can go with your pressure system.
Well, pressure can go further than 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers.
How far?
Practicality's sake, the pressure is so small that you have ballistic trajectories.
What?
Do you know what a ballistic trajectory is?
Of what?
Of a rocket, for instance.
Okay. What about the rocket?
At that point, the air pressure is so small that it can. The rocket doesn't really need to depend upon friction of the atmosphere or the thrust to propel itself across the sky. It actually has a strange trajectory throughout when it goes past.
Does it need friction to slow down or turn?
When it re-enters, when it re-enters the atmosphere. Well, when it re-enters 100 kilometers.
But it's going up, right?
Yes, but while it's over 100 kilometers, it has a ballistic trajectory.
And then after that, it doesn't.
When it goes back down, when it descends back to Earth.
How does it descend?
Falls.
It falls.
Yeah. The pressure is less on the top of it than bottom, or more.
You're talking about like a plane's wing, dude. We're talking about a rocket.
I think we're
right. So your system only goes 100 kilometers up.
Yeah, you can go.
You can only demonstrate this to 100 kilometers.
No, I could tell you that the low Earth orbit, which is 500 kilometers, is 10 to 700 nanopascals. That's low Earth orbit, 500 kilometers. Would you like to know
500 kilometers? So that's as big as space is. Is 500 kilometers up?
No, we could go further than that. Do you want to go further?
How would you demonstrate it past that?
So it's irrelevant because we're talking about a container here, aren't we?
Oh, it's irrelevant now. Oh, it's irrelevant. As soon as it gets tough, it's irrelevant, right, Brett?
Do you want to know what the pressure is in outer space?
How can you demonstrate anything past 500 kilometers again?
The pressure in outer space, intergalactic voids is 10 to the negative 17 pascals.
Okay, how can we verify that?
How about the moon circling the Earth? That's a proof of it, right?
Dude, I swear.
The point is that there's no container, right? And when you get to a billionth of the pressure here on Earth, when you go to 100 kilometers, the utility of that container is starting to be a bit like, oh, where are you? Where's the container? It should be here by now, for it to be useful.
So but I'm just making sure that your space only goes to 500 kilometers.
I'm saying that if the container is not there by 500 kilometers, it's effectively a useless container.
But so no purpose.
I'd say, and this is going to be cheeky of me, but if it isn't there by 500 kilometers, it's probably going to be some force that's keeping the air all close to the Earth. In fact,
right, and then we're going to go around and around about that force, right? So you don't have any forces to invoke.
Oh, I'm just going to say a force. I'm not going to tell you what kind of force it is. But
yeah, so you're just going to say a force, but not a specific one?
If you can get to about 100 to 200 kilometers and not find that container, given how much of a fraction that pressure is. I mean, look at the graph. By the way, I'm going to pose it one more time because it really is a killer, right? Far up at an altitude, and the pressure's so small that the container should be having some effect by now for it to be useful, and it's still not there.
But that's just your opinion, right?
This is why I asked, like, where would it be? Because at this point, it's like at that point, 100 kilometers. I mean,
I mean, the question is going to still kind of remain, like, if you can demonstrate gas pressure without containment, the question still remains. So only at 500 kilometers, you still have pressure, right? So back down here on Earth, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Just to be clear, we say you have pressure in intergalactic voids. So
I know what you say, you don't prove it.
So
who cares what you say? Where's this intergalactic void at?
Yeah, but the point is, we're not saying there's zero pressure.
It's in a black hole, and the gravity.
Your space only goes to 500 kilometers. So where's this intergalactic void?
We're not saying there's zero pressure, right?
I didn't say that you did say that. I'm asking you where your space ends and begins.
I'd say space starts roughly about 100 kilometers up when you get to past a medium vacuum of 0.0008 kilopascals, right?
So space is a vacuum.
Look,
it's not a pressurized system.
I was told that a vacuum by flat earthers means zero pressure, and if that's what you want to do,
no, nobody ever says that. You and I both know that.
Get Biget said it, and we all heard.
A perfect vacuum is perfect vacuum, right? No molecules of air, period.
So
nobody makes that claim.
A medium vacuum, right? And I'll post the image one more time just because it's a fun image. A medium vacuum, I'd say, I'd be shocked if you tell me that you can have a medium vacuum with 1.33 times 10 to the negative 1 pascals to 1.33 times 10 to the negative 3 pascals. And you can have air pressure without a container next to a medium vacuum. I'll be even more shocked if you said it was next to a high vacuum with no container, and so on and so forth. When you look at all these stages of vacuum and still not finding your container, at what point do you just say there's no container? I'd say probably around the first point of medium vacuum.
Using the word pressure, which implies container.
Yeah, that's begging the question.
No, I mean, you're telling us that there's air pressure. Is it air pressure or is it vacuum? I keep asking you this, and you go back and forth between the two. It's a medium vacuum, or is it a pressure?
Oh, let's define pressure. Seisu, what's pressure?
Okay. Oh, I have no. I mean, you want me to look it up?
Well, all those definitions that you guys just made that up. So this was your glow proof. And we shot it down, so hopefully you have a real one coming up for number 7.
For area per square inch. So it's like, if with gas, it'll be like gas over an area, right? That's going to be pressure, right? Now, when you get to such small gradients, such small amounts of pascals, I've got nanopascals of pressure and no container. At what point do you say, well, the container's...
Is it pressure or is it vacuum? You keep...
Oh, vacuum.
Which one is it?
Pressure, like a medium vacuum does have pressure. A high vacuum, an ultra high vacuum, extremely high vacuum has pressure. Interstellar space.
Okay, so we have pressure. Okay, And so what are those molecules pressing on at 500 kilometers up?
Oh, they could be pressing on each other. It's just it's like I said, it's gas.
They could be. No, I'm asking you definitively. What are they pressing
on? I think that's how you measure.
They need to press on anything.
That's how you measure pressure, not necessarily what pressure is. Pressure is unit per square inch, sort of like a gas, right?
Against an object or a surface.
That's if you were going to measure it, right?
So they measured it. Yeah. They measured it at 500 kilometers.
So you would take a hypothetical container at that point and say, like, okay.
Hypothetical. Oh, yes. Okay.
Or you can take a barometric reading, of course. That's also possible.
Mm-hmm. How do they calibrate barometers?
Well, I don't know how they calibrate them.
Hmm.
I did measure them as sourced in my image.
So you still have a pressurized system all the way to 500 kilometers up.
Yeah, there's no such thing as zero pressure.
Okay, great. So we have a pressurized system at 500 kilometers.
I will qualify that by saying, if you think pressure is just where there's nothing there, you could find that here on Earth on the ground. That'd be a weird.
Where there's nothing there.
That'd be a weird definition of vacuum. Not very useful, anyway.
What is so at 500 kilometers up? How much pressure is there? Did you say?
500 kilometers. I don't know, but it's
no. I said 500. 500.
500. That's what I said. That's. I don't know how much. Oh, wait, sorry. 10 to -8 pascals.
Okay. At pressure.
Yes.
Okay. And we've achieved that here down on Earth.
Well, if you're saying, which this is what Get Beget was saying, that pressure is defined as zero matter, then you could say a vacuum exists.
Yeah, that's a true vacuum. We're not talking about that. Why are you scalping around, man? I'm asking you. Has anybody reached a 10 to the -8 on Earth?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we're talking about you can't all disagree with each other and expect me to catch up. So you don't agree with Get
Stop lying,
I was here for the conversation, dude. Don't worry about it. I was here for the conversation. The pure vacuum is no. I was here for it. Don't divert from the topic. I was here. A true vacuum, which is an ideal, which doesn't exist, is zero matter. And he didn't claim that, so don't lie.
Watch this, Say. Get define vacuum for me.
Absence of matter.
There you go. Thank you. We're here all day. We're here all week.
Yeah. Right. And gas pressure is not a vacuum, you moron.
Well, look, you're going to have to take that one out with Say.
Once you have matter or gas molecules, that is not a vacuum. Yeah. So shut the fuck up. Do not call air pressure or gas pressure. I didn't say
you could have matter in a vacuum.
Do not call them vacuum.
You think a medium vacuum doesn't exist?
You are fucking stupid.
No, you called a vacuum a pressurized system. Don't worry about it, Get Me Yet.
Yeah.
It's a pressurized system. I didn't quibble with you about that. What are you talking about? Now you're lying.
Okay, now you can get reeling to straighten out your disagreements.
No, what did I say?
Because I never said that vacuum is matter.
I said you said it is not matter, no matter.
Yeah, that's what I said, but you said it in the opposite way.
I said you weren't listening. I said
I heard you,
no
and
matter.
that's why I jumped in.
I said you said it's no matter because Says Who disagrees.
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
Oh, so you think a vacuum is zero matter? Oh, interesting.
This is an ideal vacuum. That's the definition of it. Nobody said that exists in reality, right? Yeah, so the way that the vacuum is defined, right, in the way that you're using it, that's a pressurized system. So your vacuum is a pressurized system, correct?
Get said there's no such thing as a medium vacuum.
Yes.
Yep. There you go. You heard it here first. I've sourced it, by the way. He's just saying it isn't.
Vacuum is not a medium. If it was a medium, it would exist. So fuck off.
You're equivocating on the word vacuum there, Get. I would like you to source for me anywhere that says medium vacuums aren't a thing.
Alfred Kassler.
Yeah. All right, cite it for me.
Yeah, it's a book. You don't read books of science.
Cite it for me, Get.
Yeah.
I've asked you for about 20 sources this week, and you've not provided one.
So anyway, your space only goes up to 500 kilometers.
No, that's where I'm going to draw the line for where your container should be.
What container?
Well, yeah, if you don't want to defend a container, let someone else go.
Do you not think that gas pressure requires a container?
I think that
you say no.
I think gas.
So
I think gas pressure on the ground, does a hypothetical container at least, and then as you get further up with the atmosphere, it's not a one-to-one similar sort of physical mechanisms going on that don't require a container. And
so the laws of physics has changed. You have actually effectively changed the laws of physics now too.
Yeah, no. I think you have this idea of a container to deny space, and you can't tell me where it is, why it is, or what it is.
I didn't.
It has to be.
Nobody has ever made those claims, though, right?
So you
where it is, why it is.
Bricknut.
Brilliant.
Bricknut.
Container can go in the bin.
Bricknut.
Yeah.
I posted a video for you to watch. Did you see it?
No, I've been debating.
Yeah, you are talking with crypto, but you don't see when someone tags you.
It's okay. He has changed and essentially thrown out the laws of nature and Boyle's law, right? Volume, PV equals NR. Yeah. So, like, all that's out the window now. Somewhere out there past 500 kilometers, it's all magic.
Well,
exactly.
I'm not really saying that. I'm saying, and it's very simple, really. You can have gas pressure next to a medium vacuum, right? If you don't want to call it a vacuum, you can call it a gradient. That's perfectly fine.
Vacuum is not a medium.
You called it a pressurized system. You called it pressure.
Okay, you're so stupid. When I say medium vacuum, I'm not saying it's a medium. I'm saying
what does medium mean?
It's a tier.
It means like in the middle, like medium instead of small, medium, large.
What a retard!
Oh, you're the retard because you're misusing a word.
Yeah, Brick, this is a second language,
double meaning.
Bro,
right, okay, I'm gonna stop,
you're the one dumbing yourself there.
I'm making myself very frustrated, so I'm going to stop arguing now.
Yeah, you can tell. You need to chill out, bro. Go back to what you were doing for 6 months, which was just kind of fluffing the other Globers. Denial of space. Like you presume to know that space exists and we deny it. No, you have a belief, my friend. We don't share your belief.
Well,
the heresy. You've never experienced space, bro, so don't get bent out of shape when someone tells you, hey, that thing you've only ever seen on TV isn't real.
Define space.
Extensions.
Your little fantasy that you and the guys are circle jerking over your control team server or whatever, and you go, hey guys, we'll be able to float around and have little balls of water spinning around us one day. We'll be up there with Elon. Your little fantasy.
Now they're denying space.
Yeah, apparently it's our claim now. Did we claim space or did you?
I'd say I'm going to be generous and say space is definitely over 10 to the negative 8 pascals, right? I'm giving you an extra 400 kilometers there.
No, a number is not space, you moron. Space is an extension on the 3 axes of coordinates.
Yes, please continue to be generous with your imagination in this medium that you have no evidence of whatsoever.
What I'm saying is that even if you're in that place and you're allowing for that pressure to exist and saying, okay, that's fine, we don't need a container so far, you're giving me space. And thank you for space, but...
No, I mean, you can't beg the question that you can have gas pressure, air pressure to begin with without some form of containment. So you can keep spiraling down the sinkhole. Yeah, it is begging the question. You say, I go to my imagination 500 kilometers up and I don't see a container, really. Why would you 500 kilometers up?
Because it's an observation.
In your imagination.
Not an argument. It's not begging the question. It's a series
of you have no observation of 500 kilometers up, my friend.
It's a series of observations.
You're scared of heights, Huey. You've not been higher than 30 feet.
Yeah, it's a series of observations done by other people, flat earthers and otherwise, that have measured pressure that far up and said, this is the pressure gradient. And then I say to you guys, look, you're getting to a billionth of the pressure on the surface of Earth. Where's your container? It's still not there. It's not really doing much, is it? And then you guys say, well, we don't know where it is. It just has to be, right?
You keep mentioning the word pressure, so you keep invoking the container. You lose, dude.
No. You can generate pressure without a container.
In the face. All right, sweet.
Bricknut,
So,
you were arguing with Crypto also about the container, and actually, I posted the video which fucking teaches you your own model has a wall that separates nothing from the universe.
Oh, wait. When you say wall, do you mean a physical wall made of matter?
Yeah. Wall.
Source it for me. A physical wall made of matter. Source that for me.
I posted the video in the
I want a source.
voice text. I posted the video in the voice text for you. I tagged you.
I think we have a containing effect. But you're saying there's a physical wall made of matter. Source that for me.
No, it's not me saying. It's your priest
Source
saying.
it. Yeah, Biget.
Agree with the definition of gas pressure. Brett, do you agree with the definition of gas pressure? Do you agree with the definition of gas pressure as stated in all the available literature that you have been presented so far in your time here? Do you agree with that definition?
Yes.
Gas pressure.
Force exerted on the walls of its container. Yeah.
Right, and according to kinetic theory and the gas laws, does gas fill the available space?
Yeah, unless there's some other intervening force preventing it.
As per the definition of gas pressure, right? Those two go hand in hand.
Yeah, unless
you agree with those two. Yes, they do. If you agree with those two axioms, then it's over.
That is
agreeing
for an ideal
to
gas.
A container.
That's for an ideal gas under certain conditions, right? The PV equals nRT applies to an ideal gas under certain conditions. It doesn't include scenarios where you're applying energy to the system or adding external forces to the system. How the ideal gas behaves if left
like
just
temperature,
constrained.
which is in PV equals nRT, like temperature.
Yeah, so we can add temperature, we can add heat to the system. That will alter the nature of PV equals nRT, right? We can introduce
the V is still there, right? The V is still there.
Yeah.
If you agree with those two axioms, it's over. Gas pressure is defined as the collision of gas molecules with the walls of the container.
No, gas pressure is defined as the joules per cubic meter, the energy density of the gas. Pressure equals nRT over V. Joules per meters cubed.
Smart guy.
The V is your container, right?
No, the V is the volume that the gas is occupying.
Yes, and the pressure will be produced by collision with the walls of the container, as per the definition of gas pressure. Yes.
The gas exerts a force on the walls of the container that is directly proportional to the energy of the gas.
Right, so container then.
It only has to exert pressure on the walls when it collides. There is pressure in the gas when it's not colliding with the walls.
Yes,
it has to hit the container.
It doesn't have to hit the container.
Energy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You have to have energy, right?
You can
put energy into a gas any way you like.
Without energy.
Yeah, but the volume.
There's no gas.
So what's the volume?
Well, gas is matter, so it always has energy. But
volume.
So you don't agree that gas fills available volume?
It will fill it will expand within the physical constraints placed on it.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a physical container or some other means of containment, right?
There you go.
I can create a high pressure zone in a gas, right? A stable high pressure zone in the gas. Right?
What you just said ends the conversation.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't contradict anything that's been said here today.
You cannot have a high pressure gas without gas pressure. without
Yes, that's correct.
gas itself.
So you need to have energy in the gas, right?
So I do know that with resonating sounds, you can create pockets of higher gas pressure,
very high and very low pressure,
tiny volumes,
waves,
but those are actually caused by the sound waves.
Yeah, we're putting energy into the gas. So that energy is transmitted across the gas.
Yeah, and doesn't sound waves create
of the
friction,
gas
right?
is
Friction
changing.
creates heat, temperature.
As soon
No, there's no friction in gases
as
typically.
the waves, listen, that energy there is not perpetual. So once you switch off the speakers,
the gas will find some equilibrium, right? Yeah.
And doesn't find equilibrium. It disperses and it equalizes. Yeah.
No. Yeah, which is an equilibrium situation, right? That a gas. That's what the ideal gas law is saying. That gases will try and find an equilibrium.
But energy, you were saying, as long as you have energy, gas exerts pressure on the walls.
And exert a pressure, yep. So can I give you a scenario of how you might be able to do this? So we take Radwan's vacuum chamber, right? We pump it as low as we can get, right? Which is a pretty poor quality vacuum. But for purposes of our experiment, we can consider it to be a good enough approximation to a vacuum for our test. We pop a little sample of something in there, like, I don't know, a material like carbon dioxide is probably not a good one, ice, but some solid material. We splat it with a laser and vaporize it, and have pressure sensors in and around the container. We'll be able to measure pressure from the vaporization, the creation of that gas, the generation of energetic gas particles. We'll be able to measure that pressure before those things have even hit the wall. And that is, but that ultimately the pressure will stabilize because we have a small fixed container. So that is the source of the pressure of gases. It's the injection of that energy into the gas molecules. The energy is the pressure. We feel it as force on the walls of a container, or we feel it as force on the walls of our pressure.
Walls of the container again. So yeah, thank
now,
you.
If you want to measure the pressure, you need to provide something for it to collide.
You guys are going to try.
Are the walls of the container? The walls of the container are hot.
Yeah, you guys are going to keep trying over and over to say it with different people, and every time you say pressure and container, that's it. You guys are done.
Yeah, are the walls of the container at like absolute zero, or are they going to be at like 100 degrees Celsius, or what?
So
because that'll contribute to heat transfer.
The same thing. Yeah.
If you want to talk about heat transfer, you need to change the way you use the gas law because it becomes a non-ADB.
I don't know why you complicated this
part of gas law, dude.
No. Here's Daz's thing.
Gas law doesn't include heat transfer, right?
Just demonstrate it or cite it. You are Mr. Make Shit Up. Don't make shit up in here.
Yeah.
What am I making up?
A container. Get. You keep telling us about a container. Have you missed the point of the argument completely?
No. Do you want me to reiterate what I think the point of the argument was? So the point of the argument was to show that we don't need a container at 100 kilometers. We don't need a container at 500 kilometers. We probably don't need a container at solar system level, which means that we can start to say, right, we've gone up to 100 kilometers. That's a fact. We don't need a container at 100 kilometers to demonstrate the pressure because of the relationship of the low pressure of interstellar space.
Wait, so you're saying the gas doesn't come back?
You're missing the point of the argument.
It comes back.
It does. When does it? Where does it bounce back to the Earth?
Is that we don't need a container around the Earth, right?
No, that's not the point of the argument. That's where do you get gas pressure without a container?
We get gas pressure by heating and putting energy into gas molecules.
Yeah, who the fuck is heating
What is pressure defined as?
Pressure is defined as joules per meter cubed.
Cubed, so volume, so container.
Yep. It's the energy. You don't need a container for a volume. Volume is just a measure
for a volume. How are you going to measure that volume if you don't have an actual fixed volume?
That you can have an actual fixed volume without a container.
Show me that.
No, actually, in gas pressure, the container means
No. We're not talking. Volume is a concept. It's a dimensional concept.
Like he never backs them up. Hey.
What's the volume of your backyard?
So show it. Okay. Beg the question that volume isn't contained.
You're making our point. What is the volume of your backyard?
Sorry.
Yeah, demonstrate a gas law without a container.
Okay, so if I went out into my backyard and I measured it 10 meters by 10 meters, and I go up to roof height 3 meters, 10 tens, 100, 300 cubic meters of gas.
That's the volume. It's not
and I measure the pressure and the temperature. I could plug that into PV equals nRT and it would align.
How'd you get the gas there that you're measuring?
No, this is not how we got the gas there. This is what the gas in that volume
What's confining it to the space where you're measuring the pressure? What's beyond that volume that you're talking about? Is it more gas or is there a wall?
You're not using this bullshit fucking imagination crap, dude.
You've got no fixed volume. You've got an imaginary volume.
So this is the interesting thing about PV equals nRT, right? It applies just about to any gas that you take. So you can go anywhere on the Earth's surface. You can measure some volume, measure the pressure. So you can measure the pressure of a gas, right, without containing it. We can go into the outside and we can measure the air pressure, right? We can't see the container, but we can measure the pressure. We can measure the temperature. And if we know the density, or we can work out what the molar density is.
Hey, asshole. Show us a demonstration of air being confined to a space via some mechanism that's not a physical container. Go ahead.
We just discussed that before. I can't provide you a direct evidence of.
Sit down. Thanks for coming out.
All right, let's talk to someone else because he couldn't do it.
Yeah. You just read a story on internet, and he was trying to have an argument with us. So that's why these guys start talking for hours without a stop. They don't even breathe.
Gabby, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Would you say you can have gas pressure next to a near vacuum?
There is no vacuum. Have low pressure, yeah, but not that kind of imaginary extreme low pressure, like fractions of trillions of decimals, you know.
Yeah, I get your point. So you'd say that at some point it's It becomes so fractionally small that there must be a container,
I'm
right?
saying 1% of Earth's atmosphere, that's very unlikely to exist naturally.
Okay. What pressure would 1% of Earth's atmosphere be?
Okay.
What pressure would it be?
In the world where we breathe?
Yeah, 1% of it. If you had a world where Earth was 1% of its atmosphere, would it be
we
now?
breathe in the world. The world has approximately 1 atmosphere, ground level,
so you meant 1 atmosphere,
where
not
we
1%
breathe.
of an atmosphere.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
sorry,
when you
my
go
mistake.
higher in altitude, it gets lower to 0.90807.
Yeah. Sorry, I assumed you meant 1% of Earth's atmosphere, not 1 atmosphere. I don't know what you meant now. I'm kind of confused. But Amish, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't
What's
know
up?
what 0.7 atmospheres means from 1 atmosphere.
Amish, do you think you can have gas pressure next to a near vacuum?
No.
A near vacuum is not a total vacuum. A near vacuum is contained.
Right. So you can have gas pressure
You mean
next
a
to
pressure
near
gradient?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. A pressure gradient exists in a container. Yep.
Yeah, we have those.
Yeah. So if globers don't say there's I don't know, 0 pressure in interstellar space, where exactly is your container going to be?
They say interstellar space is expanding, so it's a vacuum that's getting bigger, right?
No. It's
Yeah.
a vacuum.
Yeah, big bang, boom, always expanding, always the pressure getting lower. We don't experience that. That's debunked too.
Well,
cosmology states that interstellar space is void.
Redwin just said the pressure's getting smaller, and Armin just said there is no pressure. So which one are we going to go with?
I didn't say there's no pressure. Are you crazy?
Okay, so there is
I
pressure.
said big bang. Amish says the same thing. Big bang, big expanding container equals lower pressure.
Yeah, like imagine taking a syringe and you fill it with a little bit of liquid. You can put your thumb over the end of it and pull up on the stopper, and you can watch the water cavitate.
So Amish, would you say that the container could be then if we say there's still pressure in interstellar space beyond interstellar space, let's say the edge of the universe?
Space beyond space, dude. What are you smoking?
Yeah. So if because space doesn't mean no pressure, as you well know, right? Would you say that when you say that there's pressure in interstellar space, that you could then have a container beyond that?
What?
Because the gradient of pressure in interstellar space is smaller than within our solar system, it's smaller within our local area with our planet, and so on. You could say that perhaps the container's at the edge of the universe, and it's causing that gradient. Therefore, you can have space. Would you say that?
That sounds like speculation to me.
But you would say that's possible, right?
No.
No.
So why is it not possible?
Because nothing didn't explode nothing into everything and then kept going and then formed some kind of a solid barrier to form a vacuum as it expands. That's why.
Just keeping to
And this guy is like those
just keeping to the container argument.
Sunday church people that come and knock at your door, and they show you pamphlets with
trying to do my nice
the heaven and stuff. Dude, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, this is my nice voice, and I'm trying to be very nice.
Hey guys.
If the gradient if it has something to do with within the container has to be within the gradient, not on the edges of it. Where exactly would you say the pressure is so small where you then need the container to be? Would it be I don't know?
You don't
you
have
get to a billionth of that
container within a gradient.
Yes. So
I agree.
So, for instance, if there was space outside of the container which still had a gradient, but you think the container would need to be local, what pressure would you say that the container would have to be in before it becomes problematic and gas would spread part of the container?
So I understand you correctly. You're saying there's a container with a container in it.
Well, no, I'm saying I asked you, do you think the container could facilitate a gradient at the edge of the universe if there was a container there? And you said no, it has to be closer, right? It has to be closer to air. And what pressure? What pressure gradient
to give.
Like, I have no idea what you're imagining right now.
Yeah,
I know it's not. You haven't got a pre-canned response, but if there's if the vacuum is in vacuum, like throughout space and interstellar space, and
where's that at?
You would say that the vacuum would have to.
Where's that at?
Local.
Don't just make claims and hypotheticals and speculations, and then ask us to go ahead and answer that question. You're going to have to prove everything that you just said. No, of course it's irrelevant. Every time it depends on you making some kind of argument or proving it, you want to say it's irrelevant. So we're going to ignore all those.
I keep presenting an unfalsifiable claim, Bricknat.
No, you're presenting an unfalsifiable claim.
Are you under some covers? Are you being quiet because you're in church or something? What are you doing?
I'm trying to do my nice voice so I don't seem aggressive.
It's retarded. Knock it off.
Right now.
Amish, I'm just curious. If you keep saying
they're always curious.
I am a curious person. So Amish, if you say to me that the container has to be so far into a certain pressure gradient that it then becomes necessary, I'm just curious, what would that pressure gradient be?
What? I think a pressure gradient's created by a differential in energy distribution.
So where would you say the pressure is so small that the container would have to exist?
I have no freaking clue, man.
Could it be? Would it have to be around space, or could it be beyond interstellar space? Where would it be?
Can you define space for us? Can you do that?
Colder.
It cannot be further away than the gas.
Than the gas.
So the container is in direct contact with the gas pressure.
So if interstellar space still has gas pressure.
What is interstellar space? Can you go ahead and define that for us? Where is that? Dude, do not let him beg the question and then follow him down that frickin' rabbit trail. You define the terms that you're using and then show it to us.
Yeah.
I'd say interstellar space is the space between solar systems.
I don't care what you say it is. I want you to show it to me with the definition, the actual definition, and then show it to me.
Okay. Just 1 second. I'm just
so like the movie Interstellar, right?
I can tell you guys before he does from his model. Interstellar states, so this cosmology states, actually cosmology states that interstellar space is devoid of matter, is void.
The interstellar space medium is the matter and radiation that exists in space.
No, it's void of matter.
I've just defined it, so I think you can.
You can define it all you want. I told you, Bricknat, when we started this night, I told you that you can speak of things that you imagine, and those things cannot be ruled out by any man, yeah? Or you can discuss with us conforming to reality, what all people accept what reality is.
Bricknat, under the covers voice is condescending and annoying. So you can have a normal conversation with us, or you can just stay on mute.
Yeah.
All right, I'll speak in my normal voice. Anyway, I've sourced from Wikipedia and also from space.com that interstellar space is not defined as having nothing in it. I'd like GetBeGet to provide an opposing source that says that. Please, GetBeGet.
It's void.
Yeah. GetBeGet, source that for me.
Can you give us a way to falsify your claim? Because we've given you a way to falsify the claim. We say, show us a pressure gradient without a container. That's how you can falsify it. So we've given you a way to falsify it. Please give us a way to falsify your claim.
Falsify my claim. show me, because my claim is there's no container around the atmosphere. Show me a container around the atmosphere.
Yeah, in your interstellar space, you have no particle count per cubic.
No, he wants to falsify it. Go on, by all means, continue.
By all means, you know what the means are to perform that? That's not like something, I'm giving you something easy to do. Just present us with a gas pressure gradient without a container. You're asking me to get permits for rocket fuel, get a rocket, all this stuff. Like, what are you talking about, dude? That means it's unfalsifiable when you lay that down.
Have you seen? No, that's not unfalsifiable. That's just you don't have the means to falsify it. It's still falsifiable.
Oh, you're trying to say that. Listen, in BritNet, you're trying to say that a Intel processor or AMD or NVIDIA GPU can actually function with 0.00
aren't you supposed to be finding me a source?
volts. You
dude.
So you are saying that an Intel processor can actually function.
No, I'm saying get me your source that says that interstellar space is empty.
Shut the fuck up. Explain what.
Get. The reason why I'm asking you for a source is because, mainly one reason. I said that interstellar space does have things in it. You're saying it doesn't. And to save yourself from looking like you're making stuff up on the fly in front of all of your friends, provide a source. So they know that if you are wrong, you did just pull it out of your ass, and if you're correct, well, I'll concede.
You're asking us to falsify the logic land.
In your interstellar space,
I showed the source.
Listen,
I've got several sources that I've showed today.
Show me.
Provided none. He just said no.
Show me what's the moron. Show me what's your particle count per cubic centimeter in your interstellar space. Tell me the value.
The particle count? You mean the pressure? A second. It says 10 to the negative 17 Pascal and sourced. If you want to read the source.
That's
anyway.
That's not a measure of particle count.
Yeah, but I don't particle count. I mean, what particles?
Yeah. Do you know the distinction between particles and molecules?
Yes, but what would be the use of distinguishing particle count? Particle
counts? What is a particle and what is a molecule?
A molecule can be made up of several particles. A particle is just like an atom, right?
Yeah, dude, go ahead and provide him the amount of electrons and protons and neutrons in interstellar space. I'm sure you have that on hand somewhere.
Of course, I've always got that in my back pocket. Either way, Get, can you please provide a source to refute the idea that there's anything in interstellar space? By the way, I don't think I defined particle correctly. I just made up on the fly. Get, can you source that for me?
For free, for you.
It says. Oh, I don't know. This is a particle is a relatively small, discrete portion of or amount of something, or any of the basic units of matter and energy, such as a molecule, atom, proton, electron, or photon. Oof. Anyway, Get, can you source that for me?
Yeah.
Oh, that was just a dictionary definition. I'm sure.
So, what's the particle count now per cubic centimeter?
It's not relevant to the claim, is it? Get.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, you're talking about it. You must be talking
You're saying
stuff
interstellar
that
space has nothing.
You claim that you know.
Yeah. I've sourced.
You claim that you know what this
there are things in interstellar space, and you
said
I've sourced it, and you're just saying no, it isn't. It can't be. Source it for me, Get. We know you've got nothing.
You have to source it because you claim that you know what it is.
You're going to source it, get
I haven't claimed to know
if you don't
what the
provide a source, you can dismiss it without
interstellar
cause.
space is.
We're going to dismiss it because you haven't got a source, no evidence. You're just saying things, and we don't do that here. We have evidence-based debates, again, not just so stories. Who's the other guy who kept saying that it was an unfalsifiable claim? Would he like to tell me?
Narnia is not a debate.
Yeah. Would he like to tell me how saying there's no container around the atmosphere is an unfalsifiable claim?
You show gas pressure without a container. And
yes,
I swear to God, you will get a Nobel Prize.
Well, the thing is that the tricky thing that we're in here with Get is that I could say 100 kilometers is this pressure, 200 kilometers is this pressure, 500 kilometers is this pressure. And I could say 1,000,000 kilometers is going to be this pressure. And as far as I can go, all the way to the edge of the universe, there's still going to be pressure. Now, if you tell me to falsify that, you've created effectively an unfalsifiable claim, because I can at no stage get to the line where you'll say, okay, now there should be a container. Because you could say to effect of, it could be the edge of the universe. You're allowing for that, so it's an unfalsifiable claim. I can't do anything with it. You can push it back beyond the universe if you wanted to. I mean, God knows what you're going to do with this argument.
Britnat, I will give you a very huge table, like the size of a skyscraper. And I'm going to give you a pen, which you can write on this table. And I ask you to draw a ascending diagonal line. How high do you think you can draw?
I don't know how. As tall as I am, possibly. I don't know.
So
maybe a bit further.
How will you draw? Okay, if you jump, yeah, that's like within your abilities, yeah. So that's how high you can draw. Well, that height that you can jump, that's the height that you can draw to.
Yeah,
but
point was
listen. This distance, yeah, this small line that you can physically draw with your own abilities is a small fraction from the skyscraper. Correct?
Is this meant to be
now, listen. You can imagine that you could have superpowers to fly and draw all the way up that line. But until you haven't drawn that line, it doesn't fucking exist.
That does not follow. Of course, it can exist if I haven't drew it yet.
It has not been drawn.
I haven't interacted with it.
If you haven't drawn it, it won't be there to see it.
So the drawing doesn't exist if I haven't drew it yet. That is correct. But if you, I thought you were going more towards if a leaf falls in the woods, does it make a sound? That kind of thing, right? Obviously not. Obviously, you're making an even better point than that. But
this is what you're doing with your gradient, going to such extremes, yeah, that you claim to be very close to near perfect vacuum.
Near, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you, Get quite simply.
That near must be demonstrated.
Yeah.
Because we don't have it around us.
Yeah, Get. And I'm saying to you, how near to perfect vacuum does it have to be before you feel like the container has to be there? And I've been saying that for about an hour. You don't know, because, I mean, like, knowing the answer means you could then have a falsifiable claim where I could say, well, it's not there. So you'll refuse to ever tell me.
I tried to give you hints, like
I don't want a hint. I want a direct
if you
answer.
you're a pretending clown now.
I just want
listen. If you want answer, you should talk to your parents to hire a teacher.
So you don't know the answer. You're just doing bad rhetoric. Is that correct?
I mean, if you want to gain knowledge, information is power, and it's not free.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just asking you. I mean, I don't know if there's any point beating the dead horse, but just one more time. My point
but
is that
why?
If you want for me to grant
why? Listen, for me to get you all this information, I need to quit my job in Germany, go back to Romania, into my own bibliothèque at home, get the books.
You don't have a computer,
get through the books again,
mobile,
and pulling the information for you.
I'd like to introduce you to a thing called Google Scholar. A very interesting place.
No, listen, those books, I don't know.
The book you read will be on there.
Internet.
The book on Google Scholar the book that you read will be on Google Scholar. You can find the quote, the citation to say that. Well, we need a couple of citations now. There's nothing in interstellar space, no matter or anything. We need.
Okay, I told you.
We need the atmosphere requires a container.
Alfred Kastler.
Yeah, I want the citation, not the source.
Find me the 1958 Encyclopedia Britannica. Then
The guy got a Nobel Prize for writing multiple books in physics.
Give me a citation from the book that we're talking about that says.
No, it's not a citation. It's a whole fucking book he wrote.
Yeah, I know you.
You have to read it.
Citation shy.
Yeah, listen. Science doesn't work only with citations.
Look, science might not work that way. I mean, it does, but I'd say that you should, if you're having a debate and you're asking people for sources, which I've seen you do, you should be absolutely prepared to not expect that someone's just going to say, "Oh yes, get, you're right," and not expect you to cite it. Anyway, I think that's me done for the night. Then I proved there's no container.
No, you haven't proved anything. Actually, you keep saying pressure, invoking a container, saying I proved no container by saying pressure.
That's question begging. We did this question begging.
And 3 hours you were rambling on, conflating gas pressure with vacuum.
Pressure? Oh no!
Listen,
no, I was not.
No, shut up. You were calling high pressure a low vacuum, and low pressure you were calling it a high vacuum.
Yeah.
Therefore, we are breathing a low vacuum.
Yeah, can I ask? Do you really believe at any point in this conversation I said a vacuum is high pressure? Is that is that maybe a language issue that's going on here? Because
it is a language issue. In my language, words are very specific.
I've told you how many pascals is in a medium, high, ultra high, extreme ultra high vacuum, and it was low pressure.
You cannot call gas pressure vacuum, any kind of vacuum.
Yeah, you believe a vacuum is just zero pressure, right? Welcome to the globe.
Well, that's
welcome. Come in.
Hijack of the word itself, the meaning of the word.
And if you think that there's no, if you agree there's no vacuum, then there's no need for a container. Welcome to the globe.
Yeah,
Well, welcome to
I
space.
told you, low and high
clearly you don't know
vacuum.
what loop quantum
Low
gravity
and
is.
high vacuum are oxymorons. That's what they are.
What's an oxymoron? Sorry.
The Earth
There's,
is flat.
there's
W.
no.
An oxymoron is the George Bush Center for Intelligence in Langley, Virginia. I used to drive by that building every day and laugh.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Earth is flat, by the way.
No
Very
kidding.
Norwegian in the background.
There are so many arguments for it.
Star Trail.
Does everyone agree?
I don't know. Go ahead. Make your claims. Let's see.
The Earth is flat.
He didn't even know that his universe edge has a wall. A solid wall.
No, actually, the universe is like flat, but in like a very weird dimension. Like it's curved into itself. That's what the universe is.
This guy's a flat earther with a curved universe.
It's not curved in the way that you think. It's not a sphere curved. It's like curved into itself.
Listen,
You've ever seen like a Klein bottle, for example? A Klein bottle, for example, right? It's sort of like that, but on like a massive scale.
Listen, one dimension or B dimension, 2D, yeah, and 4D, 5, 6, whatever. All these dimensions, they don't exist. The only thing that exists,
They exist because God,
I didn't
God
finish.
made it that way.
I didn't
God
finish.
exists in an infinite
I didn't
amount of dimensions.
finish.
Okay, like God exists in an infinite amount of dimensions. Okay, and God made it so that we perceive the world in 3 dimensions, right? But the universe itself, the reason why everything is just so random.
There is no perception in 1D or 2D or whatever.
Yeah, our perception.
The only
is
perception there is in reality is 3D. That's it.
that is our perception of the world. Yeah, it's
Fourth
like the raw
dimension
data.
is bullshit. Time, listen, time is not a dimension.
Why are you going against
if
God?
you speak about other dimensions, multi-dimensions and bullshit, you are speaking about Narnia.
Why are you speaking against God?
I'm not speaking against God. I'm speaking about God, against the bullshit.
You're saying what God says is wrong.
You don't fucking know who God is.
I know who God is. I've literally had a conversation with him.
You don't.
No,
you are a fanatic, blind believer. That's what you are.
You believe the Earth is fucking round?
Shut the fuck up. Now I'm having Flutter Noob jumping on me. Length, width, height. These are the world's dimensions. 3D. It's 3-dimensional. All others, they are imaginary concepts. Narnia. They're not real. To say that time is a dimension is just like accepting that the bending of space-time.
I mean, you can position objects and events at the axis of time. So I can't see how modeling time as a dimension is something stupid. Same as you have an x-axis or y-axis to place objects are at the position in position in space. You can place them on the axis of the time, and if you combine these two axes, you have something called motion, because motion is a change in space.
It is
as a
a
function of time.
concept invented to better understand life and motion. Yeah, that's true. But it's a concept. It's invented by us. It's not something real. It's not liquid. It's not matter. It's nothing.
Something doesn't have to be a physical matter in order to be real. Phenomena aren't made of matter, and they are definitely real. They are simply different kind of real.
Bro, if you want to better understand, you have to understand this. You are alive, experience life, and you live life. And this is what they hijack by making you believe in time. So people start conflating their lifetime and the act of living, yeah, being alive. They hijack this and replace it with time. And now time is something that doesn't fucking exist, but they take it from you and buy it.
So according to you, we should just throw all of our clocks into the trash bin.
Sorry?
And just stop counting time for some reason.
No, I'm not saying to throw the clocks into the trash bin. I'm saying it is important to understand what things are and to actually value these things, because if someone, let's say you get a girlfriend, you get along for 5 years, whatever you decide to marry. After 10 years, you find her, she was cheating you all along this time. So she stole a part of your life. Yeah? All that time, all that life that you lived together, believing her on her own word. Yeah? She stole that. And she will never be able to give it back to you. Nobody can. You go to school. They say you learn to work and a job and get educated and to fit in society and stuff. And what you actually become is a broke back slave. Yeah. Gonna work in some, I don't know, institution, factory, whatever. They use you for so-called few decades, 40, 50, 60 years. And then feeding you crap food, organizing your time, yeah, when you go to work, when you have fun, when you have some rest, when you go in a holiday, everything. They organize it for you. They plan it. And you walk that line and you think you lived your life. But yeah, if tomorrow something happens, they don't give a shit and throw you, and you don't even get retirement or whatever. So many people lost their retirements, after working their back for decades.
Bro, people who want to prove their point should pay you money and hire you professionally, because you can just take any most meaningless concept and make it into some kind of deep philosophical problem and then talk about it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, well,
we call that rambling where I'm from.
Yes, for example, let's say flat earthers want to prove that gravity doesn't exist, and you can just jump in and say that gravity is a concept that people are bonded to the earth, which means that there are slaves to the earth, and it is a metaphor for not being able to explore our true self.
Is this what you got from what I said?
Yes, basically. So that was basically my interpretation.
Yeah, okay. Good luck then.
Thanks. Maybe I'm not a reasonable one here. Is there any other person here who understood anything meaningful from that monologue? Maybe you, Yuvi?
I have a pitch where I can only hear noise that goes at a certain a rate, and Get speaks below that rate, so he speaks too slow for me to understand.
How to hear that?
That's how smart people speak. Like, if you have some kind of guru, some religious leader who has some mystic visions, he will always speak in that mystic tone. So you can't underestimate.
It's better than it's better than unjustified negation retort, which is a phrase that Gregory likes to say. But you got a lot of sources. Why don't you ever provide sources? I'm curious. Is it because you just make things up on the fly by chance?
As a ex-evil hacker, I happen to discover things ahead many others, and I made use of occult knowledge. So, and when I shared information that I value, people had to be worthy in my eyes.
Oh yeah, you're a hacker. Never mind. I wouldn't open your sources if you send them to me. Never mind.
Good.
Can someone explain to me, because I think I'm lost here? Why are we talking suddenly about gas volume when the thing that was supposed to be proven is the pressure? Why is pressure?
So this is number 3 coming in for the day, and you need a container. So we're just going to get right to the end of this one.
Why do I need a container if...
I don't know. That's what Britnat said.
No, he didn't.
I didn't say that.
Oh yeah, you did.
From what I understood, he has proven that there is a measurable vacuum next to the atmosphere without the container in between.
Oh,
maybe
the universe is a vacuum in a container. He said all that shit. So he said you need a container.
I think you're missing. I think you weren't here for the last hour or so, but you're missing a few objections, right? So first of all, the Honourable Get Beget said that a vacuum is zero pressure, which means that an air vacuum is just a gradient. which means that the container now could
That's
be
because
wherever
you
they
named
wanted
it a near vacuum.
I said
You named low pressure a vacuum. That's your problem, not ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
That's
said
your
you
problem.
said,
That
well,
is
look,
your problem, not ours.
If a vacuum has to be at zero pressure, and that's what the requirement is to separate you from the container, then your container could be at the edges of the universe for all you care. I mean, like, it becomes a very unfalsifiable claim, doesn't it?
The end.
You see,
But at the same time, you're granting me space. You're
dealing with
plagiarism.
You're granting me
You
space.
need to come up with something new.
Space at the
Not
space
recycling
could be
the
far away.
shit every day.
Okay, guys.
I had to
let's say
teach him this thing about vacuum and gas pressure to explain to him what a vacuum is. And now that he knows, he's feeling, like some sort of young Hercules, yeah? Mastering the knowledge.
Yes, well, there's two options, right? You either think that gas
there's not
gas pressure
two
must be next to.
options.
Yeah, there's two
There is
points.
no option for you.
There's 2 points of the container, right? Either you believe
Listen,
that the container must separate
Britnat,
you from zero pressure, in which case
between reality and Narnia, there is no two options.
either you think that the gas pressure
Narnia
has to
is
be
not an option.
Either you think gas pressure must be next to a vacuum, meaning zero pressure, which is what you defined it as. In which case, I know of no such place. I don't think the globe has attested such place.
I was telling,
and then the second thing is,
for
or
hours
you think
now
there's a
vacuum
gradient of
don't
pressure.
exist.
You think, or you think there's a gradient. Or you think there's a gradient.
Vacuum
Finish off what I was
is
going to say.
a concept.
Yeah, or you think it has to be next. There's such a pressure that's so low that high pressure will flow to low pressure without a container there. You can pick which one you go for. The first one gives me space. You've given me space if you go for the second one. I've falsified.
I
So
never
which one do you want
took
to do?
space from you. I mean, I told you what space is. It's an extension of on the 3 coordinates systems.
I don't know if Jedi will be very happy about you giving me space.
I told you what space is. It's an extension on the 3 axis of coordinates.
XYZ.
Yeah.
How hard is that to understand? How hard is that to understand?
If we assume that the definition that a vacuum is perfect lack of pressure, then why are we even talking about vacuum in the first place? No one claims it exists.
You guys claim space is a vacuum. All we said was air pressure requires a container.
Yeah,
you have not proved any different than that.
Because we have a separate definition of vacuum than yours. We simply define it as a very low pressure.
I know.
We'll just use the industry standard that I work with at work, not something that you guys made up.
Even the scammers around the circus, they claim that they are playing legit games. Yeah.
Redwin, if you want to use the vacuum you create at work, it's not a perfect vacuum either. So thank you for space again. As for when you say that if you think we define space as zero pressure, like in a literal sense, there's no gas molecules in space, right? Then you're wrong. Your container becomes useless, and thanks for space. If you want to say that there is a gradient at which point the container must exist to stop high pressure going to low pressure, tell me where that is.
Why are you trying to stop? Why are you trying to put a divider in there to divide what from what? What are you dividing?
You're the ones who were putting your container up.
No, I said air pressure requires a container. The end.
Yeah, that's a claim.
Disprove me. Prove me wrong.
The burden of proof would be on you for that one. But
no.
Yes, a claim does usually come with the burden of proof.
Your buddy Daza gave you the definition before. Walls of its container. The end. He said it.
The fun thing about this is that at one point you guys
whenever you contradict physics, the burden of proof to prove that physics is wrong,
yeah,
it's on you.
Okay, Get Beget. I'm gonna. I don't believe. Let's go with this Get Beget. I believe that saying Get Beget. I think that physics does not say that the atmosphere must have a physical container. You're saying that contradicts physics.
Gas pressure.
Please.
Gas pressure.
Yeah, air pressure. Yeah.
Gas pressure.
Right.
Air is gas.
Perfect. Right. Perfect. So you think air pressure and gas pressure are equivalent. You think air pressure and gas pressure are equivalent.
Correct.
And Get Beget says that it has to have a container, otherwise I'm contradicting physics. Get Beget. I request now for you to cite one physics paper that says the atmosphere must have a physical container around it. Please.
Gas pressure requires a container.
What the fuck? When did I say
you just straw man you don't have to answer him. You don't even have to answer him.
Listen, when did I use the word atmosphere in the last 3 hours?
Oh, so
how many times?
Does the atmosphere not require a container?
How many times did I use that word in the last 3 hours? How many times did you hear me saying that fucking word?
If you all have different opinions on this, like Redwin thinks they're equivalent, you think they're not.
Dude, you need to say air. You say atmosphere means airball. For some reason, you think that is okay to say.
So yeah, you think it's gas, right? The atmosphere is gas. Would you agree, Get Beget?
No.
Oh, what is it?
That atmosphere which you claim that I'm talking about does not exist.
So you and Redwin disagree. So you and Redwin disagree.
No.
Why you all have different views? It's really hard to keep up.
Listen, I accept the existence of gases, gas pressure, or the folk word, which people use, air.
Right. So yeah. Do you think around the Earth, around the atmosphere, around the gases around Earth, there needs to be a container? Yes or no? Get Beget? And if you do, I'd like you to source it for me. So to show me that you're in line with
the
physics.
Container is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure.
Can you source that for me? A paper that says that a container is a necessary antecedent, therefore the atmosphere must have a container around it. Please source that for me.
Why?
What? Why? Well, it's a claim, Get Beget. You're telling me this is a necessary antecedent.
It's not a claim. It's actually, I'm stating what it is.
A claim, yes.
No, not a claim.
Yeah, gas pressure is a necessary antecedent for a container. So you're saying that the atmosphere, therefore, should have a container around it. And I'm saying, cite that.
How would you create it without a container?
Physics. Show me you're not contradicting.
How would you create it without a container?
I'm asking for a source right now.
How would you create it without a container?
I'm asking for it. Oh, there could be some intervening force, but that's irrelevant.
What?
We need the
What intervening force? It has to be stronger than us.
I wouldn't pretend to know, right? But I want to know if Get Beget has a source.
Maybe I would have provided if you were asking nice, but you haven't.
I'm asking.
I will not bother.
Provide me a source.
I will not bother.
I bet he's not going to give you one now.
Because you don't have one.
You're not gonna interfere with my comfort right now. So.
Well, I think it's conclusive that you have no evidence for what you're saying. You're just saying it and hoping that no one will challenge you.
No, I just told you I don't have the resources at hand here where I am.
Mm-hmm. Well, Google Scholar is a wonderful thing. You can go and search it right now.
Well, I don't do Google Scholars on these matters,
All right, if you say, that's fine. I mean, some of us don't like to provide evidence. Some of us do.
I read others. I use Google Scholars for other stuff.
Can you chat GPT it? Maybe chat GPT will agree with you.
No, I never spoke with ChatGPT.
Let me ask ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Is there a container around the atmosphere? That's what we're gonna go for. Let's see what they say. No, there is no physical container around Earth's atmosphere. Earth's atmosphere is held in place by gravity. Gravity exerts a force that pulls gases, such as those in the atmosphere, towards the center of mass, creating pressure.
What force does
the
it
atmosphere extends
exert?
into space, gradually thinning out as it goes farther from the Earth's surface. Concept of a physical container around it. Let me ask him. Because obviously that ChatGPT is lying about physics.
ChatGPT said that gravity is a force.
I asked if it's lying about physics. He says
it's an exerting
no, I'm not
force.
lying. The information provided is based on well-established principles of physics and scientific understanding. Oh, that's weird. I'll say Get told me that you are lying.
Yeah, tell him.
It says, I don't have the ability to lie. My responses are generated based on patterns learned from a diverse range of sources.
Oh, wicked.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, if they say that you're the liar, Get, I don't know.
Wouldn't he actually supposed to question who makes a lying claim about him?
You're saying that I'm contradicting physics.
Yeah, you told him I'm calling him a liar, so he should have asked, like, who the fuck is Get?
Yeah, well, maybe you're a well-known liar. I don't know.
Huh?
Could be the case.
But okay, when a friend of yours is telling you that some common friend is saying some bullshit about you, aren't you
You're saying I'm contradicting
ask questions?
It seems to me that you are.
Okay. Fine.
Oh well. I think there wasn't a pre-canned response to this argument, so I guess that's probably why he struggled.
No, but I told you ChatGPT is wicked, so if you take his side, I mean, it's obvious who you are.
Yeah.
You ask ChatGPT whether our atmosphere is considered an ideal gas.
That's an interesting question. Let's have a look. Right, it says, while Earth's atmosphere is often approximated as an ideal gas, in many scientific calculations and models, it is not a perfect ideal gas. The ideal gas law assumes certain conditions, such as low pressure and high temperature, which are not always met in the Earth's atmosphere.
Ask ChatGPT, then what is there an antecedent for gas pressure?
Oh, okay, yes. In the context of discussing gas pressure, the antecedent typically refers to the cause or underlying factor. The antecedent for gas pressure is the kinetic energy of gas molecules. Gas pressure results from the constant and random motion of gas molecules as described by kinetic theory of gases. The collisions of these molecules with each other and with the walls of the container give rise to
and with the walls of the container.
So basically, the only instance we don't need containment for gas pressure would be the example you gave of the Earth due to the claim of gravity?
Now, I'd say containing effect is required. Container is not.
Can you show gravity containing gases?
No, because that would be question begging. I wouldn't be able to do that. I can say the gradient shows that that when you get to 100 kilometers, it's a billionth of the pressure here on the surface of Earth, the average standard sea level pressure. So at some point, the purpose of that container approaches zero, because if the pressure gets so small to the point without the container anywhere nearby, I mean, what's the point of the container? There must be some physical mechanism keeping the gas stable.
Entropy increasing.
This effect is able to stymie the transfer from gases from high pressure to low pressure.
Well, as per what you've just stated yourself, it still needs some type of containment. Now, we're stating that's a physical container, and you're stating from ChatGPT that that would be gravity. So we would need some sort of example in the real world where we can see gravity affecting gases.
Would you say that gas pressure can't exist next to a near vacuum without a container?
Can't have either without containment, especially next to each other.
You sure about that?
Look at my source. Medium vacuum. 80 kilometers, 85 kilometers up. No container.
These guys don't like looking at real data.
So far, that's just you guys like denying gas laws.
Well, look, either the gas
First of all, your claim was that it was gravity. So why aren't you supporting the claim of gravity?
Because I think it's far easier to say there's no container, so it must be some physical mechanism in place, like a force or something akin to a force.
Lucky it doesn't matter what you think. Lucky we have gas laws that state the antecedent is a container.
But look at the source. It's showing that there's a near vacuum and there's gas pressure next to it, and there's no container between you and that point.
Okay, so what would happen if I provided the load of sources from this source that say actually there is a container in the sky?
You are welcome to show me a source that says there's a container in the sky. Academic peer review, please.
And I want that from that as well, from your little graph.
Of course. If I get one, you better get one too. I'm not doing this on my own.
So I'll get you from Russia and America. How about that?
Yeah, saying there's a physical container made of matter in the sky. I'll be very interested to see that.
Yeah, they found it and it shines a light. So firmament light scattering. Yeah.
All right, I'll be interested to see. Now they must say, hopefully, physical container made of matter in the sky, or something akin to those words.
Yeah, firmament in the sky. Yeah, they found it. Yeah.
Oh, that's a great question. The atmosphere. You said that the atmosphere was considered an ideal gas, although it doesn't always behave that way on the temperature scale. So if it's considered an ideal gas, you just need to go and read your ideal gas laws, and you'll have your answer.
Oh, what did you say? Sorry?
Right. Sorry, I'll say this and I'll let Jetty take over because I'm working. I said we can see that the atmosphere is considered an ideal gas. It just doesn't always completely meet the standards of an ideal gas, but it is still considered an ideal gas. Therefore, you just need to go and read the ideal gas laws.
That'd be question begging, I think. So if I'm saying to you that there's a medium vacuum and it's adjacent to air pressure, and you're saying, well, it's an antecedent, read the gas laws. I mean, obviously the gas laws aren't confirming what you're saying. Or you're misunderstanding the gas laws. Two options there.
Do you know what the gas laws are? Do you know the formula?
There's several of them.
No, there's one. PV equals LRT. Ideal gas law.
Oh, isn't kinetic theory of gases also a gas law?
Do you remember I asked you for the formula?
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay, well, I asked you for the formula. I asked you if you knew what it was, and I gave it to you. If you're arguing this, you should know this, dude. That's what AJ's pointing.
I don't think that's necessary. I think that...
Okay, when talking about gas, definitely don't need to talk about the ideal gas law. Got you.
Well, I think there's a chance, right? And this, me pointing this out here, is that you can tell me what you think the ideal gas law says, right? And where it's applicable. And then I can show you where there's the exception. Now, there's one or two things that have happened there. Either you've grossly misunderstood physics, or the ideal gas law is false. Which one do you reckon is more likely?
I like you didn't put an option 3 in there. That was interesting. That you could be false, that they could be right, and you could be wrong. Interesting.
If I show you,
much respect for you, it's unbelievable.
If I show you that there's a near vacuum and there's gas pressure next to it, and it's not flowing into it, and there's no container between you and that medium vacuum, then either you have that is one or the other. Either you've grossly misunderstood it and you don't understand physics, or the gas laws are incorrect. Now, I would say there's one that's likelier than the other.
I know the graph. I give it all the time for other people who say that the reason why we don't have a gas pressure gradient, the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient because of gravity, and I point out its temperature. I know the graph. I want the measurements, dude.
Yeah, the measurements are sourced in the graph. There's 3 sources.
I just see the graph, dude.
You don't see the sources underneath?
You might not be able to hear, but I'm out wandering around, mate.
Oh, you don't have to do it now. It is sourced, though. That's where all of these graphs were taken from. Now, you might then say, look, right, obviously, medium vacuum isn't vacuumy enough for our container to be necessary. It has to be something akin to an extremely high, ultra-high vacuum. But can you tell me exactly when pressure is so low that you require a container? According to, the mathematics that you claim you understand.
Interesting the way that you've changed your tone over the last couple of weeks, mate. It's really weird.
It's not over the couple of weeks. It's because I've been doing this argument all day, and I'm at the stage now where, if you're going to suggest that gas pressure can't exist next to a vacuum, a medium vacuum, for instance, I could demonstrate that it's obviously not the case. You can go way past 90 kilometers or 85 kilometers. If you're going to say it's further up, then just tell me where it is, and we'll talk about the exact pressure vacuum that you think you can't have a container.
According to Russia and America, it's about 100 kilometers up.
Roughly around the Kármán line. But that,
yeah, they moved over the last couple of months.
Yeah, but I think the Kármán line it does have a pressure. I think. Well, let me look at what I've written in my document. It says Kármán line is about 1 pascal. I might be wrong. That's what I've written down from the orders of magnitude of pressure. A post from Wikipedia. Got relevant sources. So, if you would say 1 pascal of pressure is approximately where the container ought to be, and I show you someone's gone beyond that point, what's going to happen to your container?
Sorry, dude, I can't respond at the moment, mate.
It's all right, no worries. Oh, is it? I don't know if it is 1 pascal. Let me check. 1 Pascal.
I normally use ChatGPT, but seeing as you were asking ChatGPT these questions, I asked it my own question, and my question was, is there any circumstances at all where gas pressure does not require a container for the particles to press upon to obtain pressure? And the answer is, in theory, gas pressure always requires a container to exert force on. Pressure is defined as force per unit area, and without a container or surface, there is no area for the force to act upon. However, in an extremely low pressure environment like outer space, the pressure may be negligible, but technically there's still a container, like space itself.
Like space itself. That's an interesting take. I mean, it's not one that I would really say is a very valuable one. I'd say that I say gas pressure because I know that if I say air pressure, it's a question of, demonstrate gravity. It's not really, there's no point in that. And obviously, if you think air pressure and gas pressure are equivalents, I could just use gas pressure and just make the case of air pressure within the term gas pressure. Now, I don't care how it's defined. It'll be an appeal to a dictionary fallacy. I just want to get to the point of if someone says that the container should be about 100 kilometers up where the air pressure is about 1 Pascal, and I show you that someone went past 100 kilometers, then the next question is, where are you putting your container now? We could keep doing this ad infinitum.
Why do you keep making up shit though? Like 100 kilometers, they're supposed to be. Who told you all this shit?
It's been measured.
So the container's been measured. Great.
No, pressure with barometers.
Not equivalent, by the way. They're not equivalent. One does not exist. It's only gas pressure.
I see. So you're accepting the definition of air pressure, but you're saying because there's no gravity, it's a false.
No, I don't accept the definition of air pressure. It's only gas pressure.
So you're accepting how it's defined, but you're saying its inferences towards gravity are false, so it's a false definition.
It's just a term that we've created to describe the gases that we're breathing. It's gas, and it's under pressure. It's gas pressure.
Yes.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I posted something in the chat I would like all the flatties to look at. Thanks.
It is a pleasure and an honor to send you a letter to be included with the Saturn V model and Apollo 8 medallions.
Anything particular in this, Larry?
Yeah, it's just the last part. He's talking about how, like, I don't know. It seems like fading facts to me. It seems like this doesn't sound like a victorious letter. Yeah, just read it for yourself. I don't want to load your brain with what I think.
What's up?
Insecure Globers.
I feel very secure right now.
Back to the drawing board, Globers. I told you, no right angles, no air pressure. Don't bring any of that shit. You got to bring something new.
So you had a chance to read it. It's really interesting, right? They said attempted to establish in the 1960s. So maybe I'm reading too much into it, but this doesn't seem like a victorious letter.
I see manufactotems turning into a brain in the jar, and bricked Nat will be next.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
You don't like absolute. You don't like absolutes. You gotta have that brain in the jar still on the shelf for you to fall back on.
Oh, not me. I never use that argument.
How do those two? Because I don't like absolutist language, I have to be a brain in a jar?
Uh-huh.
That's dumb.
Are you like against nuance or something, Redwind?
If it's not a globe, it's a simulation. If it's not a simulation, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. If it's a simulation, why is it flat?
Is it flat?
That's the Globers, you know, how they go down the line. If it's not a globe, it's a simulation. Then the question is, why is your simulation flat? And then they stop.
I guess I've just not met the Globers you've met.
Yeah, once they realize they're not on a ball, they say then it has to be a simulation. Then we ask them, why is a simulation flat? And they don't know what to say.
I've never seen that happen.
To be fair, right, to Redwin, that does happen. There are some people out there that try to debate and they feel like saying, "Well, I can't know anything," you know, that kind of stuff. But that's not limited to the ball. They'll say that to anything where they're struggling in the debate. So I've seen it happen in political debates, for instance. You can't know that, you can't know that, and so on, so forth.
I heard me do that.
Yeah, she did that. She's famously did that, obviously. But I think Globers in general don't have to do that. I don't do it. I've not mentioned brain in a jar ever.
You just can't be certain of anything.
I'm certain we live on a ball, and that there's space.
Prove it.
No container.
Are you asking him to prove his certainty of it, or
prove he lives on a ball?
The next globe proof is actually Manufactotem, so I don't think you want to go.
Okay, you're up, Manufactotem. Everybody's in here. You're up.
Yeah, no, it's not ready yet. It's going to be a while.
How long does it take?
Well, if you want to do something right, got to put the effort in.
I think Embo made a globe proof last night. Let's see where he is. See if he can come run his globe proof.
His was air pressure, so we said no. Well, that's out.
So he provided proof and you said no?
You can't prove air pressure without a container.
Can prove the point of your container approaches zero.
It's meaningless.
Sorry, the utility of the point.
That's meaningless.
Speaking of proofs, Radwin, are you ever going to give us that vacuum chamber water thing?
So every time I do it, you don't watch or what?
I saw you do it once, and you turned the camera off before anything actually happened. Did you do it since then?
I think
I
so.
can
I'm
confess
not
with
sure
my
what you
mouth.
saw.
I can confess with my mouth. I've seen it bubbling, bro. So I can confess with my mouth that when the air is being vanished and it turns into a vacuum, the water starts bubbling.
It starts bubbling, and then what happens? Does it all bubble away?
Yeah, eventually, if you let the vacuum pump run long enough, that's how you get the moisture out of the condensation and moisture out of lines and line sets. And
So how long did you let it run before it all boiled away?
He demonstrated it, man.
I used to let them on a regular line set. I would let them run like 45 minutes to an hour.
No, the one you did in your vacuum chamber. How long did you let that water run?
I'm not going to let that ruin my pump if the pump won't handle it. So I'm not going to.
Exactly.
When I work in the industry, yeah, when I worked in the industry, they're just in your truck. So if you burn them out, you say, "Give me another one," and you burn them out all the time.
Are you a water bubbling denier?
No, but he said he was going to do an experiment and show us, and he never showed us the water boiling away.
3 times now.
You just said you won't do it because it's going to ruin your pump.
I'm not going to let it run for you and just stand there holding my phone for an hour.
My contention is that if you let it run, eventually it won't actually all boil away, but it'll freeze. That's my understanding of the physics. If you can show me something different, I'd love to see it.
Well, then there goes fucking all the HVAC guys out there that pull the moisture out of the lines. Fuck them.
The moisture, you say?
Yes. You pull
okay, so not like
vacuum on a line set. So when you crack open the Freon, boom, the refrigerant into the lines, that's all you get.
Right. So the moisture, though, not like solid, not like liquid water.
Golly, man.
Like
what
humidity in the lines?
Dude, what is moisture made out of?
Is that a serious question?
What's moisture made out of?
Yeah. What is moisture?
It's made out of water.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Is it liquid water?
Well, it is. It is liquid water in a very small, a very
Take your time.
What is it called? I can't find a specific English word.
I understand what you're saying, though. Sure.
Geringen form.
Radwin's claim, though, is that the oceans are held to the Earth by air pressure.
Uh-huh.
And he means to demonstrate that by showing that if you put water in a vacuum...
what you're going to do is show me that you're going to put water in a vacuum, remove the air, and it's still going to lay flat and level, with gravity holding it down.
Yeah.
I keep posting you the same video. The water doesn't float off the bottom of the tank. It still sits at the bottom, even though there's a vacuum in it. And at some point, before it all boils away, it freezes.
Amazing.
I can post it for like the 10th time if you like.
So you proved this point.
There goes all the dudes out in the field pulling the vacuum on line sets. I better let them know.
I really appreciate how you prove this point, man. Yeah, so water cannot lay out flat and level if there's no air pushing down on it. Thank you. And that needs to be in a container because a pressurized system works when it's pressing against something, which only works if there's containment to press against, and not an imaginary force you make up in your mind and call it gravity.
Clay, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What was that? Okay,
well, that's what it sounded like.
I don't think I sounded like that at all, but okay, if you say so. Clay.
Yeah.
Can gas press against other molecules and the surface of the Earth?
Wait, can you repeat that real quick? Sorry.
Can gas press against other molecules and the surface of the Earth?
What is that question, bro?
Well, it has to press against something apparently, and
gas is pressing against its containment, and if there is something within that containment, let's say you put a banana into the container, yeah, it will press against the banana.
Would it do that even if there was no container? Just the surface. Sorry, no container lid, rather.
Yeah, the gas would still press against the surface if it's in proximity to that surface, yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
I agree.
Clay, it's pressing without even a container lid.
I agree. I was just taking my time to rethink.
What's the problem in this scenario, though?
Oh, you just said that it needs to press against its container, and I was just thinking the context of Earth, I think the surface of Earth is something to press against.
Not a container. There's no fixed volume.
No lid.
There's no volume. So, what amount of gas pressing on the surface? What, because it's there? Okay, what's going to happen after a while?
Well, if there's enough
that gas after pressing against the earth is going to fuck off. Probably collide with other gases, and change its path. Over time, what amount of gas? If it's got if it has a space to explore and fill because there's nothing changing its vector, then it will do that. So over time, I was pointing out, what about this snapshot in time? Yeah, over time.
Yeah, that's a slightly tangential point to what me.
No, because you're not achieving any pressure.
But
all you're going to read is pressure. Yeah. All you're going to do is read pressure that potentially would just keep going down and down and down and down because the gas is expanding.
The issue with that point is to say that if there is anything that can change the vector of gas to return to the surface, a kind of mechanism that might have that effect while pressure wants to push in the opposite direction.
What? Like what?
I don't want to give it a name. Let's call it.
Dude, no, I'll tell you what. Tell me what the mechanism is.
It's a force that can change the vector of gas.
I want to know what the mechanism is.
Like a container, like a container changes direction of the gas molecules. That he wants to know what's the mechanism that's turning them around.
I don't know if I want to go too deep into it, but let's just say it has that property to be able to change the vector of gas.
This is just slimy now. I want to know what the mechanism is. You're openly standing there going, well, I don't want to tell you. Okay, because I want to know what it is. I want to know what the mechanism is.
He answered that earlier with his ChatGPT.
No, I didn't.
What did the ChatGPT say?
Gravity.
Okay, so you've got two ideas for that. One's a coordinate system, and one's mass attracting mass, which gas doesn't do.
Well, I'm not ever going to debate gravity, so.
But then the conversation stops here.
Yes, that's where the line ends. That's where we. Yeah.
So you need to imagine this, right? You have a ball, very big ball that flies that rotates at the speed of 1,600 kilometers per hour. It flies from ever expanding universe with incredible speeds. Why it is rotating and why it's producing its gases, and these gases extend out until the moon. And you have the bending and warping of space-time somehow keeping it all together. So you have gas pressure without a container right next to the most perfect vacuum you can imagine. You know what I call this? I call this Narnia. I call this a vain fantasy. I call this the most ridiculous thing an adult grown man can believe in. Like I would rather see a man debate if Santa Claus is real than believing this. Really.
Well, you're a little late. They said there's no container. They said there's a container now in the universe that creates air pressure.
Oh, that's amazing.
No,
So is it extending to the end of the beginning of the nothing?
It's not ever expanding because the pressure isn't ever increasingly getting lower and sucking more and more air away from the planet.
Well,
so it's definitely a confined universe, finite.
The issue was,
and it's a vacuum chamber because he did say that. He said it is a vacuum chamber. Somebody got him to confirm that. So there's a lot of things he did say for sure.
Yeah. The issue is, Clay, is that if someone wants to say that a container facilitates a gradient, they won't specify at what stage of that gradient a container is necessary, then you can move that container all the way to the edges of the universe, and you can give me space.
What edges of a universe?
I don't know.
You can't keep pressure from a vacuum, dude. Come on.
Cool.
You can move them in.
Story, bro.
So you can move the.
Well, Manufactotum posted a base laying on its side yesterday. That is what the universe looks like, even though it's flat on the bottom. The rest of it looks like a base. So that's what they're looking at now. That's their next proof. That's their next proof.
I told Redwin and I told Get, Jedi won't be happy with this new argument. Or Crypto, I told him Jedi won't be happy that you're saying that you can have gas pressure next to a near vacuum. Well, they just insisted upon it. I don't know.
You said no. You see what you have in a pressure gradient is a lower pressure, not a vacuum.
Well, I'd say it's defined as a near medium vacuum, ultra high vacuum, high vacuum.
So we're in a high vacuum then?
Vacuum. No, we're not. We're sitting on the surface of the Earth, which is not defined as a vacuum.
What time does it get defined as a vacuum?
It gets
on Everest. Mount Everest, it becomes a vacuum.
No. Mount Everest, and I've got this in my little note sheet. One second. Mount Everest is 34 kilopascals.
So when does the container start?
Container. I don't know. That's exactly the problem.
Well, you said pressure again.
Yeah, one sec.
You keep invoking the container, then I ask you about it, then you laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you.
You're laughing because you know I'm right.
All right, look at this graph. I will let you pick any of those vacuums that you want. And you say there's a container that has to separate between you and that.
Who named them a vacuum?
The source below it.
So just somebody just said that's going to be a vacuum. That's not low pressure.
Would you say that there's a near vacuum that you might just call a vacuum, like a medium, low, high,
No.
ultra high?
No, not in reality.
When you say you create a vacuum, you're not really.
Not in reality. I artificially have to create a vacuum, something that you guys think exists.
Yeah, but you wouldn't say that's an actual vacuum, would you?
No, it's low pressure.
Exactly. So, if you want to say it's just a gradient of low pressure, and I would say that low pressure could extend that as far as I bloody well want it to. I mean, interstellar space.
Inside a container, right?
Yeah, Globe is
so
saying
what's keeping all the air on the balls and the water on the balls?
Globe is saying interstellar space has.
What's
pressure.
keeping the air and the water on the balls and not flying all around with the ever-expanding vacuum chamber that you just claimed again for the 50th time today?
This is the point. Like, if you know what. Well, I'm not going to repeat the argument the sixth time. You know what the argument is. I want to hear Monorail talk because he's funny. He makes me laugh.
What's up?
Why do you want to hear a first grader talk? You're like a senior in high school wanting a first grader to come up with his argument.
No, you guys keep saying the same shit. Honestly, like your main criticism of us is that we are repeating something we've heard before. Then you doing the same thing with shit you've heard on YouTube. So I don't know.
That's not necessarily true.
So Jedi, I love you. You know that, Jedi.
Explain that my vacuum chamber is on YouTube.
So Redwin, so how about this? Because I've asked you this question, you weren't able to answer. And Jedi, by the way, I love you. Okay, you know that. So how come if you're in Alaska, which is the west coast of the U.S. or the west coast of the Americas, it is faster to go west to get to East Coast Russia than if you were on the east coast of. Sorry, what?
Jet streams.
No, you can't explain that with jet streams because jet streams, if that was the case, right? So jet streams would have to be constant, right? So the jet.
Yeah.
So
right,
Redwin, I'll give you an example.
Are you saying the Earth is spinning underneath you when you're flying in a plane?
Yes, but a very low. The spinning of the Earth is an extremely minimal factor when you're flying.
So it's not spinning. So
it is spinning. It is spinning.
Nothing to do with anything, right?
It is spinning, but it's a very low factor. But wait, explain to me. Even if the Earth wasn't spinning, like let's say the Earth wasn't spinning, right? The phenomenon would still be the same, right?
Gave up on the spinning part, you guys. That's
no. I'm not giving up on it. I'm just telling you, like it would be the same, right?
Add it back in.
I mean, I'll put it back in.
Here's a question.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Do you think that planes fly exactly the same route there and back again on the return journey as they did when they set off?
Well, not exactly. The reason why they don't take the same flight is because they're taking the most effective route. So, for example, when I went to the routes they take usually has to do with the jet stream, which is exactly what he said. It is very much affected by the jet stream is essentially like the wind direction.
Now you're saying I'm right. After you said no, now you said yes.
I'm saying you're right to a certain extent, but it cannot account for the massive difference if you go from Western. Okay, go ahead, Jedi. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not just trade winds. So it's not just Gulf Stream or any of these paths. We have a lot of them. And sometimes you're going to hit one that's going to be in your favour, and sometimes you're going to have a path that you can't avoid because it's the shortest route that's going to be directly into a wind. Winds change the variation of time. Another thing is, like I'm trying to point out, it might sound ridiculous, right? But you've got to think about safety in the air. Airplanes don't fly the exact same course back because they fly in corridors which are pretty much like freeways in the air.
Yep.
You'll have a direction of travel, left to right, right to left, or however you want to describe it.
Well, they try to avoid the turbulence as much as they can.
Yeah. So the courses are ever so slightly different. So there's a difference in the actual distance travelled. We have to understand that aviation miles are the same as nautical miles, which don't actually work in the same way as statute miles do. And it's very hard to record distance actually travelled. Where sometimes in an airplane you could be full thrust but not fucking going anywhere because of the wind that you're flying into, right? You're not doing anything.
So Jedi, can you answer my question better than this guy? Because I know Wadwin probably listens to you and then he tries to answer because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So you know how I've
got one final point, and then you can answer the question. Because you might be able to give, say, one example where the flight time seems to fit the model. But then we can just roll off examples where no, the example doesn't fit the model. For example, London to New York and back again. I mean, if we look at that route, then we understand the known trade wind that the part.
No, that's not a good example, Jedi, because you're taking relatively the same route. You're going, so you're either going west or east. What I'm saying is so my point was that in certain circumstances, right, you could take. So this is very, very rare. So if you're in Alaska and if you're going to Japan, there's a very rare course where you're just going to go west instead of going east, because it's shorter that way, even though you're going against the wind and you like that, because the wind usually goes very, very often in the same direction. It's going to be shorter that way. So if the jet stream had an impact on it, that would mean it would be a calculable difference. And so the same plane going from, I don't know, let's say Montreal to Vancouver would also have that same effect. And then you can measure that. So if you look at a map, right, how close on a map is the eastern part of Russia and the western part of Alaska? They're very close, right? So how do you explain that?
Just over the Bering Strait.
So sorry, go ahead. What did you say?
It's just over the Bering Strait, isn't it?
So can you show me because I'm that's like one of your explanations. What does that mean, the Bering Straits?
That's the area of the world that you're talking about between Russia and Alaska.
Yeah, so let me go on my maps right now. So let's say it could be the eastern part of the continental Americas. So western part. So it's either Alaska or mostly Alaska, right?
Yeah, Alaska, and then the top northeast end of Russia.
Yeah. So there at one point it was theorized that the ice there was frozen. You could actually walk that, and there's proof of that. Like there's some like fossils and shit like that. There's proof of that people were walking on the ice there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So how is that possible? If you also so I'm asking you, I guess, because you're the most
Have you got
sensible.
A map in your head? Have you got a map in your head that you think the flat Earth is?
Not really, because I can't really picture the. I mean, your map is like circular, but also sort of like, let's say, like one of those the Christmas thing that you shake, right? So it's not perfectly flat, right? It's almost like a little. Is that what I'm thinking? Like, is that what you think it looks like?
The first one was good. You didn't have to put the Christmas decoration in there, though.
But I was not. I'm not trying to make a joke of it. That's like
that's the container.
That's the most direct reference I have.
Yeah.
So Jedi, can you explain to me how that would work within that model? How would that work if you can go east?
Came out claiming there's a dome over Earth protecting us from asteroids now.
Well, you claim the same thing yourself, right? Don't you?
So did NASA. So they're starting to side with us. It sounds like.
So, I mean, we can get there. I'd like to Jedi to finish that. Then we can get on that argument afterwards. So
in simple terms, what's the problem? What's the question? How do you get?
The problem is, how can you go in opposite directions on a flat surface and get to the same direction and get to the same end goal? That doesn't kind of work in my head.
How'd you go in a circle?
So. Yeah, but so that also wouldn't work, because if you were to go in a circle, you would also go over, because you can, when you're in a plane, right? You can observe below you like what you're going through, right? When I went to France, I could observe like the ocean, and then I could observe the land, and then so that would only work if you were to observe below you the entirety of like on a flat surface, you would have to observe the entirety of like Africa, Europe all together. Like that doesn't like, so you see what I'm saying? How better can I explain it, right? So if you were to have a flat surface and you're going in one direction and get to the same direction, you would have to go through the entirety of the north to south equator, right? How does that? I don't know how to explain that, but you see what I'm saying?
At the moment, I'm trying to figure out why you think it's hard to get from Russia to Alaska.
I mean, it is not, but it is difficult if you go east, it's very long to go from Alaska to Russia. It's going to take you like 25 hours.
Can I just real quick ask a clarifying
55
question?
miles from Sarah Palin's house. How does it take 25 hours?
Can I ask a clarifying question real quick?
Go ahead, sir.
Are you of the opinion that a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding world of darkness, spinning at a speed of 1,600 kilometers and hurtling around through space and other planets and shooting an ever-expanding dark universe, compared to a flat, stationary, horizontal plane where an airplane flies over the plane, is more complicated than the spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding world of darkness?
Okay, first of all, the whether it's complicated or not doesn't make it true. Second of all, like, I don't know how you explain, so how do you explain us being in like an ever-expanding universe?
If you get it, I don't know if you get it, bro. If
your question is bad. Your question is bad.
No, my question is not bad. We're doing you a favor because your question is actually bad, and we're doing you a favor by entertaining.
No one's explained to me
the premise. How? Listen. One second. Chill for a second. You can go on, and I'll be quiet, okay? But the very thing is, be happy that you're not being tested on the very foundation that your whole concept and vain imaginations are lacking of, which is the foundation of a bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a sphere of a radius of 4,000 miles. You cannot provide that evidence. There's no direct measurements for it. It all relates back to the skies, longitude lines, meridians, and so forth, which are all derived from sky observations. Okay, so you don't have any proof for your.
So I have some proof
in the first place. So the very notion that we entertain this is something you can be thankful about. There you go.
I have some proof. Okay, here's my proof. But at least let's say not even using a plane. So I live in Canada, and I've been to Florida, which is like almost in terms of America's the southern border before we get to the South America, right? I've done that in one trip. And so the time zone remained the same for the entire trip. Yet I've also done a similar trip from Canada East Coast to the West Coast, and then I noticed that the sun and the time zones changed dramatically, and the distance was lower. So I don't know how you explain that in one direction, which means north to south. There's no difference in terms of your like time zones in the sun, but when you go west to east, there's a dramatic difference. The only way you can explain that is if there's curvature. Like, that is the only way you can explain that. If there
is curvature, it is measurable It
Yes, it is measurable.
Measurable over the surface of the Earth. Do you have direct measurements of a surface that claims to be roughly?
What do you mean direct measurements? What do you mean by direct measurements?
Of the radius of roughly 4,000 miles, 360 degrees in every direction, bending downwards to form roughly a sphere. Do you have any direct measurements?
So so here's the thing, right? I'm going to tell you the direct measurements, and you're gonna deny it. Okay, you ready? I know you're gonna do it. So we have satellites in space. We have satellites. We have satellites in space.
This is monorail.
Right now.
Monorail. We've already talked about this, young man. So
I apologize. But you see what I'm saying?
No, we don't.
You don't have a reference frame to measure from, anyways, with your satellites. You understand that?
Okay. So if we
direct measurements, wow.
It is. So if we measure, please, if we measure from like the, let's say, like, okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to ask you guys, what would be a reasonable measurement for you guys? Like, how would you define that? Because I really want to provide that for you. What would be a reasonable measurement?
Drop over distance in reality. It's drop over distance. It's a ball. It's supposed to curve everywhere. It's not that difficult.
But it's big enough that like. Okay,
no, we already talked about this earlier. We have dimensions that are detectable from the surface, right?
Yes, but yes, and they're they're actually congruent with that. Like if the Earth is
show them to me.
If the
Show me the drop over distance.
Wait.
Don't just make the claim. Give me the measurements and something we can verify. Don't just say it's there. Go find it for me.
No,
we'll verify.
I'm not even going to say that. I'm just asking you. Like, let's say the Earth is as big as we claim it to be. Then if you so in that instance, you would realize like that we would observe it as being a flat surface, right?
No.
Can you recognize?
Incorrect.
That?
No, incorrect.
Why not?
Because you have dude, you don't know this topic very well, do you? There's an actual horizon measurement calculator. It's called the Earth Curve Calculator, right? So it's a very predictable distance that you can actually see this curvature, supposedly.
Yeah, but it's very small, right?
It doesn't look flat. It's supposed to look curved.
On the surface of the Earth, it's impossible to see curvature. That's impossible.
That's just a claim. Unless you can actually back up that claim, then the Earth is flat, and you've proved it because you can't detect it anywhere.
I mean, there's optics.
There's optics. What does that mean? Now you're just saying words.
So, like refraction, like for example, like when you're looking through, like on a cloudy day, or like on a day that has like you the distance that you can see is very much impacted by the atmosphere, right? There's like I know it's air, but there is actual stuff in there, so you can't see as far as the eye can see. Really, like there's a limit to where you can see.
Oh, hold on a second.
I'm not trying to switch my claim. I'm trying to be very.
It's too big. Now there's optics fucking with what you see. What is it?
Sorry. Go ahead. What'd you say?
First of all, it's too big, and now there's optics that make it impossible to see it.
Okay, so there's two things going into it. So I'm trying to find a reference point that might be small that you could agree with me. So, what's a good one? So okay, wait. Let's say I don't know if this is a good example, but let's say you're like on a lake and there's a waterfall, like let's say 100, 200 meters in front of you. It's going to look flat, right? Until you get right to the edge of it, and then you're going to fall and die, probably, right? So you see like how perspective can drastically warp your perception of things, right? Because if you're on the lake, you would see that you would look at it looks flat, right? Until you get to the point where you fall. But if you were up in the air, you would very easily see that there's a drastic fall in front of you, right? So that's a similar situation there. It's not. I mean, of course, the Earth is not like a drastic 90 degree, but you see how you could have a different.
Was the lake flat?
Well, yes, the lake is. The lake is somewhat flat, but it's not flat. If there, the lake can't be flat if there's current and there's a waterfall. There has to be some sort of curvature that you can't see. That's like pushing the water in a certain direction. Because like say the lake was because if the lake was like let's say upside, it would push the water in the opposite direction. So it has to go downwards, right?
Dude, you're all over the place.
So when Earth curves, water.
I don't know what to do anymore.
When Earth curves, water flows.
Well, not really. Yes, somewhat. Yes, there's some of the Earth's. I don't know. I've not done the test, but that's what scientists say.
Hey, you are gonna let him fucking go through this whole time?
I won't do it. I won't do it. Don't worry about it. I won't do it.
Say first grade shit in here, really, Globers.
Don't worry about it.
Apparently, that's what it takes.
So I'm still wondering, like the question I asked earlier, how do you guys explain the difference in time zones between north and east, north and south, and then east and west? How is that explainable on a somewhat flat surface?
Dude. First of all, the time zones don't have anything to do with north and south. It's the zenith position of the sun over the surface. It has nothing to do with curvature at all, unless you want to go ahead and affirm the consequent.
So yes, I will give you in my explanation that the sun is not as nearly as close as you believe it is, and then I can show you some evidence for that. And then I would like you to give me evidence for why you believe the sun is closer than we claim it is. Was that fair enough?
If you do the same thing that we talked about earlier, no, we're not going to do this again because I already refuted your claim. But go ahead, give me a new one. You got a new one?
I don't know that we agree with this. I don't think we did, but
yeah, we already talked about this. Go ahead.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I apologize. I don't know, man. I'm drinking and having fun here, but
no, I would
hear it.
So for me, one of the ways that you can measure the distance and the size of things, right? So it's almost similar to how you do it in real life. So if you're far away from something, you get closer, it gets bigger, right? Yes.
You want to talk about the inverse square law?
No, just
angular size change over distance.
If you're observing something and you get closer to it, it'll get bigger, right?
Yeah. So if it gets farther away, it gets smaller.
Yes, that's okay. Yes. Okay. So then
this is a natural perspective. Everybody experiences this. Yes.
Okay. So if we can observe a planet going behind the or close to the sun or behind the sun, so like as I believe, again, that's my claim that there's a solar system again going around.
Yeah, you're already begging the question. This is not proof. This is just you having a thought experiment, an imagination, and then saying you try to disprove my imagination because you've already begged the question. What is the planet in this scenario? Is it a sphere in space going behind? Is it a sphere in space going behind the sun? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you're just begging the question. You don't have evidence for any of these claims.
Well, one of the best evidence is like Saturn, right? With the rings, you can very clearly observe the spherical nature of it.
It's a light in the sky.
I don't like that argument. So how do you explain the?
It's not an argument. You have no evidence for the thing that you're trying to go ahead and claim. You're saying it's a planet that's a certain distance away with a certain size, and there's rings around it. It's in the vacuum of space, and all that. You don't have evidence for any of that.
I mean,
all you see is a light in the
through
sky.
a telescope.
Yeah, you can look at it through a telescope. You're looking at the sky, and there's a light, and that's it.
Actually, I have a photo of Saturn through my telescope that I
So do
personally
I.
took.
Go ahead, show us.
Everyone does. You're not helping yourself.
let him show us.
You look
like
at
to see
it through. Oh my gosh, you guys don't even get this, do you? You just see a light in the sky. You just see a light in the sky. No one's denying Saturn. It's just a light in the sky unless you have evidence otherwise.
Okay, so sorry, what's your name? Says who?
Yeah.
So would you also sorry, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but because I agree with you there, we have that dimension blockage there. But one of the ways that we can infer, that's the best word to use here, infer the spherical nature of something, especially with like Saturn, is that something like a spot on it disappears and then reappears while we can observe the rotation on, like you can look at it, you can actually see the rotation. So I agree with you. It's not 100% sure, but that's a very, very convincing, observable thing that can lead you to believe that it is a spherical spinning sphere, right? So can you at least grant me that it's a very good observational?
See Saturn spinning.
You can see it spinning. Yes, you can.
Really? In real time?
Yes, you can do a time lapse. Probably in real time, not that much, no. But if you do a time lapse with any of your instruments,
I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you this one, and it's still not going to help you. Are you ready? So let's just say that it's a ball. All right. Let's say it's a ball, and it's in the sky. What does that have to do with anything? Since you can only see it from the ground, and that's all you can say is, I think that might be a ball. Now what?
So the argument I was making was that everything I'm observing in the sky has the same properties, which they all look like balls. They all look like they're respecting the same laws of nature, I guess. And then your claim is that our planet.
Don't tell me what my claim is. Don't tell me what my claim is. Absolutely not. Don't do it.
I apologize. So let's say my claim. I won't say my claim then. My claim is that I feel like it is almost intuitive to believe that we are also our planet also respects the same laws. If every planet I can observe through a telescope, closer.
Our
It's not
planet?
just.
Why are you assuming that? Why are you assuming our planet? You're
What do you
already
mean?
assuming the thing in question, the Earth being a planet. How'd you get to that?
Why would I not assume it's a planet? Like, what else could it be?
First of all, you said that all the planets are in the sky. Is the Earth in the sky?
Yes.
Oh,
It
Really?
depends how
The Earth?
it depends how you define the sky, but yes, it is in space. Yes.
Okay, can you show me the Earth in the sky then? Show me your observation.
Yeah, I
of the
mean, yeah,
Earth.
there are photos and videos that you claim are not true that I can show you.
Okay. So
But
just
yeah,
a bunch of
but heretic, can you realize at least that this is like a problem with that your argument? I can show you
no,
video, I can
no,
show you videos and pictures.
no,
We've done it, but you refuse to
no, it's
accept
not a
that as
problem.
evidence.
Mono.
For
Sorry,
me,
go
it's
ahead.
a
Sorry, go
problem
ahead.
for you
Go ahead,
because you
Cesar.
have a bunch of unverifiable images.
If I show you Daryl Hannah as a mermaid, does that make Daryl Hannah a mermaid?
No, but that's not okay. No, it does
That's
not.
the same argument.
No, it's not. It's not the same argument because, like,
No, it is. I'm just showing you a photograph, and now you know that Daryl Hannah is a mermaid.
No, because every photograph comes with, let's say, I don't know how to say, like,
No, because one is backed by science and one is, the other one is not.
Okay, let's
Backed
get
by
to science.
science.
Yeah, what experiment? Go ahead.
So for example, China also has their own satellites, and then Russia has their own satellite. India has their own satellites.
Yeah, that's not science. That's just more storytelling. So I'm going to go ahead and falsify your cartoons real quick. There's this stuff called water. You heard of it?
Yes, I have. I think so. Yeah.
So water seeks an even, flat, level, horizontal surface at rest. What's the water doing on those cartoons from space they're showing you? Is it taking a level, horizontal surface?
I mean, we can't observe any water in the form that we have on
just
Earth.
yes or no. Just yes or no. Is it
I mean,
taking a level?
there's no observable
Yeah, so
water.
just yes or no. So just yes or no. Is it taking a level, horizontal surface in those cartoons from space?
There is no water we can observe, so I can't answer your question.
Oh, there's no water you can observe in your pictures of the Earth from space? It must not be the
okay,
Earth.
yeah.
Because the Earth is
Okay,
covered
you
in
mean in the picture from? Sorry, I thought you meant other planets.
No, talking about your pictures of the Earth in the sky from space, allegedly.
Okay, so yeah, the water. So what are you asking me? Sorry, I don't.
Is that water taking a level horizontal surface in those cartoons from space of the Earth?
I mean, it's not taking a hot. No.
No, it's not. Okay, those pictures are falsified because they go against the physics of water. Thanks.
Why? In real life, what?
You
Like,
don't
so,
get
okay, wait. Okay, wait. Actually, I'll ask you a question because this is kind of funny. Because now you say this, right? So, have you ever tried the experiment of putting water on your, let's say, on your street, right? You water down your street, and you notice the water is going to pool there. It's just going to pool there, and like, let's say your street is absolutely flat. Like, you have an absolutely flat surface, and you pour water onto it. What's going to happen? Water is going to stay there. It's going to pool together. So, how do you explain rivers? How do you explain the movement of all the
they're in containers and they're flowing. Rivers flow.
Okay, so would that be because there's I mean, you've seen mountains, right? Mountains are they're not. So water does the same, right? If it goes from up to down, that's why if you're ever lost in a forest, by the way, you'll follow water and you actually get to the north.
Right. So when the Earth curves, the water flows, and then when it's at rest, it takes a level horizontal surface. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Are you trying to make a false equivalence?
I'm not really.
Is the river the ocean?
But the ocean is different as well. I mean, the ocean is like not a contained...
I'm asking you, is the river the ocean, or are they different?
They're different.
Okay, so the ocean is obviously a large basin filled with water, and what does the surface of water do in a basin?
So it doesn't. It stabilizes.
Yeah, but does it take a horizontal, flat surface?
I mean, no. I mean, let's see. Wait. Let's say you have a bowl, like you have a fish bowl. That's not like it's a sphere. It's going to take a spherical, like it's going to take a spherical shape, right?
The surface of the water in the fish bowl is going to take a spherical contour.
No. Of course, the surface is going to be flat. Yes. But,
okay, so the surface of water is flat, and 70% of the Earth is water.
Yep.
So where's the ball part if 70% of the Earth, the ocean, is flat on its surface?
So if you were to do that experiment with the same conclusion you just came to, that would still work on a spherical planet. Like that would still.
So
work.
The spherical planet has flat water all over it?
No.
Spherical planet with a horizontal
the flatness of the water. It's not the flatness of the water is not like a an immutable characteristic. The water is gonna follow its container. Water's very nature. It's gonna essentially take the shape of its container. That's the most.
No, not the surface. No.
Oh
not
yeah,
the surface.
Yes, the surface will do the same thing.
Okay, so then the surface should be. Yeah, so the surface should be curving according to the dimensions of the ball then.
Yes.
Okay, that would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That horizon edge of the water on the sphere should be dipping away from you at that height.
Well, look, now you're bringing math into this that I haven't looked up because I honestly had.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just the dimensions of the ball, supposedly.
I could look it up right now, but I'm just like, I'm way too lazy to do that. But
okay, well, the radius of the Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles, and that would dictate that the water, the sagitta, the hump of water, the physicality, the Earth curve would happen at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we went and checked that out. We checked the actual geometry of the claim. And guess what? The water isn't curving. In fact, it doesn't even appear to want to curve anywhere. In fact, usually the problem is we don't see far enough because of air or whatever the situation might be, humidity of the day, but it's flat as far as the eye can see until the light gets cut off from the air. So there's no curvy water on this giant ball. That's the problem.
Yeah, water brings the whole thing down. Crazy how simple that was.
I mean, I disagree. I mean, but
yeah,
I mean,
you're just disagreeing with water. So good luck with that.
No, because here's the thing that you're not taking into account, which again I know we disagree on, and we're gonna have it and a whole other debate on this, which is gravity, right? I mean, if there was no gravity, like water would just essentially float, right? It would float.
You actually misunderstood the problem.
Yeah, so, no.
So if gravity was real on a globe, then it would force the water to conform to the spherical nature of the globe. The previous conversation you just had with the other guys, they said the water's flat, and you said no.
So water is only flat with our own eyes, right? Like that's what I'm saying, which is like, and I'm trying to find a good example for you guys, and I'll think about it for a little bit, just so I can find like an example.
Flat water was possible on a globe when it's not.
Well, it is possible, like
no, it's not.
to a certain extent. Well, it is like because it's all about scales, Tantrum. Everything is about scales. It's like it's like the end on a piece of paper.
Do you know what a vector is?
Yes.
Like in art.
Yes.
So the scale's irrelevant, right? It's either that shape or it's not.
Yeah, but the thing I don't understand with your argument is like you understand, like we are claiming the Earth's radius is 6,378 kilometers, but then you're also making
your argument. You're now talking about something different.
Yeah.
You're coming off of the only reason I've interrupted you. You're now talking about thing B when we haven't finished discussing thing A. If there are fundamental forces that work at all scales, that would make Earth a ball and would make the water curve on the surface. This would happen at every scale.
Can you repeat that? I just want to. I'm not being facetious.
If there are forces that force the Earth to be a globe and the water to curve on the surface conforming to that globe, it would happen at every scale. It wouldn't be flat at one scale and curved at another.
So it isn't flat. That's the observation of us. So I'm not claiming that it is objectively flat. No, I'm saying that we observe it to be flat. So how can I don't know how to explain this better. But like, isn't this your own argument? Did you guys say about like earlier about the inductive problem? Inductive problem, or hold on, is that the did I get that wrong? What's the name of it? Induction, sorry.
Problem of induction, right? What about it?
So I feel like you guys are doing that right now in the sense that like you're saying that because you're observing on your own plane the Earth to be flat, then it is like on a global scale. Like isn't that the problem of induction? Like is your observable reality, then you're implying that the rest of the Earth is therefore that reality, even though like we can somewhat show that it is not. Is that not the problem of induction, or did I get it wrong? Because I read about it for like 20 minutes earlier because I have no fucking clue what it was until someone brought it up.
I mean, I think the problem of induction is the idea of the reliability of past evidence, right? So it's going to be reliable in the future. But it's not something I've read recently on, but that's what I think it is.
Okay. I mean, I asked ChatGPT because I'm not gonna lie, I did not know what it was about, and I don't know. I forgot what Gregory I think brought it up, and I asked Gregory to give me a moment so I could like look it up because I wanted to.
Let me have a look.
Yeah. So the ChatGPT was saying, what did it say? Oh fuck, that was.
I'm banned from ChatGPT, so I can't use it.
Wait, did you ask ChatGPT if the Earth was flat, and it was like fuck off?
I had an argument with ChatGPT about the Earth being flat, yeah, and it banned me. I'm not even joking.
Really?
Yeah, really. It banned me from talking to an algorithm.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's how sensitive this topic is, bro. You should probably consider that for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not always right.
Censorship's never really.
It says on the bottom of the page it's not right, and yet you people still believe it.
Right, let's have a look.
Okay, wait. Okay. Now I just thought about something because I don't know if this is going to be a good example, but I'm trying to like. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, let's say you were in a fishbowl, right? And the fishbowl is like a sphere or somewhat of a sphere with, of course, like the surface of the water is flat, right? If you're a fish in the water, in the middle of the fish tank. So in the part of the fish tank where it is spherical, right? The edges of the water are spherical on both sides because you're in the middle of the water, right? Can you you guys follow me there?
Not really.
Okay, so wait, I mean I would have to like draw a picture here, but hold on.
So you're in a fish bowl.
Yeah. So hold on. I'll literally share my screen.
The bottom of the bowl is curving. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like or even the middle of the bowl. So let me. I don't want to share my screen if I'm on like Amazon or something like that.
Bowl. There's a bottom which is.
No, but you can have like a middle, like the middle. Okay, hold on. I'll share my screen. Can
the water itself?
Oh, hold on. I don't want to share my screen because I'm scared someone's gonna dox the shit out of me because I don't agree with you guys on.
We don't really do that, but I understand.
I would hope not.
We're gonna tell your boss you're a globe earther.
I don't think my boss would care that much.
You're gonna tell him.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't matter. But look, man, if you want to protect your identity, that's obviously totally fine. You should want to do that.
Okay. I got you guys. So how do I share my? Hold on, I got you guys. Okay, here it is. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you guys see this? Okay. So let's say you're a fish, right? So we all agree the top of the bowl, the top of the bowl here is flat, right? So the top here is flat. Now, my point was the perspective aspect of it. So let's say you're here, you're a little fish. I don't know how to draw a fish, but let's say you're a little fish here, and you're in the middle here. Technically, for you, this looks like a flat. This looks like a flat surface, right? But it's not, right? You're literally look. The edges are round, so
but we're on.
You're moving around on a curved surface that appears to be flat.
There's something wrong with you, dude.
Is that not a good example of how we're we're living on?
We're on top of the water. We're on top of the fishbowl, not in it.
But why is it a curved surface anyway? You've just drawn a flat surface in the water.
Monorail, can you just
just
and just get like make a new page, a blank page, and then just draw a circle. Like just get a circle.
Let's do new, okay.
Yeah.
Don't save. Okay, let's do. Yep, circle.
And zoom in as far as
I didn't realize that
can to a line.
I didn't realize Britnat hated fish.
Britnat,
yeah, right here. Look, right here.
Knock that shit off.
That's dude. That's a flat surface right there. Even though, look right there. Right. So if I zoom close enough, so hold on, to the surface of a round, we're gonna have a little bit of. Like, I know this is maybe the fucking paint not being good enough to do pixels, but you're gonna have somewhat flat surface.
Nearly flat.
Yeah, I mean, so I can't zoom more than that, but if I could, it'd be flatter and flatter, right? If I could zoom.
Globers, why are you letting him do this shit?
Amazing.
Why not? Why not?
Obviously,
come on, man. We're just having fun here. Calm down. I'm trying to be nice to you guys as well.
It would be better to do it on GeoGebra.
You're embarrassing every single site here,
It would be better if
including
you
the
did it on
Globers.
It would be better if you did it on GeoGebra, Monorail, but the illustration, I guess, on Paint is not.
Bro, what if I drew a penis there and just to show you guys what I meant?
Can I just be really? I'll try and be as nice as I can about this. This is Babby's first globe argument.
It reminds me of me from like 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's not a good argument, dude. And I'll be very specific and very brief with it. Basically, the issue you have there is that, yes, that would be the case on a large ball, but it would also be the case on a plane, so you can't differentiate.
Okay, I agree with you there. Okay, so we've made some progress there. So we can agree that there's two possibilities there. No, because I made this point in the chat earlier that you guys, so the only way that you could assume, for example, like the problem with the stick is that if it was the sun was closer to the Earth.
Boy.
Bro, you just had two Globers tell you that you were embarrassing their side.
I mean, I don't mind.
By the way, quick thing to note: every pixel on your screen is made out of 4 straight lines, bro. So that's why you will always see a straight line if you're gonna use this type of lines. Maybe if you use vector lines, this could be a different outcome, but still, it's a really bad example with the Paint.
GeoGebra would have been better, I think, to illustrate that point.
I mean, there's plenty of examples where like it looks flat, but it's not. Like if you're in Hawaii, you're going up a mountain, but it looks very flat for a lot. Like you can go a kilometer, and it looks like you didn't go up at all, but you did. Like that. There's a lot of examples of that.
Would you agree if you would live on a ball, you could do long distance observations over a certain part of the surface, and through these long distance observations, you could figure out if the radius that is being assumed of roughly 4,000 miles is within that long distance observation observable. And if not, if it's the complete opposite, because we see too far, we observe things that are not behind the hump of water. Could it be that the assumption of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles is wrong?
So there's two ways to answer that question. One of them is that you would need to be really high in terms of like altitude to be able to do that. Second, you cannot. So there's a scientific reason why you can actually see a little bit further than you should, which is like refraction. Like, yeah, refraction is one of them. Like
scientific reason. That's just
light refraction.
But still, like, so how do you explain like boats, like their bottom disappearing first?
Oh my god!
If you look at them like
disappearing bottom first, you mean?
Yeah, bottom first. Yeah.
Yeah, that happens on a flat plane as well.
How? Is it just like wait? So if it's a flat plane, how would it like? Would not like all disappear at the same time?
Well, we have demonstrations of this on football fields and on. You can go to your. You can do this with a coin on a table. You just put your eyes to the surface. You move the coin away, and the bottom disappears first.
Do you have videos of that? I'm just curious. Honestly, I'm really curious about that. But I'm sure like they're not the same effects. But I'm curious about it. I want to look it up.
We have plenty of memes on the other server.
I will actually look it up. I'm not kidding. I will actually look at the video if you send it to me.
Does anyone actually have the link to the? You guys must know the coin.
I can Google it. What would I have to type in like the?
It's not there no more. You'll have to get it for him.
Again, why would it be deleted from Google if it wasn't?
Well, you know what? Yeah, I have the same question for you because I knew a video that was on YouTube, which was the laser test with flat Earth that got removed from YouTube. I couldn't find it anywhere. So it was flat Earth. You know the one I'm talking about?
Why is all this stuff getting removed from YouTube if it isn't damaging to the?
I mean, YouTube fucking sucks. They're censorshipping the shit out of everything. I don't know why.
Yeah, I agree. Don't you find it at least I'm not saying.
Oh yeah, dude, I fucking hate YouTube. There's same with the vaccines and all that shit. So I mean, I'm with you on that one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist myself, by the way. Just so you know, I'm not like
conspiracy.
but,
funny.
But
Yeah,
on,
Walter's not a
I
conspiracy.
mean, no,
Walter's
but
not a
when I
conspiratorial
guys,
subject
you,
monorail cat.
conspiracy is not a negative word. You
Let me
guys
try
gotta take that.
one turn.
Go ahead, sorry.
And let me try and take you through something because this might help you. If you're at the equator, the guest that just spoke that said I'm, into researching things too, the new guy. So if you're at the equator and you have Polaris will be just above the horizon, and if you're using a sextant, that would be an elevation angle measurement, right?
Sorry, please
You're
repeat that.
using the
I did not
horizon.
hear what you said. If you're at the equator, what?
Okay, if you're at the equator, Polaris will be at the horizon.
Polaris? What?
Okay, Polaris. The star, Polaris.
Oh, okay, the stars.
No,
Yeah.
a specific star, Polaris, the North Star.
Polaris.
Yeah.
Okay.
It never moves from over the North Pole, or roughly the North Pole. But if you're at the equator, Polaris will be right on top of the horizon, and you can measure an angle to it based on the horizon. And it must have a relationship of parallel zeniths. Otherwise, your angle won't be 90 degrees at the ground position. So your measurement to origin and your ground position, where the Earth is directly under the star, need to have parallel zeniths to be able to measure an angle. And then you measure two more stars, and now you have tens of thousands of square miles of level. Must be level to use celestial navigation. You can't measure angles with curving lines.
Okay, I'm gonna have to research what you just said because I'm not fucking smart enough to. I think I get what you're saying.
Well, you know what a triangle is, right?
Yeah, but from what I understand, right? Because if it's like the polar, like it does still spin a little bit, right? There's I mean, if for example, if you look at like videos of the sun on like the absolute North Pole, it still goes a little bit up. There's still a spinning motion, which means that it moves a little bit. There's a tilt, right?
Not at
The
all.
Earth's actual.
You gotta
tilt.
stop. That isn't the issue at all. It's a triangle. Can you imagine making a triangle from the equator to Polaris? It would be really, narrow. Its hypotenuse would be obviously the longest leg. The vertical leg in appearance would be very short, and it would need a baseline that is flat from the vertex to the ground position to have
So
a triangle.
I don't think it's a triangle because it's not directly overhead.
No, it is. Well, it's an elevation angle that if you drop the zenith, it's not a real line. It's there though, because you have a 90 degree. You need the 90.
It's not 90 degrees. I mean, I just googled it just because honestly I wanted to check it up. But it's like very close to it, but it's not 90 degrees, and also it spins a little bit. So, but I get your point.
Okay, if you get the point. So the point is that baseline, it is required to be flat in order to be able to measure an angle. I mean, it would be 90 degrees off if you followed. I mean, it's just as simple as you're not looking over a quarter of an arc, a sphere. You're not looking over that scene Polaris, you just point at it and point at the, it's line of sight. You're getting a line of sight to Polaris.
Yeah, but so the reason why, I mean, again, from my very limited understanding of how the fucking world works, the North and South poles work the way they do is because they're pretty much almost flat, right? And like let's say in practice, right? Because they're the top of the sphere, and so they're like, it's the same fucking example I just gave you with my.
That's not
the actual flag is not even supposed to mean.
Well, they never spin enough to get away from like the whatever. I don't know. I think I do know, but
go ahead, guys.
You don't. You were correct in the first place when you said you didn't know.
Well,
Mono, this is not to embarrass you or anything, but if you're a few drinks in, things are starting to kind of fall apart as far as your coherency goes. So maybe take a break.
No, but I mean, look. I'll say this: it's because of the Earth's tilt, which again, there's a spin and there's a tilt, right? The Earth is not completely flat compared to like what you just said, the North Star or any star. There is a little bit of a tilt, and so if you have that, if that's the reality, right, and it spins, then that tilt is going to move through time and through the years, which is why sometimes in Alaska it's either 100% of the time it's daytime or 100% of the time it's nighttime because
No. Nope. Stop
the cap.
Stop the cap.
It's falling apart, bro.
Yeah, you got to stop drinking, dude. When you come in here without drinking and try this. You won't fall apart.
I mean, I was wrecking you earlier, Radwin. So just
with what?
No, at no point.
Stuttering. Yeah, I'm the only one brave enough here to try to fucking combat you guys, except with Brick It Hard or not, whatever his name is.
Yeah, you're now it's getting cringe, bro. Like maybe take a break.
Yeah, you're not exactly combating us when you preface it with I really don't know what I'm talking about, but
well, neither you guys like.
I know you are, but what am I? Well,
I commend your bravery, Monorail.
Yeah, the picture, the flat. I'm not going to get into it with you.
Just to be clear here, like, come on, Radwin earlier made a point about like fucking jet streams, and he didn't even know what he was talking about. So I'm not the one humiliating myself here. I'm trying to put myself up there.
In one direction, then the other. I said jet streams.
Yes, and you couldn't explain why there was a huge difference between why that. Like, you can explain the difference between
monorail cap.
Jet streams are essentially like the wind directions that are happening.
So if you're flying with the wind, it's faster than flying against the wind.
Of course, I agree with that.
Okay,
So I was telling this guy that he couldn't explain to me why it was 90% faster to go from West Alaska.
90% faster?
Yes. So hold on, I'm not talking about West, like the jet streams here. If you go from West Alaska to Eastern Russia, it's going to be 90% faster than if you go from East Canada or East United States to Russia from the east, right? So that can only be explained through a spherical Earth. That's what I was claiming, and then he was saying that's because of the jet stream. That was his explanation. The jet streams make it so that it's that much faster west side. That was his explanation.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have flights going west and east. But anyways, if you're talking about the curvature of the Earth, well, the water kind of ran you aground there because you acknowledge the surface of water is flat.
Wait, can you explain that to me? Like, can you explain what I just asked you, like without using jet streams?
I'm not going to go back
Why
to
not?
the jet streams thing.
I don't claim jet streams.
Because I said if it leads to it proving the Earth is a globe, I thought you already conceded when you acknowledged that the surface of water is flat.
I mean, on a local basis, I would concede that, but I'm not conceding that on a global level.
How about the Suez Canal? That's 120 miles.
The Suez Canal, how is that flat?
How? Well, they just dug a ditch in the ground. Both ports at either end are at sea level, and there's no locks.
And isn't there like a lot of water movement in there? That would sort of show that there is some sort of like altitude.
An arc?
Yeah.
No, not when there's no locks on either end. Both ports at either end. It's just a big ditch. Anyways, my point is, whenever you tell these stories that end with, well, that's because the Earth is a globe, just show that the Earth is a globe in the first place.
So I don't understand. Like, if I'm not
a story to reify the myth.
Okay, so there's two ways of proving the Earth is a globe, right? There's one which is direct proof, which I said earlier. You'd have to go into space, observe it with your own eyes. That's the first and most observable and absolute way to do it. Second of all,
cross that off the list because you're not an astronaut.
Yeah, I agree. So the only other way to do that is implying or inducing that, in which I just gave you an example of that. Like,
no.
How not? Like, how is that no?
Well, you'd have to have a globe in the first place, correct?
So okay, fair enough. So let's say this is
the globe.
What do you mean?
Before you tell your story about flights, do you have the globe in the first place?
This is a scientific observation and hypothesis.
Listen, dude, don't do the scientific blanket statement thing. I'm
You
just
guys
asking.
told me that.
I'm asking whether or not you have the globe in the first place.
So, wait.
I'll take that as a no.
But I don't understand. How are you supposed to get to the globe without doing what I like? How? Wait, what?
Show drop over distance. Well, I just gave you an example of 120 miles of water with no curvature.
No, so you say there's no curvature. That doesn't mean there is.
Well, both ports at either end are at sea level. There are no locks.
Can you
So what
give
do
me
we have?
the name of it? Sorry, please.
The Suez Canal.
Suez Canal.
So the claim that the water there is flood is a claim and not an actual evidence or observation.
My bad, Embo. You got evidence of water curving?
Yeah, the globe's the original claim, Embo.
Yes,
That's not true, though.
Monroe, you
That's not the ultimate globe proofs.
Monroe, do you understand at least that assuming the truth of the conclusion in the premise is fallacious?
Yes, I agree with you, which is why I've not tried to done that.
Well, that's what you're doing with the flight thing.
No, because so let's assume like literally going into the flight that the Earth is flat because it looks to be flat. So let's say I take the flight. Okay, my observation is that when I went west, it was faster than when I went east. Now I'm not going into the flight thinking that the Earth is round. I'm just when I come back from the flight, I'm like, wait. My observation is that there was a shorter amount of time when I went west than when I went east, and then I'm trying to come up with a hypothesis as to why that could be possible. Now there could be different explanations for that. I'm sure you could give me one that supports your claim that the Earth is flat. But then I'm giving you one that supports my claim that the Earth is spherical because
no, we're just explaining why the flight's longer.
Well, yes. So that's not like a presupposition. Like I'm observing after the fact. Like that's not what you're saying.
Why is that observation supposed to prove that the Earth is a globe? How does that imply?
I think he's conflating the fact that the flight time is different because he thinks that the Earth is spinning out from underneath it. So this is an Earth spin claim, not a curvature claim.
Nope, it's not.
No. Why would
the
curvature have anything to do with flight times?
Okay.
One way or the other.
I'm not going to try to fucking patronize you. Can you go on Google Maps, please, for me?
Dude,
I'm not trying to patronize you. I swear to God.
No matter what you're trying,
just make the argument, bro.
So how would it be possible? So like if it's not a globe, right? So you know how so how could it be possible that on one end of the Americas it is closer to Russia, which is supposed to be east on a flat Earth? How is that possible if it's not a globe?
That's not the same argument you just made.
That's literally what I said. How is it possible that you can be closer in Alaska to Russia on the west side than you are on the east side? If the Earth is flat, then it should be like there should only be one direction in which you can go to reach a certain. Like if the Earth is flat, you can't go west to get east, right? Let's be honest on that. You cannot go west to get east if your Earth is flat. That's not possible.
You realize that on a flat Earth,
I think he's got you there, guys.
I don't think so. On a flat Earth, I know what gaslighting is. So, on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth, going from A to B and B to A would be the same distance, right? You get that?
Yep. No, that's not true. No, I'm just making the claim that it's not. I just said that. That's my claim. It's not the same.
Go from
That's not making any sense, dude.
Go ahead, Tantrum.
If I'm going to skip over this, you think that going from A to B and then going from B to A would be different distances?
It can be, yes. So if you so here's how. If you go from West Alaska to the way eastern, let's say what's the name of the town, like Ulan in Russia, that is going to be about 2,000 miles. Okay. Now, if you go from the same place from western Alaska to Ulan by going the other side, it's going to take you, I don't know, 8,000 or whatever, like however, like the entire circumference of the Earth to get there.
Have you ever done that? Has anyone ever done?
I mean, there have been people. Yes, there are people that have been done that have done the entire circumference of the Earth. Yes, on a plane. The 64 hours is the record now. Maybe you don't believe that. Fair enough, but I choose to believe
your
in it.
account of it. No, I don't believe your account of it. And the reason for that,
yeah,
the reason for that is that, for instance, I'll give you an example, right? If I was to go to the east side of Florida and then go to the west side of Florida, technically, I can tell you that I've traveled America from coast to coast.
That's different.
It's not different, though. It's very deceptive to say that, but I could technically tell you I've been from coast to coast in America. It doesn't tell you anything about the distance or the journey.
That's not how that works. Because well, I'll try. Yeah, I understand.
That's how rhetoric.
Okay, wait. You know what? I'm curious how you explain that. So if you believe what you believe, so does that mean that the Earth in your model is way thinner at the bottom of like the U.S.? Like how does that work? If it's east
and west are circles around north. Do you agree?
I'm just saying
I'm actually gonna have to Google your map because honestly, I do want to.
Hold on. We don't have a map.
Earth.
No. There is no flat Earth model. No.
There isn't.
There's not.
There's not.
Even if we had one, you think Google's going to put it up?
I mean, sure. I mean, I would hope so.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Who just said that there's no flat Earth model?
No, none of you have a model for.
I did.
I'm literally going to fucking roast you at the stake. Who said it?
You don't have a
I did.
You did great. So how do you think meteorologists? No, hold on a minute. No. Let me roast you. I'm literally going to burn you to a crisp. Okay, so here's the deal.
Go ahead. I'm so scared.
Hold on, let me cook. In meteorology, you watch the news.
A ball of gas in a vacuum.
Oh no! Oh, he's hit me with the news. Please! Oh no!
Don't they use a flat Earth model? Yes or no?
No, there's no flat Earth model, dude.
There's not. Wow. Okay, so you just exposed yourself.
Dude.
There's no globe model either.
Using one claim
guys, I gotta say, I don't understand. How can you believe in your thing if you don't have a model for it? Like that doesn't make any sense.
You're gonna go on mute because you're too hammered.
Do you have
next to new guy?
Do you have a model for American football?
Okay.
Do you have a model for the Miami Dolphins?
Well, and here's the thing. I just want to if I can add, I think
yes or no question. Yes or no.
What? You're asking the wrong guy.
I'm asking Monorail, and he just stopped talking. Monorail, do you?
I muted him. I'll unmute him. There you go.
I don't follow football, so I can't answer. Sorry.
Do you have a model for the Miami Dolphins?
I don't know who that is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry.
They're an American football team, right? Yeah, but they exist anyway, right?
Yes.
So your model is irrelevant to the existence of the team.
So, I mean, this is a little bit different in the sense that you're proposing would you claim that it is a scientific model that you're claiming?
Oh my god!
I'm guys. I'm really trying to be very fair here. Like,
you're drunk, dude. I'm telling
you.
The model doesn't come before the reality. The reality exists independent of the model, and the model is aiming to be as close to reality as possible.
Okay, so if you go ahead,
in no way does the model confirm that reality.
So for me, as say someone that's maybe more empirical, and like the only way that I can get to believe something a model is that if they can prove it on paper that it is, let's say, feasible. I made this point way earlier in the night, which is like, if I will believe something if they can put it on paper and it's feasible. So I've been believing that you guys have this model on paper and it kind of blows my fucking mind that. So is the reason that you don't have it on paper that it's not possible, or is it like?
Did you not hear anything? Can you show us the globe model real quick, Monorail? Go ahead.
Yes, yes. I can Google.
Show it to me.
Yep. So let's go.
I posted a globe model for you earlier. You didn't explain.
Oh yeah, someone
plane flying south. How it how it didn't, how it could land on runways that were going east and west when it was trying to fly, and you said no, that doesn't happen. But the globe spins, but no, it doesn't spin. Let's pretend it doesn't spin. Remember, you went through all those different phases of life.
No, you were trying to do that, but I did not fall into your trap. I apologize. So yeah, so there's a globe model. Matthew sent it.
No, you fell into your own trap, Monorail, when you decided,
That's
I'm going to talk about a spheroid Earth, but not a.
But not a what?
That's
spinning.
No, I think it is spinning, but the thing with the spin, right, is that it's not nearly as.
Wouldn't that affect the flight though?
It does, yes, it does affect the. It does affect the flight, but very, very minutely. They like you can
rationalize it away, Monorail Cat.
He actually typed in chat that pilots calculate the spin of the Earth for their flights. So that's how retarded he is.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put him on mute. Put him on mute.
All right, do it.
We'll be waiting for that Globetard model. I'm still waiting.
Jake, hello.
Hi.
Yeah, it's 49 minutes past the hour. I posted it a few minutes ago.
Hey, would you say, Matthew, would you say that it would be fair that we would request a ball of gas in a vacuum as part of your model offered? Would that be a reasonable request?
No.
It's not a reasonable request?
No, you don't have to demonstrate a model of something to prove that it's true.
Oh,
how does this model the seasons?
Okay.
Yeah,
how does this
it can be a
the
model of
seasons,
imagination.
Yeah, so you can have logical arguments for the existence of certain things, and a model can help you see certain aspects of it. So this model I posted shows the relative sizes of the oceans and continents, for example.
Does it model the oblate spheroidness of the Earth?
That's going to be less than 0.3% between radii, so no.
So just paper mache desk decor.
A paper mache model, right? I mean, basically,
is it a model? Are the continents correct sizes to scale? I mean,
the continents and oceans are to scale and in the correct positions.
Okay.
You can verify that by looking at any.
What do you think Neil's trying to? Matthew, I have a question. What do you think Neil's trying to say when he says it's chubby on the bottom?
He's saying that it's slightly bigger in the southern hemisphere due to the density of water versus land. But that amount.
Why don't we ever not on your globe then? Not on yours then, but yours
not on this paper model. No, this paper model.
So that's not even accurate then.
Right.
So it's not a model of anything.
No, it is. It just doesn't model that specific aspect.
It's just it's a concept that you have.
Well, if I build a model airplane of a F-16, it doesn't have fuel in it. Does that mean it's not a true model?
You can measure an F-16 to make a scale model of it. You can't measure.
Yeah, but it doesn't have jet fuel in it. So is it really a model?
What is that?
I guess not.
The answer is yes, even though it doesn't have exactly all the things that a real jet
has. You still can measure it.
Right, but it doesn't have jet fuel. So my model doesn't have water on it. Just paper mache.
So maybe I used the wrong term. On your model, are the land masses correct proportionately to one another?
Yes, the land masses are the correct proportion. The oceans are the correct proportion, and you can verify this
to one another. Because why does the grid on that particular globe get tighter at the top and at the bottom?
That's how circles work. As you get closer and closer to the circle, like they all sort of converge at the north and south pole.
No, I'm talking about the longitude lines.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Longitude lines get closer and closer as it gets closer and closer to the top of the North Pole.
So it's not a Cartesian grid then.
It's not a right angle Cartesian grid. They're not all right angles.
So would you say that since the lines get wider in the middle but closer together at the top and the bottom, everything is proportionately correct?
Yes. And I take it back. They are right angles, but because they're on a three-dimensional surface, it works different than a flat piece of paper.
Well, I mean, so do we live on a flat piece of paper or do we live on
No.
a sphere?
We live on a sphere.
Spirit's hard.
Okay. So
That's
where
why
would this
that's
sphere
why
be
you can do
detected
it.
in reality?
Well, yeah, but that's how we know. That's the fact that flight times work on this model is evidence that this model is correct and that the proportions of the continents are correct.
The flight times work on that model?
Yeah, they work perfectly.
Okay. So you have the flight data to confirm this.
All of the flight times that are published online, and if you go to Flight Radar 24 or Flight
No,
Aware,
I'm
it's all-
asking you for the flight
Flight Radar
data. I
24
don't
uses
care
the
about.
flat Earth model. Thank you.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It displays a flat map because you have a flat screen, but it's not using flat Earth model.
So then what
as
is
far
it?
as data, it's just people getting on planes and getting off, and
Right,
it
so they
matches
neglect the
those
curvature
times.
of the Earth to produce a flat Earth model. Exactly.
Well, when you display it on your screen, they make a flat map. Yes, it's a projection.
Is this a projection or is this the actual Earth as it is?
Well, a three-dimensional paper mache globe, like the one I posted, is a three-dimensional map that is a scale model. Usually about 600 miles to 1 inch is usually what they are.
Is it a projection or not?
No,
It's not a projection.
it's to scale. It's not a projection.
Okay. So this is used to navigate. People are using the globe to navigate.
No, it's going to be too small.
No, yeah,
You're using larger things, but the long distance and the directions are all accurate. Like if you look and see, okay, I'm going from South Africa, the tip of South Africa to Sydney, you could look on a globe and figure out which direction you have to start out at, and that would be the correct heading leaving South Africa.
Okay. So if we took this same globe model and we splayed it out, where we open up those longitude lines at the bottom and created an AE map, it would also be correct, wouldn't it?
There would be distortions when you do that projection, because whenever you take 3 dimensions and display it in 2 dimensions, there's some kind of distortions. And all the different type of map projections are lots of different ways to display them. That's why there's so many different map projections, because none of them are one-to-one. They can't be because they're 2D.
Just like this one?
No, this one can because it's 3D.
So this is accurate.
3D maps can be accurate. 2D maps can't be, except on smallish scales. Like if you're showing a map of a city, it's close enough. Then you don't have to worry about any projection errors.
Okay. So all the values are correct. The proportions are correct to one another. And they're not 90, but they are 90. And there's curvature. So where's the curvature in reality?
A curvature in reality matches the curvature. I mean, what do you mean? It's like the sea level.
Where can we measure this? You know how this goes, Matthew. Where can we measure this curvature in reality?
Oh, I don't think you can measure it in reality. It's too big.
Dang, that's a bummer.
You can do calculations to find it out, but nobody's going to do a direct measurement.
We can take the derivative.
Right.
Calculations? What the fuck, dude?
No, Chris.
Like calculating the height of Mount Everest.
You can take the derivative and the integral because you can't observe it in like reality.
No,
so we can integrate shit.
Okay, so it's similar to the elevation of Mount Everest. Nobody has directly measured the elevation of Mount
That
Everest.
shit is round. I'm like sexy red. I'll take you to Pound Town. Coochie pink and my booty go brown. I take my dick and I whip it around.
Yeah, someone mute this idiot. Yeah, so your argument appears to be it's not curving. Anyway, please. Say that's a yes.
Matthew. Say Matthew.
I'm sorry, who said what?
I just said your argument appears to be we can't prove that it's curving, but believe us anyway, please.
No, I'm saying we can't directly measure it. We have other reasons for believing it's curved, and it's just like We can't directly measure the height of Mount Everest, but we can do calculations to figure it out.
How do you calculate the height of Mount Everest?
Trigonometry and
being
surveying.
tall isn't in contention. So that's not analogous.
No, it's just an analogy that even though we can't directly measure something, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
But they're not analogous because Mount Everest being tall isn't in contention, whereas the Earth curving is.
So just because you don't like it, it means it should be in contention? I mean,
No, it's got nothing to do with my feelings. It's to do with whether it can actually be ascertained to be true. And your argument is, believe me, bro, believe me. And we're saying we don't believe. So
no, my argument is that there are good reasons for believing that the Earth is a globe, but even though you can't directly measure it.
Yeah, belief. That word belief that I said that you denied and then said straight afterwards.
But everybody here's got beliefs, right? The flat Earth guys, you just have belief that the Earth is flat.
Sure, but we're under no obligation to believe you.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, and ditto. We've got no obligation to believe you.
Well, that's pretty rude.
And that's irrelevant because that wasn't my argument, but it was Matthew.
Yeah, no, I apologise for butting in, but yeah.
Thank you. So you agree with me that I am under no obligation to just believe Matthew because he said so?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But you might give it consideration, though.
I'll give it consideration if he has evidence and doesn't just require belief of me.
Sure. I think that the heliocentric model with the Earth being a globe provides a better explanation for the observations we observe, like seasons, sunsets, moon phases, flight times, GPS, and satellite TV. And so I think that's the evidence for the globe.
It's not. This is just a gish gallop.
Yeah, what do you mean better?
More.
You mean more appealing to you, or better for your sensibilities, or
good explanations are internally consistent, have simple.
But they aren't. They aren't always. They aren't eternally consistent.
Internally consistent.
Internally or eternally.
Where are the contradictions? What do you mean?
Oh, Lord.
Well, you'd have to go ahead and make a bunch of assumptions that you have not proven right off the bat. So you could take the moon phases, for instance. You already begged the question that the moon is a sphere at a certain distance, with the sun at a certain distance from the Earth that is a globe. You haven't proven, right? So there's a lot of things that are not consistent unless you go ahead and beg the question right away.
Yeah, well, even when you directed us 46 past the hour, you said, well, yeah, it's not legit, though. It doesn't. It's not the oblate spheroidal. It's just a paper mache desk decor.
Right. My model is imperfect.
So not internally, not internally consistent.
No, it's internally consistent.
What's the drop rate? It says on the side of it, the curve rate.
It doesn't have a curve rate on the paper mache globe.
Well, McToon's had one, and it said 8 inches per mile squared on the side of it.
Isn't something that's even partially consistent better than nothing at all?
Well, that's why I asked him to define better.
Yeah, so there's
I guess from my perspective, better than nothing, right?
Good explanation.
Okay,
sorry.
Better than nothing. It doesn't make.
Yeah, I would say
a story that is false is better than no story at all. Is that what you're telling us?
No, a story that
the lie is better than no assertion whatsoever.
If the assertions are useful and can be used to do useful things, then they have some value.
Yeah, I know, and yet you guys make all these assertions that are helpful, and what are these assertions or predictions that you guys say exist, but you never bring them up? Such as what?
I don't want to disrupt Matthew's conversation because I'll get.
No, you're the one who.
Oh yeah, fail.
When do you put the globe into play in your life, Daza?
Well, it's handy, right? That
it's
I like
handy
to
in
look
which
at the stars.
in what way,
I like to watch what's going on in the sky above me, and it's
so do
useful
I.
to be able to work out where
I
things
don't.
are. Right?
Yeah, I don't use the globe when I look at the stars.
Well, you don't look up at the stars and say, "Hey, it's curved."
Now, if I want to know where the star is going to be, I need to look them up and be able to work out where they are, right? When I can expect to see them.
But we're talking about the globe, not the star.
The globe's important in that. Because
the globe has nothing to do with it.
Stars will be visible to me without the globe model underneath.
Well,
the globe has nothing to do with that.
Standing on is important, but
sorry, I missed that. Says who?
Well, you said the globe's important to look.
The globe has nothing to do with it.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't. I have no other method of working out where the stars will be in the sky other than referencing them to the globe model and time and my location.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead and show us that. Show us that. No, you show it to me. You made the claim.
Yeah. So I look up my latitude and longitude in. I know my latitude and longitude. I can
on a flat surface.
No, my latitude and longitude on the globe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and from that, I can look up where the ground position of a star is going to be at a given time, and from that, I can work out where I need to look to see it.
Okay, how you do that?
How do I do what? Look it up?
You just told me what you do now. How does that, get me from A to B on that, right? Go ahead and post it in chat, because you're pretty famous for making lots of claims and telling stories, but you never bring any cowbell. So I need the cowbell from you.
Right. Well, I can do it in reverse. I can show an example that I actually did, right, of the reverse of this. I worked out my latitude.
Just tell me exactly what you just said, because you said you need the globe to do the thing. So I just want you to show me how you do that thing that you just told me about.
Okay. So
show me how that all works.
Yeah.
With Matthew's globe model, by the way. Matthew's got a globe model over there, and you can use that. It's got the stars with it, right?
I got my globe card right here.
The globe model I use is electronic. It's in where I am. It calculates where the stars are going to be based on where I am and what time I say
That's
I'm
the
going
ground
to be
position where you are based on the sphere in the sky.
Yeah, that uses a planet.
Okay.
Fuck if I know.
It's a flat plane. That's an angular relationship, right?
It's all the planets.
So flat plane.
Yeah, the angle, you find the angle relative to your vertical,
closest to him to the 90 degrees to his ground position, and then places the sky above it. That's how they work.
So
that's not a globe.
So you're telling me I can. So I'll run through the reverse scenario that I did the other day, right? Around about this time of the day, 3 days ago. So I'm. Might be able to tell from my accent. I'm in Australia.
It takes you about 3 days to reset. Yeah, I'm about right.
It's about midday here, right? So what I did a couple of days ago is I went and measured the co-altitude angle to the sun.
To the what horizon were you using for your vertical?
No, you don't need a horizon for vertical. You can establish vertical independently of the horizon.
Okay, vertical. What's it horizontal to?
No, it's just vertical. That's it. Full stop. Vertical is vertical.
So vertical is in a relationship to nothing. It's just vertical. How do you know it's perfectly vertical?
You hang a plumb bob. It's easy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, hang a plumb bob.
Oh, plumb bob. So is plumb bob in relationship to what, Matthew?
You hang it, and then it shows the distance or direction of down.
Yeah. So down in relationship to what?
Where you're hanging the plumb bob.
Right down to the right.
You guys don't ever want to say it, do you? You know you're already boned by the fact that you say vertical plumb down towards what? Just towards the earth? So not in relationship to anyways. It's perfectly down, in no relationship to anything. Towards the earth.
Yeah. The relationship's not.
There's no angular relationship. It's not like 90 to anything.
Well, if you were standing above a concrete pavement, it would be at right angles to the pavement.
Okay, what is that pavement?
Yeah.
Is it horizontal?
No, it's perpendicular to the vertical. So no, but you listen to me, right? We don't need to know anything about horizontal. We only need to be able to measure from the vertical.
Well, vertical is always tied to horizontal. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules.
No.
Right?
Horizontal is tied to vertical. Vertical is a property of something like a plumb bob, right?
So vertical only has to do with a plumb bob. What does the plumb bob indicate?
The plumb bob indicates that the
Which
direction
came first? Which came first?
Down.
Horizontal water or plumb bobs?
No, that's not a question, Radwin. That's just a distraction, right? I'm not even going to answer it. So, okay, so the point is I can establish vertical without any other reference, right? I don't need to know anything. I can be blindfolded and I can tell where vertical is. I can grab my bit of string, follow it down to the plumb bob. That is vertical. No other information required at all. That's all that matters. I know what vertical is. I don't care what the ground around me. I could be on a slope. I could be standing on a 45-degree slope. I could not have any
vertical in relationship to the slope. Vertical's in relation to a slope.
No, vertical's pointing downwards, right, towards the ground.
Oh, it's down. So not in relation to a slope.
It could be across a slope. It could be going. So if I'm standing there with my plumb bob and the ground's running at 45 degrees to the plumb bob, how do I know which way is vertical? It's just the plumb bob direction, right? The direction of the ground underneath me doesn't matter. But let me finish the point, right? So I've measured my vertical. I've measured the angle from vertical to the sun. And it was about, I think it was 24 degrees, 23 degrees, something like that. I then look up in the almanac, where is the sun, what is the declination of the sun today? So I did this at solar noon, and it said it was 18 degrees south. So what I do is add my 18 to the 23, and that gives me my latitude, which is 41 degrees. 42, did I get the maths wrong? 41, 42 degrees, and that's round about where I am. I did that without knowing anything about whether, what horizontal was or measuring anything from horizontal. I measured it all relative to the vertical. And that's how celestial.
So what if you don't have a plumb bob? What do you do? What do you, if you don't have a plumb bob, what do you do?
Maybe you could use a spirit level. It finds vertical for you.
But what does the spirit level indicate?
So the bubble is the most vertical point in the bubble tube.
It's not horizontal.
The bar is, you could call that horizontal, but you don't need the horizontal reference. You just need to know which way the bubble is facing. So that's the most important thing. So we measure the angle from the perpendicular to that particular horizontal in the direction the bubble is facing. We don't need the horizontal to do celestial navigation.
Yeah, you sure do.
Okay, so if you don't have a spirit level and you have a Mariner sextant, what are you going to reference?
Well, if you've got a Mariner sextant, then we start to look at what the shape of the Earth is. How do we make sure that we're measuring? We can't measure directly from vertical, right? But the fact is, you don't need the horizontal reference angle at all. What you're calculating is the co-altitude angle, which is just from vertical.
No, the 2 points on the ground need to have a relationship, and they need it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing too.
There's no way around that.
If I measure the angle,
you need a baseline.
So your vertical that you're dropping, your plumb bob, is just dropping to a point in space, and then you're making another angle off a point in space. So we can just move that anywhere. It doesn't need to be horizontal or anything.
Well,
It doesn't have to be perpendicular to shit.
I think I've got some images I prepared earlier. Give me a second.
I've already tore it apart, remember?
No, I don't recall being
torn apart. Did you redo everything? Did you guys rework this math problem out?
Give me 2 seconds.
you're required to have a base that's flat.
No, you're not. Why do I need a flat base?
Yeah, all the way
I'm
to the
measuring their
ground
angle.
position in each and every ground position. Yes, you do. You're wrong. You can't measure angles with curving lines. It's absurd to think you can.
And you have to move your eyes to the ground to make that angle work.
I'm measuring an angle.
How come you have to make your eyes go to the ground to make it work? You have to make it go to sea level.
Or make a horizon with a bubble sextant that's parallel with sea level at the horizon over
ultimately, the ultimate aim of celestial navigation is to measure the co-altitude angle, right?
No, it isn't.
No,
not at all. Give me a citation for that.
The easy part is measuring
Give me the citation.
What do you mean it isn't?
I will.
That's the angle you use for the distance to the GP. That's the co-altitude.
Yeah.
What do you mean it isn't? You only use the altitude to give you a co-altitude. That's the one you multiply by 6 nautical miles. It's the co-altitude, not the altitude. No one cares about that if you get the co-alt.
Yeah, you throw it away.
Well,
you need a reference.
First of all,
so just to give you a reference.
You don't have one on a globe. Every step is a new plane of reference, because you'd be moving position from center point of the sphere. What's your problem? You guys don't want, to accept, measurement, and then it is what it is. It's used. It needs to have a reference, and you're saying no, and there's no way you can demonstrate that. You'll have to get some CAD software and then demonstrate it, but you can't. I've already proven you can't for sure with CAD software, and it's just duh. You need straight lines to measure angles.
Yeah, and that's what I'm just saying. I measured the angle between me, my vertical, and the sun.
No. The ground position, where the star's directly over Earth, there needs to be a linear relationship between you, the person measuring the angle, or your angle falls apart in reality if you're on a curving surface. In reality, your geometry breaks, and you trying to say it wouldn't is amazing, and it's really it's stupid.
If you do not get me, get me the citation that says the whole point is to get the co-altitude. Get me that citation.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I just posted that in the chat, which is
no, you did not post a citation. You posted a source. I need a citation.
Okay, can you explain the technical difference between a source and a citation?
If you don't know the difference, I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you if you don't know the difference. Maybe you should look it up.
Okay. Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting that you guys brought up a linear relationship. If you're doing trigonometry with right triangles, those aren't linear relationships.
Yeah, you can't make any triangle.
I found a citation.
No, you have 3 straight lines with included angles that add up to 180 degrees for a triangle, and it needs a right angle for a trigonometric function, right?
Wait.
So you have actually made
where is this trigonometric?
3 straight lines, 180 degrees.
Where is this trigonometric
I'm not
function
saying celestial navigation is trigonometry. I'm just telling Matthew that what a triangle is. You have to go back to 5th grade.
I don't know why they keep. I just don't know why they keep expecting an orthographic projection to represent what they're actually going to see in the world, when they're definitely going to ham wave that completely when we use the geometric horizon formula to determine what we should see out there.
Don't change the subject.
You can use
the subject. You think that you can apply orthographic projections in one case, and then you're going to ham wave them completely in another, so you have an inconsistent, incoherent worldview full of double standards and conflicts. You got to sort yourself out.
Okay, so my source for the information about celestial navigation I posted, right? So that's my source.
I want your citation. You made a claim that the whole point is to get the co-altitude. I want that citation.
I'll read it.
So that'll be in the source, right?
I'll post and read it.
Yep.
So what's your claim with celestial navigation?
So the claim with celestial navigation, Heretic, is that the co-altitude angle that you measure between vertical and the celestial object represents the angular distance between you and the GP of the object. And on a sphere, that angular distance turns out to be 60 nautical miles per degree
Okay,
across the ground.
a linear relationship is what you're claiming.
That's right. But the linear relationship
sounds
between the distance along the ground and the co-altitude angle. Yep.
Sounds like a perfect sphere. Is that what the Earth is?
He said there's the relationship between the ground position and the observer.
It sounds like that's a perfect sphere.
What he read.
It sounds like that's a perfect sphere. Is that what you're saying the Earth is?
No, the Earth's not a perfect sphere, but it's if you want to know your position to within a few hundred meters, it is.
Okay, so that formula is not going to work across the board, even in your world, because it's not a perfect sphere. So you're going to need corrections. So that's just a lie that there's a perfect linear
No, it
relationship.
does. It's close enough. It works.
For two, so for two, obviously you think that we see in orthographic straight lines now. So
no.
Yeah, because this would be an orthographic projection that you're drawing this relationship from. Yeah.
So you know the interesting thing about an orthographic projection, right? When you apply a perspective to it.
So I'm not done. I'm going to mute you if you do that. Okay. So since we see the world in orthographic geometry, now we got an orthographic view of the world. I guess I can just use a geometric horizon formula to calculate what I'm going to see, right?
I'm not going to go into that because I know I can't prove anything about.
Wait a minute. But what's the star declining over as I move 69 miles away from its ground position?
Oh, you don't have to use the horizon at all to do celestial navigation. Just ignore the horizon.
We're not using the horizon.
That's not what I'm talking about. He says that there's a linear angle distance relationship. So if I move 69 miles away from the ground position of a star, why is it descending on the horizon?
The angle drops by 1 degree, right?
Yeah. Why? Why is that? Because of the curvature of the Earth?
Well, that's interesting. It would appear to be so.
Okay, so geometric. Yeah. So we do see the geometric horizon then, which you said nothing to do with. Yeah.
We don't see the horizon here. This star, the star I measured yesterday had a co-altitude of 22 degrees from vertical.
Okay,
it's up
so
in the
geometric
sky.
Horizon, the curve. Yeah, so the curve is blocking the star as I move away from its ground position. But at the same time, I also don't see that curve.
No. I can see the star. This particular star I can see for 10,000 kilometers.
Right. So
I'm suspecting. So I can see it now overhead. I reckon. What time is it?
So is it declining by 1 degree on the horizon as I move 69 miles away from its ground position?
I don't know. I only measured it relative to vertical.
Okay. Anyway, just throw. Okay, I get throw out your whole claim. I'll let you sort it out and figure it out and get back.
Yeah, no. So the whole vertical thing is the important thing. So I just posted a quick drawing of the geometry, right, of what the relationship between co-altitude angle and the ground distance is. No, the guy does show for reference the horizon if you're measuring relative to the thingo, but the aim is to get the co-altitude angle, the zenith.
Yeah, I know. I need the citation because not even in your diagram is there a co-altitude. So if you don't get me the citation, I'm just going to mute you.
Where does he say it? Hang on.
There's nothing that says co-altitude on that diagram, and I still asked you for a citation about the co-altitude that you made, and you've yet to provide it. So if I don't hear cowbell...
Okay, yeah. I understand what you're asking now. You want the citation of what the co-altitude angle is.
No, exactly what you said about it. The whole point is to get the co-altitude. That's exactly what you said.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So in this guy's description, he uses the term... where are we? What does he exactly say?
You sort it out and post it. Until then, go to Bacon, who didn't post it. Bacon, you said you would get the citation about the co-altitude and you did not provide it. Why?
I posted a link saying that what you use to get the radius of the circle is the zenith angle. That's the same thing as the co-altitude.
Okay, get the definition and the citation for me right away.
Definition of what?
Give me the definition of co-altitude and the thing that you just talked about, the zenith angle. Post it in the chat.
Okay.
Citation.
Okay, Google another one then.
What the way I see it refutes itself.
I mean, I thought you guys should know at this point the co-altitude and zenith.
I thought you should probably just go ahead and get me the definition, like you told me you were going to.
I didn't say I would give you a definition. So I would give you the citation.
Oh, okay. Well, then you just go ahead and go on mute. Then, when you get it, you let me know.
What was he getting you the definition of?
I want to get the definition of co-altitude, and I want to say, or Daza said that the whole point is to get the co-altitude from the vertical, and then from there we'll start a conversation. I need that.